So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on what if Naruto and Lunamon was team had to save the world with Sakura. But before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. It was just your typical day in Konoha as the sun shone down upon the earth from its stop in the sky. Birds sang. The local wildlife either foraged for their next meal or were curled up in their nests, holes, burrows, dens, etc. sleeping until darkness fell once more so they could come out and begin their search for food, and the people of the Leaf Village went about their business of the day. In a classroom of the Ninja Academy, Iruka was lecturing his students about the importance of the henge technique. In one of the town's many cafes, Kurenai Yuhi sweat dropped as she watching her friend, Enko Midarashi, practically inhale dango at the same rate that a certain blonde-haired kid did with ramen. Letting out a sigh, the genjutsu mistress shook her head and lifted her teacup to her lips. In one of the village's training grounds, Asuma Sarutobi was throwing kunai with his shaking hands at a target, trying to hit the bullseye, not to mention get his mind off other things. Resting on top of the post was a packet of cigarettes and his lighter. Normally the man went almost nowhere without one of those heavenly cancer sticks between his lips. However, Kurenai had told him last night that if he could go one day without a cigarette, she would do something special for him. It had now been 4 hours since he woke up and withdrawal symptoms were a bitch. In another part of the village, Maeda Guy and his team Neji Hyuga Tenten and Rock Lee had gathered outside the Ichiraku ramen stand. The group had returned from a successful mission, each one of them filled with pride of a job well done, that and a large wad of cash between them, and so to celebrate, Guy had decided to treat his team to breakfast, which would be followed by a session of the most gut-wrenching, fear-inspiring tortures known to man, aka Guy's training schedule. Meanwhile, sitting on a nearby roof, Hitaki Kakashi was flicking through his infamous copy of Konoha's best-selling book, Icha Icha Paradise, every so often giggling perversely. And finally, seated in his office, the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi was trying to ignite the large stack of paperwork on his desk with his mind. Yes, it was just another typical day in the life of Konoha. Although something would happen which certainly didn't happen every day, and it would begin right now. The peace that everyone had been enjoying was instantly shattered by the cries of, "Hey, get back here, you little brat. Ha ha, come and catch me, you bunch of dickless losers." Something dressed in an orange jumpsuit, the jacket of which was tied round his waist, a black shirt with an orange Konoha symbol and a pair of blue shinobi sandals on his feet, and carrying 2 buckets of paint in his left hand, jumped from one rooftop the next, followed by several men dressed in back outfits with a green vest thrown over the top. Yes, our hero has arrived. Meet Naruto Uzumaki. He had just pulled off his latest prank, graffitiing the heads on the Hokage mountain, and was now being chased by a group of chunin. He'd been on the run for the last 10 minutes and still the people chasing him hadn't been able to catch up. As fun as this all is, I'd better end this. I am getting a little tired of it. The blonde sped up and hid in front of a wall by blending into it. A few chunins ran past his hiding place and he started laughing to himself, before someone else who did the same appeared behind him. "Oh, hi. Ruka. Sensei," Naruto said to the man behind him, a nervous smile on his face. "Naruto, after class you're cleaning up the Hokage's faces," Iruka stated in a stern voice. Then, to make sure Naruto couldn't get away, he tied him up in ropes. Uzumaki Naruto was dragged along the hard cemented ground that day to class. Upon arriving at the classroom, everyone laughed at the misfortune of Uzumaki Naruto, other than Sasuke, who muttered the word, "idiot," under his breath, and Shino, who remained silent, his face portraying no emotion at all. His sunglasses just reflected the light of the sun coming in through the academy's classroom's windows, but his bugs were acting weird. "Class, thanks to Naruto here we're going to be reviewing the henge technique." Everyone groaned, once again, except Sasuke and Shino. Everyone queued up. Before long it was Sakura's turn. Henge. Her chakra flowed around her momentarily before, in a poof of smoke, she turned into an exact duplicate of Iruka. "Very good, next," Iruka yelled. A poof of smoke later, Sakura was back as Sakura, with an ecstatic expression on her face. "Did you see that, Sasuke-kun?" she asked the raven-haired Uchiha survivor. He merely ignored her and stepped forward, performed a single hand sealed, and changed into Iruka. "Very good, next." It was Naruto's turn now. A girl wearing a purple top and bandages as pants was behind him. She had blonde hair held in a high ponytail. Naruto walked forward and heard the girl behind him. "This is all your fault," she stated. Naruto stood in thought for a minute. Something just occurred to him. "Say, Iruka-sensei, do we have to change into you, or can it be anything?" "It can be anything you like, just as long as you can pull it off," Iruka replied. Just then an evil-looking smile appeared on Naruto's face. He formed the same seal as everyone else, and his own chakra formed a circle around him, with 2 streaks flowing freely in the air. Henge. Smoke rose around Naruto, and when it cleared, There was a girl with decent-sized breasts and 2 ponytails, with the same eyes and whisker marks as Naruto. She wore nothing but had small clouds conveniently covering the private parts, leaving little to the imagination.
"Hello Iruka-kun," she purred at him, then blew him a kiss. Blood spurted out of his nose in twin geysers, sending him flying into the back of the wall.
Naruto changed back and began laughing his head off. Dude, the look on your face, it was priceless. You idiot Naruto, you're always pulling stunts like this. Ino growled. She then turned her attention to Sasuke and let out a sigh. You don't see Sasuke-kun doing that or defacing the Hokage monument. You don't see Sasuke-kun doing that or defacing the Hokage monument. Naruto snorted, mimicking the girl's words in a nasal-sounding voice. That's because Sasuke's a pussy. That got the Uchiha's attention as well as everyone else in the class. What? He said, trying to sound calm and collected, and failed miserably. You heard me, Captain Emo. Naruto said sternly. You wouldn't dare do the things I do not because you're mature or anything, it's because you haven't got the balls to do it. You doby, anyone could pull off some stupid prank. I could probably do it much better than you could. Sasuke retorted, which earned an outburst of support from his fanbase. Oh yeah, well go on and prove it. I dare ya. Naruto taunted. Although not one of the brightest kid in the village, Naruto could certainly think on his feet when he had to. It was what made him such a successful prankster, and right now he had Mr. Sunshine right where he wanted him. Sasuke scoffed. Yeah, like I would lower myself to level of the village clown. Naruto smirked. Bingo. Just as I thought, no balls.
Sasuke's eyebrow twitched in anger and Naruto's smirk grew wider. However, Sasuke composed himself. A small smile appeared on his face as he sat down. You're good, Uzumaki, you almost had me for a second. But against an Uchiha almost doesn't cut it, I'm afraid.
Crud. Naruto grimaced. Just then the sound of someone running caught the blonde's attention, and looking round saw Ino and Sakura from either side of him. You idiot, how dare you try and make a fool of Sasuke-kun, they both cry out as they charge towards him.
What happened next no one believed, and it was the topic of gossip for the rest of the day. Naruto ducked of the way of the aspiring kunoichi who ran into one another, their lips firmly pressed together.
The whole class stared at this, several members forming not so innocent ideas in their heads. It was also the point that Iruka decided to wake up, and upon seeing Sakura and Ino's lip lock, passed out once again. Both girls stood there, wide eyes in shock. They stayed like that for a full 30 seconds before they separated and turned away from one another, a heavy blush spread across their faces.
Okay, we never speak of this, it never happened. Deal, Sakura said.
Deal. Ino replied. The two of them quickly made their way back to their seats, trying to look as if nothing had happened. However, one thought did pass through both their minds. She's not a bad kisser. An alarm went off in a small apartment. Naruto groaned and threw it against the wall, breaking it in the process. He rolled out his bed and hit the floor with a thud. Naruto's eyes snapped open as he realized what day it was. It was the graduation day. This time he would do it, he would pass and become a genin. Getting up off the floor, he walked over to where he'd dumped his orange jumpsuit. He then reached into one of the pockets and pulled out a strange-looking device. It was a black and orange rectangular object with 4 orange buttons. He'd had it for as long as he could remember, but he had no idea what it was or what it was for. He'd asked both Iruka and the old man, but even they had no idea either. He continued to stare at the device. He had no idea what it was or what it was for, but somehow he knew it was important. After putting it back in his jacket, he then made his bed and put his clothes on it, then headed to his small bathroom to prepare himself for the day. Soon enough he found himself outside the room where he took classes along with everyone else. Okay Naruto, this is it. This time you're going to do it. You are going to pass. Datbeo. Steeling himself, he opened the door and entered the classroom to see it buzzing with excitement. Everyone but Sasuke, Shikamaru and Shino talking about how once they were ninja, they'd be able to get all the chicks' attention, Sasuke's love. No one really looked at him as he entered. He did catch a quick glimpse of Hinata throwing him a quick glance before quickly looking away, her face flushed. Weirdo. Naruto though, as he sat down next to Sasuke. Dobi. The raven-haired Uchiha grunted. Teme, the blonde replied. The two of them sat there in silence for several minutes before something loud from outside in the corridor. Out of the way, Ino pig. Sasuke is all mine. No way, forehead girl. It was then Sakura and Ino burst into the room, making a beeline to where Naruto and Sasuke. Hi Sakura, Ino. The blonde greeted the pair. Get away from Sasuke-kun, was his reply. Both girls made to grab the blonde Uzumaki so they could throw him out of the seat. Leave him alone. I'd rather sit next to the Dobi, as I find him slightly less irritating than either of you, Sasuke stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Both girls stared at the last Uchiha, who glanced at them, giving them both a cold stare. Now listen up because I'm only saying this once. I don't like you, either of you. I can't stand you. The two of you are nothing but two annoying, loud and weak little girls. And to be honest, I'd rather date the Dobie here than either of you. It would surprise me if he were a better kisser than either of you as well. Now get lost and don't bother me. The two of them stared at the boy in disbelief. Sure had said other things to them but never like this. And never had he compared them two of them to Naruto. The two of them then slinked off quietly to an empty desk on the opposite side of them room whilst Naruto stared at Sasuke, feeling a mixture of being disgusted and disturbed. Wasn't that maybe just a little harsh? The two of them seem pretty upset now, he said as he began edging his way away from Sasuke. Sasuke snorted. Like I care. Besides, they'll probably be back pestering me soon enough. Before anything else could be said, Iruka arrived. Okay class, settle down. I know that you're excited because it's the day for the Genin exams, but you're going to need to focus 100%. He spoke, announced in a loud and clear voice, in order that he was heard by everyone, including a sleeping Shikamaru.
This year we begin with the Bunshin no Jutsu exam. Ino Yamanaka, you're up first. Iruka said calmly. Ino rose from her seat, composing herself, and walked to the front of the room, where she then followed Iruka into a back room.
Ino came out shortly after with a happy expression on her face. Those sapphire orbs of hers gleamed with pride of her achievement. Naruto sat patiently as several more names were called, and they all had the same look as Ino as they carried a piece of cloth that was folded, and on the top was a metal plate with the symbol of the Leaf Village. Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka called through the room. Naruto got up and hopped over the desk with a smile on his face and a look of determination in his eyes. You are to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu in front of me and Mizuki to become a genin. Iruka explained. Naruto nodded and formed his hands into a ram seal. His chakra flew chaotically around him as he gathered his chakra from the jutsu. Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto yelled. Two puffs of smoke appeared next to Naruto, and when they cleared, a sick-looking copy of Naruto was laid down on the ground, and another sickly-looking clone of him was holding his stomach, looking ready to puke. You fail. Iruka said nonchalantly. He created two clones, Iruka, and it's clear he wants to become a ninja. Why don't we just let him pass? Iruka shook his head. No, Mizuki. Everyone else created 3 perfect clones, whilst he made 2 clones that will probably get him killed on the battlefield. Outside, Naruto sat on a swing, rocking gently as he watched the other members of his class who had all achieved the rank of genin, all of them being greeted by their families, telling them all how proud of them, being told how things along the lines of, "We're so proud of you. I knew you could do it," and, "I wish your grandfather, father, etc. could see you now." Hearing this almost brought Naruto to tears. It just reminded him that no matter what he achieved in life, even if he did become Hokage, he would never know the feeling of a mother's embrace or receive the benefits of a father's guidance. Just then something behind him caught his attention, and looking round saw the white-haired Chunin, Mizuki, standing there. Naruto, I need to talk to you, follow me. A little unsure, but then he heard some women talking about how it was good that he'd failed. Naruto quickly got to his feet and followed the white-haired man. Soon the pair found themselves sitting on a rooftop watching as the sun began its final leg of its journey across the sky. I bet you're thinking that Iruka failed you because he doesn't like you, aren't you? Naruto nodded, as the idea did seem pretty plausible to him, which only made him more depressed. He really thought that Iruka believed in him. Seems he was wrong. Don't take it so personally, he's just looking out for you. He doesn't want you to go out and get yourself. See, Iruka sees a lot of himself in you. Mizuki explained. You both having been pranksters, seeking attention, and you both being orphans. He wants you to be the best, but you can't do that if he goes easy on you. Naruto listened to these words, hearing how he and Iruka so much alike. He was so busy thinking that he didn't notice the grin that was spreading across Mizuki's face. You know, if you wanted me to, I could help you graduate. There is one other way to become a genin. But it's... not without risk. Actually, forget it. It's too difficult and dangerous, so forget I said anything. Naruto's ears pricked up at these words. What is it? Please, if you know, then please tell me. Mizuki smirked. Okay, then I'll tell you, but this stays between us, okay? He then leaned forward and began whispering in the young boy's ear. As soon as he was finished, Naruto immediately jumped to his feet and began running towards the Hokage tower. Naruto ran in and navigated his way through the Hokage's tower, soon stumbling upon a locked room. He then began to pick the lock, a skill that he had picked up in his time as a prankster, where he saw a large scroll. He started walking towards it. The room was dark and the only light there was coming in through the door. Iruka laid on his bed staring at the ceiling, his thoughts lingering on his dead last student, Uzumaki Naruto. He felt bad for Naruto failing, but he didn't want Naruto to get killed. The life of a shinobi is a harsh one, and he didn't think Naruto was ready. He sighed and thought back to past events that were Naruto related. There was one that stuck out like a sore thumb. The Kyuubi attack. He remembered being grabbed by two Chunin as a kid and being taken away from the battlefield, taken away from his mother and father in their final hours. A knock on the door broke him from his musings. He opened it to see his teaching assistant. "What's wrong, Mizuki?" he asked, seeing a look of worry, albeit fake worry, but still a form of worry in Mizuki's eyes. "It's Naruto. He's stolen the scroll of sealing." Iruka gasped in shock. Sure, Naruto had done some pretty crazy things in the past, but never anything as bad as this, did he? Iruka quickly got into his ninja gear and ran out of the door, deciding to go search for Naruto. Naruto panted as he sat on the dirty forest ground, the scroll open in front of him. He'd been trying out one of the jutsus when Iruka dropped in front of him. "I found you at last," he stated. He quickly looked over Naruto's state. "He's been training," he thought as he looked at Naruto. "You found me already? I only had time to learn one technique from the scroll. Once I show you it, you'll let me pass like Mizuki said, right?" Enthusiasm and excitement coloring every word. Iruka raised an eyebrow. A noise from a distance in front of him alerted him to danger. "Naruto! Watch out!" He charged across the grassy ground and pushed Naruto out of the way, whilst bringing his arms in front of him in a defensive manner. Kunai embedded themselves into Iruka's clothing at the arms and legs, trapping him into a tree as they impaled it. Mizuki jumped to the tree across from him. "Naruto, give me the scroll." Iruka's heartbeat was high. He was scared for the lives of himself and Naruto. Naruto looked at him. "No, Naruto. Don't give him the scroll." Naruto pulled a confused expression. Mizuki then began laughing. "I'll show you why you can trust me, Naruto. I'll tell you a secret no one else will tell you." "No, Mizuki, you'll be breaking the Sandame's law," Iruka yelled, struggling for freedom of movement. Mizuki snarled at him, not caring about the law at all. "What law?" Naruto asked. What did Iruka, Mizuki and the old man know? "That's right, you don't know because it's a law about you. We're not allowed to tell you that you are Kyuubi, the fox demon who attacked 12 years ago. That's why everyone hates you, Naruto. To them you're just a monster that should have been strangled when you were still in your crib." Mizuki shouted out for the world to hear. Tears fell down Naruto's face as he fell back onto all fours. "Now die, demon fox." He grabbed one of the two huge shuriken held loosely to his back by rope and spun it with his hand. Iruka used this moment to escape. Mizuki threw it and Naruto's eyes shook with fear. The shuriken reflected what little light there was in the night sky as it flew through the air with a high speed. Naruto closed his eyes and crawled backwards slowly. A sticky liquid hit his face as he looked up and saw Iruka on all fours above him, the big shuriken sticking out of his back. Why Iruka-sensei?" He managed to get out. Iruka looked down at him warmly with teary eyes before coughing out more of his blood. "Because we're the same. After my parents died, no one had any time for me. It was if I didn't exist. So I would pull pranks to get attention. I became the class clown and because of that my grades suffered. Naruto, trust me, I know how you feel. You're lonely, confused, and it hurts inside." Naruto stared up at the man, his eyes filled with understanding. Just then Mizuki began laughing. "Don't listen to him, Naruto. He just wants the scroll for himself. Deep down he hates you just like everyone else. After all, you were responsible for the death of his parents." Hearing this, a confused and scared Naruto got up and started running. "Wait, Naruto!" Iruka shouted, but he got no reply and Naruto seemed to ignore him. Iruka did his best to ignore the excruciating pain and looked around for the scroll. It was gone. Naruto must have taken it, he thought before noticing Mizuki jumping off. "Naruto, give me the scroll," yelled Iruka to Naruto, who was jumping across trees to the left of Mizuki. Naruto just jumped at him and shoulder tackled him to the ground. Iruka just growled as he got up and a poof of smoke revealed him to be Mizuki. "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" Mizuki yelled. He was clearly frustrated. Another poof of smoke revealed Naruto to be Iruka. "Because I'm Iruka." Mizuki growled at him. "Why do you even try? We both know that he's the same type as me. He'll use the scroll to gain power, just like a demon." Naruto was listening from behind a nearby tree, hoping to find some sort of sign that he could trust either of the two men. "You're right. A demon like Kyuubi would do that. But Naruto isn't like that. Sure, he's clumsy and everyone picks on him for it, but he works hard and helps other people. Naruto is one of my precious students," Iruka exclaimed proudly. Mizuki didn't seem too pleased and grabbed the remaining large shuriken. "I was going to wait till later to kill you, but I guess you'll die now, demon lover." He started spinning it, but before he could do anything else, an orange blur charged at him and tackled him to the floor. "Don't ever hurt my Iruka-sensei," he stated angrily. Mizuki smirked. This fight would easily be his. He was after all a Chunin and Naruto was but a mere academy student. Mizuki slammed his knee into Naruto's gut, sending him to the ground, the scroll's cord snapping and it opened as it hit the ground. Smirking, Mizuki pulled a shuriken and threw it at Naruto, grazing his cheek. A drop of blood then fell upon a symbol on the page. What happened next no one could have predicted. The symbol on the page began glowing and from it emerged a large orange egg, and the device in Naruto's pocket began glowing. Then the egg cracked and from the shell emerged a small orange lion-like creature with a pair of wrist guards and another on its head with a flame burning out of it and another on its tail. The creature then opened its eyes. "All right, does it feel good to get out of there?" it announced as it began stretching. Just then it caught sight of Naruto, a smile appearing on its face, and it then bounded over to him. "Hey there, thanks for releasing my egg from that scroll. You wouldn't believe the amount of time I was cooped up in there." Naruto stared at the creature in disbelief as it grabbed his hand and began shaking it. "Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" the creature said, slapping its forehead. "The name's Kuronomon." Hi. I'm Naruto Uzumaki," replied Naruto, who was convinced that at some point he had been knocked unconscious and this was some dream. If you not mind me asking, what are you?" "Oh me, I'm a Digimon," Kuronomon replied cheerfully, "and since you awakened me, how about from now on you and me be partners?" Whilst this was going on, both Iruka and Mizuki looked on, both completely unsure what to make of all this. What is that creature?" Iruka wondered. Mizuki wondering the same thing. Could it be another demon? His cold eyes then locked onto Naruto. "So you've called in another one, you really are a monster. Not content with massacring the nearly half the village, you've called in some little minion so you can finish the job. You vile filthy demon scum." Kuronomon turned his gaze on the man. "Shut up. I am no monster and neither is Naruto, for that you will pay." His fist then became engulfed with flames and he charged towards Mizuki, Koro Knuckle. He then leapt up and smashed the man in the face with his flaming fist. The two of them then leapt up into a tree, Mizuki trying to hit the orange chibi lion, however Kuronomon was too quick for him. Whilst this was going on, Naruto ran over to where Iruka lay. "Sensei, are you alright?" "Yeah, don't worry about me," Iruka replied. "Naruto, listen to me, you must get out of here. Take the scroll and run to Lord Hokage. Mizuki must not get his hands on it." Naruto stared at the man before him, "But that would mean you and Kuronomon." "Naruto, just do it," Iruka retorted. "This is bigger than me, you and that creature. If Mizuki gets the scroll, then a lot of people will be hurt, even die. That cannot be allowed to happen." Meanwhile, up in the trees, Mizuki was becoming annoyed from Kuronomon's speedy moves and fiery fists. "That's it, I've had it with you." He preformed some hand seals, Sweden, Tepudama. Water began gathering in his mouth, which he fired at Kuronomon in the form of small spheres. Several struck the fiery Digimon and sent him crashing to the ground. "No, Kuronomon," Naruto cried, running over to the small Digimon's side, leaving the scroll with Iruka. Kuronomon groaned as he sat up. "Oh yeah, I'm good," the chibi lion said, flashing the blonde foxboy a grin. "Don't worry, I've taken attacks much stronger than that." Naruto glared at Mizuki. "You bastard, how could you do this? You hurt Iruka-sensei. You taunted Kuronomon. And you used me, all for your own selfish gains. For what you have done, I'll show you no mercy. Like I care what you say, you filthy monster. I'll kill you and your little minion in one shot," Mizuki yelled, trying to strike fear into the heart of Naruto. Naruto continued to glare at him, unaffected by Mizuki's pathetic attempt to scare him. "Bring it on, you traitorous scum. Take your best shot and I'll pay you back 1,000-fold," Naruto growled. Naruto's eyes turned red with feral slits and cloud of red chakra appeared around him. He then took out the device from his pocket and he slammed his other hand onto it. Chakra bust, full charge, a similar chakra cloud appeared around Kuronomon. Coronamondigivole2. Pheromon Kuronomon's body then emitted a bright light, then before everyone's eyes he grew much larger into what looked like a red lion with a yellow mane with a large pair of wings on its back. Mizuki looked on in horror. What the hell? Naruto then heard a beeping noise coming from the device in his hand and looking at the screen saw information appear. Pheromon level. Champion attribute. Vaccine type, Beast Digimon. Flame Dive Fira Claw and Fira Bomb. Pheromon glared at Mizuki. "Foolish human who dares to hurt my partner and the one who is precious to him, you have committed that which is unforgivable." Flames then began winding its way around his front right leg and claws then pouched at Mizuki, Fira Claw. He then slashed at the man, knocking him off his feet. Pheromon then walked over to the fallen man. "And now I'll finish you." The flames on his forehead began burning more intensely. Fira Bow. "Pheromon, wait!" Naruto cried out and Pheromon stopped. "Why did you stop me? Why do you not let me finish this?" the fire lion asked. Because, I want to do it. Naruto replied and put his hands in a cross seal, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. The forest was suddenly filled with dozens of Narutos, all of whom were cracking their knuckles. I thought you said you were going to take us out in one shot, one yelled. If you won't attack, then we will. They all charged and Mizuki soiled himself. By the time Naruto was finished, Mizuki looked like he was half death. Iruka was leaned against his tree staring at his student and the creature he had befriended, his face filled with pride. Naruto, come here, he yelled and Naruto complied. Close your eyes. He did as told once more and closed his eyes. You can open them now. In Iruka's hands were his goggles, and Iruka's head lacked its Hide-8. He started to cry and tackled Iruka. Thank you, thank you, thank you, he repeated, tears of joy rolling down his face. Pheromon walked over to the pair and reverted back to Kuronoman. Wow, that was awesome, he said before he jumped up onto Naruto's back. We did great, partner. Naruto looked over at the orange chibi lion. Yeah, about that. Why do you keep saying I'm your partner? Naruto asked. Kuronoman then disappeared from view and began rummaging through Naruto's pockets till he pulled out the device from his pocket. Well, first is that your blood released me from the scroll, but mostly because you have one of these, he said, handing it to the blonde. Just what is this thing anyway? It's a digivice, it's the physical link between us. Kuronoman informed him. It's rather simple, you used it just now. I digivolved because you gave the power to do it. Digivolved, you mean when you got bigger? Kuronoman nodded. He then looked up into the sky, confused. Both Naruto and Iruka turned their heads skywards to see what he was staring at. Up in the sky it appeared there was a crack in the sky and what looked like several shooting stars emerged from it. Alright, they're coming, Kuronoman said with a smile on his face. What do you mean, what's coming? Iruka asked. More Digimon. Kuronoman replied. This is going to be fun. The shooting stars fell towards the village and then suddenly vanished and reappeared in several different locations. One in the Uchiha district. Two in the Hyuga compound. One in the house of the Naras. One in the Yamanaka flower shop. One in an apartment building near the shopping district, and finally one in the Haruno house. Whilst this was going on, Naruto, Kuronoman and Iruka watched from their spot in the forest. Iruka then placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Well, come on, we need to report this to Lord Hokage. A devious smile appeared on his face. Then afterwards, what you two say we grab some ramen? The two orange-clad fighters let out a cheer, blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. So, what's ramen? Kuronoman asked. Naruto couldn't describe it any other way. This was paradise. Surrounding him were mountains and mountains of God's greatest gift to mankind, ramen. Naruto. Looking round, Naruto saw the one thing that was a greater sight than all the ramen in the world. Sakura wearing a very small, orange, bikini. Sakura, she walked towards him in a rather sexy manner, seized his head and captured his lips with hers in an extremely passionate and lustful kiss. Sakura, he managed to gasp out once the two of them came up of air. Naruto. There's something I need to tell you. Something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. The pinkette said in a rather husky tone. What? Naruto asked. There was a long silence before she opened her mouth to say something. Boing. Naruto stared at her in surprise. Boing? Just then the ground began shaking, the word, boing, echoing louder and louder. Naruto's eyes shot open and propping himself up on his elbows saw Kuronoman jumping up and down on his bed. Boing. 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 Boak. Naruto grabbed the chibi fire lion by the scruff of his neck and turned him round so they were face to face. What in the 7 levels of hell are you doing? Kuronoman stared back at him, a rather confused look on his furry face. Is this a trick question? Letting out an annoyed grunt, Naruto released his furry partner and looked over at the clock on his bedside. It read 6 a.m. There's a 6 a.m. now. Why were you jumping on my bed? Do you have any idea what time it is? Yeah, it's morning. Time for you to get up and feed me, the little monster replied enthusiastically. Muttering, Naruto got out of bed and headed for the fridge, opened it and took out one of the many bottles of milk that it contained and drained it. After washing it, he placed it on the kitchen counter and headed over to his bathroom. Since he was up, he might as well get ready for the day. Hey, wait a second. Where's the food? Kuronoman demanded. You stupid furball. Do you have any idea what you did? Naruto replied through the door. I was having the best dream ever. There was mountains of ramen and Sakura was wearing a very small bikini, and you had to go and wake me up just as it was getting to the good part. 10 minutes later, Naruto emerged from his bathroom dressed and ready, his new Hide-8 tied securely to his forehead, his weapons pouch stocked and his new digivice clipped to his belt. He was ready to face the day and any challenges it may bring. The only problem was that the ceremony that would doctor in the new genin wasn't for several hours. He then headed back over to the kitchen area and filled a pan with water and put it on the stove. Next came the one thing he hated the most in the whole world. Other than Sasuke. The 3 minutes it would take the water to boil. Is it done yet? Kuronoman asked 15 seconds after he'd put the water on. No, Naruto replied. How about now? Kuronoman asked 10 seconds later. Geez, will you be patient? Naruto said in a strict tone. I don't believe it, I'm the mature one for a change. Hey, don't snap at me. Why, if it weren't for me you wouldn't be here acting all high and mighty, Kuronoman pouted. High and mighty? Why you? I could have taken that guy by myself without you, Naruto retorted. Yeah right, you'd be a bloody smear of the ground right now if I hadn't stepped it, Kuronoman retorted.
Oh, you are so pissing me off. Naruto growled. Oh yeah, and just what are you gonna do about it, fox breath? Kuronoman taunted, getting into a fighting stance.
Don't push me, furball. Naruto retorted. The pair glared at one another, with anime lightning shooting from their eyes. However, before their argument to escalate there was a burst of bright light, and standing before them was a white cat-like creature with blue eyes and wearing yellow gloves with red stripes on its front paws. On her white and blue striped tail was a golden ring with some sort of text on it. Kuronoman stared at the creature with both shock and awe. No way, Gataman. Naruto shot the orange lion a confused look. Gataman? He then took out his Digivice and checked it. Gataman level. Champion attribute. Vaccine type, Exalted Beast Digimon. Attacks. Lightning Paw, Cat's Eye Hypnotism, Lightning Kick. The white cat Digimon stared at the pair. You two are pathetic, which is why I was sent here to get you in shape. Hey. Naruto retorted. We're doing just fine. Don't argue with me, kid. I was sent here by Ophanimon to get you and the rest of your new team ready for the upcoming battles. Gataman said in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto looked confused as he said, Ophanimon? Ophanimon is one of the 3 great angels, one of the most powerful beings in the digital world whose duty it is to protect it from evil, Kuronoman explained. Well, if she's as powerful as you say, then why do you need me exactly? Naruto asked. Idiot, it's not just you. Secondly, do not question the motives of Ophanimon. Gataman then leapt onto the table. Anyway, I've come a long way to be here and I'm hungry. Naruto let out a sigh. The water had just come to the boil, so he grabbed 3 cups of instant ramen and poured the water into them and took out 3 sets of chopsticks and set them on the table before grabbing another bottle of milk from the fridge and poured it into 3 glasses, setting one in front of his new house guests. They all said a quick, "Itadakimasu," then began eating. What is this stuff? Gataman asked as she eyed her ramen disapprovingly. It's ramen. You eat it, it's good, Naruto replied. Gataman shot the newly appointed shinobi a disapproving look before digging in. Naruto sighed as he thought, I wonder who else has been dragged into this mess. In another part of the village, Sakura was beginning to stir from her slumber. Blinking a few times, her eyes fell upon a small white, almost rabbit-like creature, with seemingly 2 sets of long ears and covered in crescent moon-shaped markings. As it lay next to her, at first glance anyone would have most likely thought it was some sort of stuffed animal, but at second glance they would have noticed its chest rising and falling. Sakura stared at the creature, memories of last night and how they came to meet still fresh in her mind. She was staring up at the night sky. She knew that tomorrow was going to be a big day and she would need her rest, but she was just too darn excited. I know I'm going to be on the same team as Sasuke-kun, I just know it. Just then she remembered said boy's hurtful words to her and Ino from that morning. I'm sure he didn't mean that, he probably just wanted to concentrate on passing. But once we're on the same team, I'll be able to show him just how awesome a ninja I am, and then he'll definitely fall in love with me. All my hard work is about to pay off. I mean, Sasuke-kun was always going to be the rookie of the year, so all I had to do was be the middle student and I was sure to be on the same team as him. I don't care who our third member is. That idiot Naruto failed again, and as long as it's not Ino Pig, nothing will stop me from claiming Sasuke-kun's heart. She almost squealed at the thought. However, it seemed more like she was trying to convince herself of this more than anything else. Letting out a contented sigh, she looked up at the stars above. It was then she noticed what appeared to be a crack in the sky, and from it what looked like several shooting stars emerged from it. What the? She couldn't be sure, but it looked as if one of those shooting stars was heading right for her. The orb of light was getting brighter and brighter with each passing second. Screw that, Sakura now knew that that shooting star or whatever it was heading straight for her. Just then the strange-looking orb of light vanished and seemingly reappeared inside her room. Sakura watched in both shock and wondered as it lowered itself onto her desk. Then when it touched down, the glowing died away, revealing 2 items. One was a rectangular black and red looking device with 4 red buttons, The other was a white egg with blue crescent moon patterns on it. Slowly her hand reached out and picked the device, surveying and turning it over. Just then the egg cracked and from the shell emerged the small rabbit-like creature. Just then the Pinkette heard a beeping noise coming from the digivice in her hand and looking at the screen saw information appear.
Lunamon. Level. Rookie. Attribute. Data. Type. Mammal Digimon.
Attacks. Luna Claw, Tear Shoot, Lop Ear Ripple. Just then the creature opened its eyes, its dark pink orbs meeting Sakura's green ones. Tell me, child, are you Sakura Haruno? The creature, that according to the weird thing in her hand was called Lunamon, asked. Sakura didn't say anything, merely nodding in reply. Lunamon smiled as it said, Greeting then, as you're aware I am Lunamon. I have been sent here to fight by your side as your Digimon partner. The rabbit-like creature then went on to tell her all about the digital world and how she's been selected as part of a group to defend both it and her own world from some great evil. At these words Sakura felt a mixture of feelings. On the one hand she was scared out of her mind, wondering what in the name of hell made whoever sent this little creature think that she could do anything to help. On the other, the annoying fangirl part, she was quite excited. If I do this then Sasuke-kun will definitely fall for me. A few hours later, Lunamon's eyes opened to the gleaming light of the sun. Morning. Sakura greeted her. Morning. Lunamon replied with a yawn. Sleep well? Sakura asked. Yeah, your bed's really comfy, Lunamon said sitting up. Just then the sound of a growl was heard, both of them blushed before letting out a giggle. Hungry? You stay there, I'll go and grab something from the kitchen. I imagine that now isn't the best time for my parents to meet you just yet. Sakura then slipped out of her room, closing the door behind her. In another part of town Sasuke was running through some drills. Around him the ground was littered with shuriken and kunai as he prepared himself for the trials he would go through from this day forward, each trial which would bring him one step closer to Itachi. He ran through some hand signs. Kaiten. Gukok Yu no Jutsu. Drawing chakra into his chest and quickly exhaling a stream of fire from his mouth which then formed a large fireball. Not bad kid, I'll tell y'all you got a real knack for destruction. Hearing a voice the Uchiha turned round and saw perched on a tree branch was a small two-legged creature with black fur and yellow eyes, wearing a blue cap with bat wings attached to it. He had met the creature last night when an orb of light had appeared in his room. It then changed into two items. One was a rectangular black and blue looking device with 4 blue buttons. The other was a black and blue egg which had hatched into this creature. The Digivice then displayed what appeared to be data on the creature. Demi-Divimon level. Rookie attribute. Virus type. Evil Digimon. Attacks. Demi-Dart, Bat Flutter, Evil Whisper letting out an indifferent grunt. Sasuke preformed the same hand seals again. Kaiten. Gukok Yu no Jutsu. In seconds the poor dummy that was receiving the brunt of his attacks was burned to cinders. All the same you don't want to overdo it kid, after all even the most bloodthirsty killers know not to wear themselves out without good cause. Demi-Divimon said, a sneer on his face. Breathing heavily Sasuke glared at the bat as it fluttered off. Although he would never give the little furball the satisfaction, he knew that he was right. Letting out another grunt he followed the bat creature inside. He would need to recover all the chakra he could. First would come the ceremony. He could care less about that. That would officially grant him and his classmates, and he used that word very loosely, the status of genin. After that would he begin his career as a shinobi, begin his path of vengeance. At the residence of a particular Nara family, Shikamaru lay on his back staring up at the clouds on top of his family's home. Sleeping him was a green amphibious creature with blue markings and a red fin on its back. In his hand was the same Digivice that Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke had, only his was black and green. He met this creature and acquired his Digivice last night during that strange light show, the device showing some information on the creature that had claimed Shikamaru's bed as his own. Betamon level. Rookie attribute. Virus type. Amphibian Digimon. Attacks. Electric Shock. Beta Slugger Betamon then went on to tell him various things, all of which the lazy Nara could sum up in one word: troublesome. In another part of the village, Ino was in her mother's greenhouse. Her mother had talked her into helping move some plants from out back into the store before she headed off to be with her other classmates. There was the sound of singing as she worked, and looking round she saw a creature with a green body and a pink head with 2 yellow leaves attached to a stem sticking out of its head. Attached to the piece of fabric around her waist, which the plate of her hite-aid was also attached to, was the same Digivice several members of her class possessed. Not that she knew, only hers was black and yellow. Lunamon level. Rookie attribute. Data type. Vegetation Digimon. Attacks. Seed Blast. Sing a song. Lala Screw. Exiting the greenhouse she had her way into the kitchen, passing the unconscious form of her father who was drooling on the floor. When she and Lalamon had come down that morning, her father had freaked out and attacked Lalamon with a kunai. Lalamon had began singing and he immediately fell asleep, and according to the bud-like creature wouldn't wake up for a while. Ino had quickly taken a liking to the Lalamon after that. Shino Aburame stood on the branch of a tree of the forest that his clan's home backed onto. From his vantage point he watched a large four-armed blue rhino beetle with a green eyes, red horns on its shell and a yellow scarf around its neck, which he had met last night. It was at this moment it was hefting large rocks that would be impossible for any single person, unless you were a certain blonde-haired Sanin, to lift. Underneath his trademark beige coat was a Digivice, however his was black and tan. Kokabuterimon level. Rookie attribute. Virus type, Insect Digimon. Attacks. Scoop Slash, Beetle Lariat. Quietly Shino was contemplating the bug's great strength.
The Aburame clan were not known for their direct combat, preferring to use their chakra-eating bugs to disable their opponents as well as their use of stealth.
If he could find a way to combine his clan's techniques with Kokabuterimon's physical strength, then it would give him a pretty decisive edge in battle. What was surprising, however, was the insect's gentle, almost passive nature, preferring to kind, peaceful solutions rather than fight. Whist Shino had to admire Kokabuterimon for this. He also knew he was going to receive a rather nasty shock. The ninja world had very little room for pacifists. Meanwhile, from her room in the Hyuga compound, Hinata was staring out the window watching as members of the clan went about their lives. Beside her was a strange light green creature that looked to be both plant and reptile. It had a large red flower petal covering its head with more growing out of its neck. Its hands were purple plants with a yellow stem growing out of them, and its feet appeared to be roots. Like Naruto and the others, she also posed a Digivice that was concealed in the weapons pouch under her coat. Hers was black and purple. Floramon level. Rookie attribute. Data type. Vegetation Digimon. Attacks. Rain of Pollen. Stamen Rope. Like her secret love and the others, she had acquired it and met Floramon last night when the strange lights appeared in the sky. Hinata found it easy to get along with the plant, reptile Digimon. The two were a lot alike, however Floramon was also supportive and encouraged the shy Hyuga girl to be her best. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga's private training ground, Hinata's cousin Neji was running through some drills. Opposing him was a gray bird with yellow eyes wearing a purple jacket. Both of them stood in a fighting pose. Neji-san, are you sure you want to go through with this? Very sure, Falcoman. If what you told me last night is true, then it appears fate has many challenges and we must be prepared, Neji replied. Falcoman had appeared in the Hyuga prodigy's life when his egg materialized along with a black and gray Digivice that was now located in his weapons pouch. Falcoman level. Rookie attribute. Vaccine type. Bird Digimon. Attacks. Scratch Smash, Ninja Blade, Firecracker Smokescreen. The two of them stood perfectly still, their eyes fixed on one another. Then without any warning the two of them burst into action, the two of them charging towards the other. Whilst Neji and Falcoman were having their epic battle, one of Neji's teammates was having a training session of her own. The panda-eared girl was in a forest clearing, kunai and shuriken littering the ground and embedded in the trees. Standing before was a short creature wearing kendo gear complete with the mask and kendo stick which it held at its right hand, whilst she herself was wielding a staff. She had met the small creature last night when he appeared her bedroom, along with a black and white Digivice that was stashed in her weapons pouch. Kodaman level. Rookie attribute. Data type. Reptile Digimon. Attacks. Fire Mask, Thundercoat. The two of them were gasping for breath, their weapons at the ready. I'll admit, when I first saw you I didn't think you were much, but I gotta admit you're quite the fighter. You're the best sparring partner I've ever had. Tenten told the small creature. Thanks, you're not bad yourself. Kodaman replied. Now get ready, the new genin are being inducted today and I know you want to show them how it's done. Tenten grinned as she said, well, what are you waiting for, let's do this. Time passed and soon enough it was time for the new genin to make their final trip to the academy that had been their place of learning since they were 7. Naruto was making one final check that he had all his equipment before heading off. Okay, I'm heading off now, he told the two Digimon who were seated on his moth-eaten old couch. I'll be heading over to the academy before heading over to the ceremony, after that we find out the team placements. I should be back in a couple of hours, after that we'll go see the old man. But till then you two stay here and wait for me to come back. Ah, but I want to go with you, Koronaman pouted whilst Gataman let out an annoyed grunt, clearly not liking being told what to do by someone she was supposed to have authority over. Letting out a sigh, Naruto headed over to the window and leapt out of it and began leaping from rooftop to rooftop, determined to be on time for once and find a good seat. The atmosphere inside the classroom was filled with a mixture of excitement and anticipation along with a touch of nervousness. After today they would begin their careers as shinobi of the village, however for the majority of the class that would never come to pass. Naruto had just entered the building and was running towards the classroom. He was just to open the door and enter when the screen of his Digivice lit up. Confused, Naruto unclipped it and stared at the screen when the glow increased just as mysteriously as it had started. What was that? Totally weird. Hey Naruto. Hearing his name, he looked round and saw Iruka walking towards him. Iruka-sensei, Naruto said as he looked at his scarred sensei. Iruka motioned for the two of them to head up onto the roof. How you holding up, kid? Iruka asked. Fine, I guess. Naruto replied. They then proceeded to tell Iruka about what had happened that morning, minus his dream about the ramen and sakura of course, as well as what had happened just now in the hall. I see, Iruka said, scratching his chin. That is quite puzzling. Sorry kid, but I'm afraid I have no answers for. This is something I've never had to deal with. Naruto looked downcast, but hey, I'm sure things will work out. I might not be able to find any answers, but I'm sure that you're fully capable of finding the answers yourself. I mean, you are the next Hokage, right? The elder man offered the blonde a comforting smile, which he responded to with his trademark foxy grin. Damn straight, Dadbeo. Iruka laughed. Come on, I think we've kept your classmates waiting long enough. The two of them then left the roof and headed back to the classroom together. The blonde Uzumaki then scanned the room for a seat, taking note that neither Sakura or Ino were sitting next to Sasuke, which was slightly odd, and found one next to Shino, which just happened to right behind Hinata. The Hyuga heiress glanced over at him quickly before letting out an eep, before turning away quickly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's her problem? Weirdo. Hey Iruka-sensei. What's the dead last doing here? One of the kids cried out. Yeah, he failed, and that fake Hite-8 isn't fooling anyone, another added. Naruto glowed at this. How could these bastards mock the Hite-8 that he had earned and that Iruka had given him? Actually, that Hite-8 is as real as the ones that you're all wearing, Iruka said firmly. Naruto took a special test last night and passed with flying colors. He made genin just like the rest of you. There was a murmur amongst the students, most of them wondering how a kid who couldn't even make a simple clone could have passed anything. A small majority silently happy for him that he had passed, but all of them curious to what kind of test that Naruto could have taken. Okay, everyone settle down, Iruka said. I'm gonna head over to the Hokage and find out if he's ready for us. You wait here until I get back. The Chunin teacher then disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the students to amuse themselves until he got back 10 minutes later. Alright, you little brats, get off your butts and line up outside. Chatter arose amongst most of the student body as they rose from their seats, with certain exceptions, Shino, Shikamaru and Sasuke, and headed towards the door. The whole of the Hidden Leaf village was calm. Its people went about their daily lives blissfully ignorant of forces at work that could destroy it. So this is it? A voice asked. Yes, our master has traced the signal to this places. He's definitely here somewhere, said a second. The first began sniffing the air as he said, I'm picking up a trace of his scent. It's not strong, but it is there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin the hunt. Back in the academy, Iruka's class were lined up in the hall waiting for their teacher to take them to the stadium where the ceremony would take place. Just then the screen of Naruto's Digivice lit up and bleeped a couple of times. Huh. Unclipping the device, Naruto looked at the screen and saw two flashing dots on it. What's all this about? Just then he remembered what Kuronoman had said last night. Kuronoman nodded, looked up into the sky, confused. Both Naruto and Iruka turned their heads skywards to see what he was staring at. Up in the sky it appeared there was a crack in the sky and what looked like several shooting stars emerged from it. Alright, they're coming, Kuronoman said with a smile on his face. What do you mean, what's coming? Iruka asked. More Digimon, Kuronoman replied. This is going to be fun. Naruto's eyes widened. Could this be what Kuronoman was talking about? Clipping the device back onto his belt, Naruto slipped out of the line and began running down the hall, encountering Iruka on the way. Naruto, where do you think you're going? Bathroom. Gotta go. Be really quick. Thanks, bye. Naruto replied as he dashed past. Well. Okay then. Iruka said to the spot where the blonde livewire had been seconds before. What neither Iruka nor Naruto knew was that the blonde Uzumaki's Digivice had caught the interest of several people. Naruto continued running and didn't slow down until he'd reached the bathroom and quickly entered, locking the door behind him. Concealed within the room, Naruto formed the crossed hand sign, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke a second Naruto appeared. Okay, you go with the rest of them to the stadium whilst I go get Kuronoman, the blonde told the clone. Hi Naruto-sama, the clone replied, giving him a salute before it made to leave. Wait, one more thing. The clone looked over its shoulder at the original. If something happens and I haven't arrived yet, I want you to protect the others, Naruto said firmly. Hi, the clone replied before leaving. After several minutes of waiting until he was certain the coast was clear, Naruto slipped out of the building and dashed towards his home where hopefully the Digimon were waiting for him. In the stadium, Sakura and the rest of her class were standing before a podium which Iruka was standing on. In front of table as several dozen scrolls that officially proclaimed them as genin. However, her thoughts were on what had transpired with Naruto in the hall. He has the same device I do. What did Lunamon call it again? Oh yeah, a digivice. Now that I think about it, Lunamon did mention that there would be others besides me chosen for whatever it is we're supposed to do, and how is it even possible for a doofus like him got chosen? I bet that blonde douchebag just found it lying on the ground. He probably has no idea what it is. Shano, came the response from inner Sakura. Sakura inwardly sighed at her inner's comments. She's had this inner self for as long as she could remember. She was completely different from Sakura. She was loud, brash, and a lot more emotional, as well as being accustomed to saying Shano at the end of every sentence. She looked over at said blonde who was standing not too far away from her. Just then the pinkette was snapped out of her thoughts when the Hokage appeared on the stage in a poof of smoke. The elderly man surveyed the crowd, spotting Naruto, or rather the clone of Naruto, and gave him a small smile before looking over at Iruka. A fine selection of students we have this year, you must be very proud of them. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Iruka replied. Shall we begin? Saroboy chuckled. Yes, let's not delay any longer. After all, they've all earned this. Whilst this was going on, Naruto was nearing his apartment. Come, just a little further. Fortunately, his window was still open, and jumping through it found Gatomon sitting on his couch whilst Kuronomon was in the kitchen jumping up and down in front of his fridge.
You're still here, thank Kami, Naruto said, gasping for breath. He then grabbed his digivice and threw at Gatomon.
I think we got trouble. The white cat Digimon stared at the screen before tossing it back to Naruto. Come on, we have no time to waste. Back in the stadium, Saroboy had made his way to the center of the podium and prepared to make his speech to the new genin before handing out their certificates. This is a momentous occasion, and to every one of you I say congratulations and be proud of yourselves. You've all earned the right to be here today. You have all taken your first steps in the long tradition of being shinobi of the Leaf Village. However, I warn you, do not take this position lightly. You may have achieved this level, but I must warn you, the road only gets tougher from here. But I look at you and I see the future of our village, and I can tell it is a bright future. Amongst you I see those who will go on to do great things, but to the others I say, do not be disheartened. We are all part of something that binds us all together. From the lowliest genin to Hokage himself, we are part of a single entity, the great family of Konoha, stronger as a whole than we ever were as individuals. Where does he get this crap from? Stronger as a single entity, what a complete load. Sasuke threw as he stood there looking up at the elderly man. Saroboy let out a chuckle, but enough of this. You didn't come here to hear an old man's rant. Let's get on with this. From the sleeve of his robe, Saroboy pulled out a scroll. He was about to read from it when a strange mist appeared out of nowhere surrounding the stadium. This caught everyone off guard, making them a little jumpy. What's going on? Where did this mist come from? Sakura wondered. Just then a howling sound was heard, and from out of the mist emerged two large wolf-like creatures, one with white fur and blue stripes and another which had blue fur, although this one looked similar to an Alaskan husky, with a pair of boxing gloves on its front paws with its claws sticking out of it, and its hind legs had tape on it as well as a red scarf around its neck. Just then two ninja appeared from out of nowhere and charged towards the two creatures, whilst another appeared behind Saroboy. Lord Hokage, get out of here, we'll deal with them, one of them said as he began running through hand signs, whilst the other drew several shurikens and hurled them at the creatures. The third then grabbed hold of the Sandaime and vanished using the Shunshin no Jutsu. Spiral blow. A tornado was unleashed from the jaws of the large husky-like creature that swept away both the incoming projectiles as well as the two ninja. The second let loose a loud snarl that made several of the gathered genin tremble, whilst others turned tail and ran. The beast then began walking towards Iruka, sniffing the air. That scent, it's all over you, the beast snarled. Now tell me, where is Kuronomon? A bead of sweat rolled down Iruka's face. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, the wolf snarled. I can smell him on you, which means that you've been in contact with him. Now tell me where he is. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. A large ball of flames struck the wolf in the head. Snarling, it shook the flames off and looking round saw Sasuke, who had just fired off his clan's signature jutsu. That was pathetic. Your flame is weak, the wolf creature snarled. Why don't I show you a real attack? Howling blaster. It then fired a concentrated beam of icy energy at the Uchiha, who managed to jump out of the way. However, the ground he had been standing on was completely frozen solid. Just then the blue and white husky creature appeared before him. Dash double claw. It swiped its claws in an X-shaped pattern, knocking the Uchiha out of the air and smashing him into the ground. The creature then reappeared on its front paws on Sasuke's chest. Insignificant worm, it snarled. The white wolf meanwhile had turned his attention back to Iruka. Now you human germ. Tell me where Kuronoman is and I might let you live long enough to see me tear these brats apart. Iruka quickly drew two kunai as he said, never, I might not be their teacher anymore but until they are placed on their teams I am still responsible for them, I will die before I let you harm them. Foolish bug. If you are so eager then I will grant your wish. The wolf snarled as it prepared to strike when something struck the back of its head. Snarling, the wolf looked round and saw the clone Naruto standing them, tossing a stone into the air and catching it again. Stay away from Iruka-sensei, you overgrown poodle, he ordered. Why little, you'll pay for that you lil snot, the wolf snarled. A sly-looking smirk appeared on Naruto's face as he said, yeah right, why don't you come here and show me dog breath? The wolf creature let loose a roar and charged towards Naruto. Naruto, no, Iruka cried out. His instinct was to try and save the blonde, however he knew he'd never reach him in time. Then, to make matters worse, from out of nowhere the blue and white husky creature appeared behind Naruto. Hey, who says you get to have all the fun, it said, an evil look in its eyes. Howling blaster. Spiral blow. The two canine creatures launched their attacks, both stuck Naruto, who then changed into a puff of smoke, catching everyone who was present by surprise. A clone. But wait, normal clones aren't capable of touching anything solid. Shikamaru thought to himself. That could only mean a Kage Bunshin. A what? Ino said, confused. A Kage Bushin, or shadow clone. Unlike regular clones that have no substance, when shadow clones are created the user distributes his chakra evenly among them, which creates a real copy with form and substance. The clone has access to any jutsu the user knows. And from what I hear, when the clone is dispersed, any new knowledge it has gained is passed back to its creator. Shikamaru explained. But that's B-rank jutsu, beyond anything an academy student is supposed to be able to do. So saying Naruto mastered a B-rank jutsu, well, looks like we now know what kind of test he took last night, Shoji said in an impressed tone. Not too far from them Sasuke had overheard them, and he couldn't believe his ears. How could a fool like Naruto master a B-rank level jutsu? It's impossible. It wasn't just the students who were surprised, the two wolf creatures were also stunned. What just happened? The blue and white husky said, clearly shocked. It's a human trick. It then turned back to Iruka. I tire of these games. Tell me where Kuronoman is. Just then a voice from out of seemingly nowhere was heard. Hey Mutt, you're talking to the wrong guy. I know exactly where Kuronoman is. The two wolf-like creatures looked around to find the source of the voice but could see nothing. Where are you? The white and blue one cried out. Over here, dog breath. The two creatures looked round, and standing on the railing of the balcony of the waiting area they saw Naruto, Iruka said in a breathless whisper. Naruto then leapt off and landed on the ground. Beside him was a small orange lion with a flame on its forehead. Hey guys, here you've been looking for me. Well, here I am. Let's begin the fun, shall we? Kuronoman said in a cocky tone. Unbeknown to anyone, someone else had sensed the danger was making their way towards the stadium. Lunamon was leaping rooftop to rooftop in a desperate bid to make it to her partner. Please hold on, Sakura. I promise that I will protect you from any danger. That is my promise as both your guardian and as your partner. Naruto was looking over the two wolf-like creature. Quickly he reached for his Digivice and unclipped it. Alrighty, let's see who we got. Geruruman level. Champion attribute. Data type, Animal Digimon. Attacks. Howling Blaster, Slamming Attack, Sub-Zero Ice Fang, Ice Wall. Gaugaimon level. Champion attribute. Data type, Beast Digimon. Attacks. Spiral Blow and Dash Double Claw. I'd say we've got some interesting competition this time, Naruto said to his partner. So it seems, Kuronoman said, taking a few steps forward. He then looked over at Naruto and gave him a sly grin. Why don't these guys our little party trick? Sounds good. Naruto replied. The blonde then snapped his fingers and a cloud of chakra, although this time it was orange, appeared around him. A similar chakra cloud appeared around Kuronoman. Focusing it into his hand and slammed it onto his Digivice. Chakra Bust, Full Charge. CORONAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Pheromone. Like the previous night, Kuronoman's body then emitted a bright light and was replaced by Pheromone. All the gathered genin stared in both amazement and confusion, wondering how on earth Naruto had achieved this, and Sakura and the others wondering if their partners could do this as well. Up in the cage's box, unseen by anyone else, Gatomon was watching as events unfurled. Okay, you two, show me what you got. Hey Iruka-sensei, Naruto cried out to his former teacher, get everyone out of here, me and Pheromone will handle this. Right. Iruka then jumped off of the stage and ran towards the other genin. Okay everyone, The moment I see an opportunity we're gonna head straight out of here. The scared Chunin glanced back at Naruto and Pheromon. Okay, you two, it's all up to you now. Both Geruruman and Goagamon glared at Pheromon. Pheromon, we're giving you one chance. Return to the digital world with us and face your punishment, and our lord might just be lenient with you, Geruruman offered. Thanks for the offer, but I think I'll stay where I am. I kinda like it here, Pheromon replied. What's it talking about? Naruto asked. Long story, I'll tell you about it later, Pheromon replied with a grin. Geruruman said, very well then traitor, then prepare to be deleted. The two of them then charged towards Pheromon, who told Naruto to climb onto his back, and he prepared to engage the two wolf-like Digimon. Howling Blaster. Spiral Blow. The two of them launched their attacks and Naruto formed a hand sign saying, Kage Bushin no Jutsu.
Instantly two prefect copies of himself and Pheromon appeared and took both attacks head-on, leaving the original unscathed.
Claw. Flames wrapped itself around one of Phyramon's front legs, which he then used to strike out at Geruruman, knocking him to the ground. Double Dash Claw. Goagamon once more lashed out with his claw attack, swiping at Pheromon, knocking him backwards and knocking Naruto off his back. You alright? Pheromon asked. Oh yeah, I'm great, Naruto replied. The two of them heard a growl and looked around, saw Goagamon charging towards them. Dip. Quickly Pheromon grabbed the back of Naruto's collar with his jaws and threw him onto his back. Bomb. The flame on his head began burning more intensely. Then with a great swing of his head several fiery orbs were unleashed that struck Goagamon and detonated, knocking the creature back down. Watching from the sidelines, Iruka decided that with Pheromon engaging Goagamon and Geruruman seemingly down for the count, now would be the opportune time to get everyone out safely. Okay everyone, this is it. Everyone please make your way to the exit as quickly and quietly as you can. He quickly made some clones and used them to direct his former students towards the exit. Looking round, Iruka saw Sasuke, his eyes still on the battle, a look of pure hate on his face. Sasuke, come on. We have to leave, it's not safe here. Sasuke neither said anything nor did he move, he just kept staring at the fight. Iruka tried calling out to the Uchiha several times but to no avail. Alright, you want to do this the hard way, we'll do it the hard way. Iruka then chopped Sasuke on the back of the neck, rendering him unconscious, and threw him over his shoulder and went to join the others. Geruruman let out a grunt as he regained his senses. Damn it. Just then something in the corner caught his attention and he saw the new genin as well as Iruka heading towards the exit, a fiendish idea forming in his mind. Well, if the traitor has sided with humans, then they should no doubt also be his weakness as well. Getting to his feet, he began running towards them. Iruka, with the unconscious Sasuke slung over his shoulder, was at the back of the group of children, making sure they got out safely. Beside him was Sakura, who was no doubt worried about Sasuke. They were almost at the door when Sakura's foot caught something, sending her falling to the ground, her digivice falling out of her weapons. Iruka had just made it through the doorway when he realizes the pink-haired girl was no longer beside him. Skidding to a halt, he looked round and saw not only Sakura lying on the ground but something else that made his blood run cold, Geruruman, who had been charging towards her. Sakura, look out, he cried. Sakura looked up at him, unsure of his warning. Looking over her shoulder, she saw Geruruman overhead, which resulted with her letting out a terrified scream. Sakura-chan. Howling Blaster. The wolf Digimon launched his signature attack. Sakura got as low as she could and used her arms to shield her head, whilst all Iruka could do was heap backwards to avoid the attack, which created a barrier of ice sealing off the door. Sakura rolled over before rising on to her knees and saw Geruruman slowly walking towards her. You know something, I'm feeling a little peckish and you look like quite a tasty morsel, he said, flashing his teeth and licking his lips, his pace becoming quicker till it became a full run towards her. Unable to watch, Sakura closed her eyes and covered her face with her arm and waited for the seemingly inevitable of Geruruman's teeth tearing into her flesh. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Slowly Sakura uncovered her head and opened her eyes. Before her was Geruruman being held back by a dozen Narutos, whilst the real Naruto was standing before her between the creature's jaws, trying to pry them apart, one of Geruruman's fangs digging into his shoulder and another into his side. Hey there, Sakura-chan, he said before coughing several times and blood spilled from his mouth. Sakura stared at the blonde. Why had he risked his life for her? In all the time she'd known him, she had never done anything that would merit such a thing. Hell, she's never even said a kind word when he greeted her every single morning. So why had he saved her, when it would have been so easy to just leave her to die? Naruto. Why? Are you okay? Naruto asked, more blood seeping from his mouth and wounds. Sakura couldn't believe it. She wanted to scream at him. Even now, caught between the jaws of some monster and covered in blood and no doubt in a great deal of pain, all he could think about was her. Not being able to find any words, all she could do was nod and rely. Naruto smiled. Okay, that's good to hear. Just then Garuruman removed his jaws from around the young ninja's body, letting blood flow freely now, and the clones that were holding him back vanished. Naruto tried taking a few steps forwards, all the time swaying like a leaf in the wind, before losing consciousness and fell forward and was caught by Sakura. Naruto. Naruto, say something. Garuruman stared at the two of them. Why did that human get in my way? Never mind, they can both die together. He was about to pounce on them when Pheromon appeared and tackled him to the ground. Sakura couldn't explain it, but holding Naruto in her arms she felt something warm pass over her. It was then she saw it, a veil of red chakra wrapped around them like a protective cloak. Sakura. The pinkette heard her name called and looking to see her Lunamon standing beside her holding her Digivice. Lunamon. Sakura, there's no time. Use the chakra burst, Lunamon told her. Chakra burst. Sakura replied. Right, focus that cloud around you into your hand, then channel it into you Digivice, then I can digivolve and I can fight too, Lunamon told her. Sakura stared at the rabbit-like creature, the doubts she'd had last night when Lunamon had first told her about this returning. Geez, would you listen to yourself? You sound like one of those wussy little girls that always needs to be rescued. Pull your head out of your ass and do something, came the voice of her inner self. But I can't do this, I'm no one special, I'm not like Sasuke-kun, hell. Even Ino Pig is more special than I am. I can't do anything. Now cut that out, her inner snapped. Naruto risked his life for you, and if you do nothing then he might die and it will all be for nothing. Maybe you aren't as special as Sasuke or Ino, but guess what, they aren't here and you are. Today you have become a ninja of this village, now stop moping and start acting like it. Those words struck a chord with Sakura. Her inner was right, she was no longer a child, she was a ninja in serves to Konohagakure no Sato. Setting Naruto on the ground and took her Digivice from Lunamon. Okay, let's do this. She glanced over at the unconscious form of Naruto. Naruto, thank you, now let me return the favor by saving you. She then mimicked the movement that Naruto had made, focusing the chakra around her into her hand and slammed it onto her Digivice. Chakra burst, full charge. The same red cloud appeared around Lunamon and engulfed her. Lunamon. Digivolve2. Lekisman. Lunamon's body then emitted a bright light. Then before everyone's eyes she grew much larger, standing around 5 foot tall. Her body regained its white fur and yellow crescent moon symbols. She wore dark blue armor on her chest and shoulders, as well as a metal plate with a crescent moon that was attached to a metal trap around her shoulders. From her back extended 6 dark blue tendrils, and the top part her head was covered by a mask that had large gaps in revealing her pink eyes, that was tied together by a pink ribbon, and on her hands she had black gloves that had a yellow crescent moon on them. Sakura couldn't help but stare in awe of this creature who had looked to combine an elegance as well as strength. Lunamon? The rabbit warrior looked at her and gave her a small smile. Check your Digivice. Still a little overwhelmed, Sakura looked at the screen of her Digivice and that the information on the new Digimon had appeared. Lekisman level. Champion attribute. Data type. Beastman Digimon. Attacks. Moon Knight Bomb, Tear Arrow, Moon Knight Kick. From over to the side where he was fighting Garuruman, Pheromon glanced over and a small smirk spread across his face seeing Lekisman. Spotting Goagamon preparing to attack, Lekisman got into a fighting stance. Sakura, stay back and watch over Naruto, I will deal with him, she told her before surging forward. Her speed was something Sakura had never seen before. Spiral Blow. Goagamon launched his wind-based attack at Lekisman, who leapt into the air to avoid it. My turn, Pooch, Moon Kick. Lekisman then descended towards Goagamon at tremendous speed and delivered a mighty kick to his face which sent him crashing into the ground. Don't tell me you're done yet, Pooch, the fun's just starting, Lekisman told Goagamon as she wrenched him off the ground and unleashed a devastating punch that sent him flying into the tree and uprooting it. From the side, Sakura watched the battle in awe, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Then from out of nowhere a mini tornado of leaves appeared before her, and from it appeared a man dressed in a standard Junin gear. The lower part of his face was covered by a mask whilst his hite-aid was pulled over his left eye. However, the man's most striking feature was his long spiky silver hair that somehow defied the planet's gravity. Yo. He then knelt down and began checking Naruto. Damn, this kid sure took a nasty one. He's lost a lot of blood and no doubt in a good deal of pain. His wounds, however, have already healed. The fox's work no less. Excuse me, mister, but is he all right? Sakura asked, hoping the man knew what he was doing. The man glanced up at her and offered her a reassuring smile, not that she could tell, of course. Don't worry, he's gonna fine. Just then Lekisman and Pheromon appeared either side of them, poised ready to attack. Wait, stop, it's okay. He's a Junin, He's just checking to make sure Naruto's okay, Sakura told them. Oh. Is he alright? Pheromon asked, to which the Junin looked over at him and nodded. Just then a growling was heard and the trio saw Garurumon and Goagemon getting back up. The Junin's visible eye narrowed. Quick as a flash he grabbed Naruto and lifted the unconscious boy over his shoulders and grabbed hold of Sakura and pulled her close to her. Listen you two, I'll get Sakura and Naruto to safety and you two can deal with them, he told the two Digimon before he shunshined away, taking the two children with him. He needn't have bothered, this isn't going to take much longer, Pheromon told Lekisman. True, but at least now we won't have to worry about them and I can go all out on these two, the rabbit warrior replied. Fine, but I get dibs of Garurumon. He'll pay for harming Naruto, Pheromon said firmly. The two said nothing more to one another, they then began running towards the two wolf-like Digimon. Pheromon spread his wings and leapt into the air, taking flight. Flame dive. Flames appeared out nowhere and wound itself around Phyramon's whole body. He then dived towards the ground, the flames trailing behind him like a comet's tail. Howling Blaster. Garurumon fired his ice-based attack, which collided with Pheromon. For a moment it seemed that the attack was holding back the burning winged lion, however the flames then began burning even more ferociously, shattering Garurumon's attack and hurtled towards him with even greater speed. The burning form of Pheromon slammed into Garurumon, creating a large cloud of dust, sound and flames, and when it died Pheromon was all that remained, let out a loud fear-inspiring roar. Meanwhile Lekisman was engaged with Goagemon, Moon Night Bomb. The two crescent moon symbols on Lekisman's gloves glowed and a water bubble appeared between her hands. She then launched the bubble at Goagemon, who instantly began to feel very sleepy. This ends now, Goagemon. I won't allow to pose a threat to this world anymore, Lekisman said sternly. Tear Arrow. The tendrils on her back began glowing and from each of them emerged a beam of energy that came together before her as an orb. The orb then fired itself, transforming into an arrow that looked to be made of ice. The arrow pierced Gogamon's chest, reverting his body to data shards. Whilst the battle was going on, the outside the stadium was pandemonium. Saroboy stood watching the frozen entrance to the stadium with Iruka standing next to him, whilst several shinobi were performing tasks ranging from crowd control to keeping watch for any sign of getting in. Just then the silver-haired Junin shunshined in, appearing before Sarutobi. Here they are, Hokage-sama. I recovered both of them, he told him in a lazy tone. Saroboy nodded. Thank you. Good work, Kakashi. The one-eyes Junin nodded before handing Naruto over to Iruka. I believe it would be best to get him to the hospital. His wounds are already healed, but it's clear he's lost a lot of blood. I agree. Tell me, how did this happen? Saroboy asked. I believe it would be best to ask Ms. Haruno about that, Kakashi replied, indicating to the Pinkette standing just behind him. Just then the mist that was surrounding the area around them vanished. There was then a loud boom and the ice covering the entrance to the stadium shattered, and from it emerged Pheromon and Lekisman walking towards them. Several of the gathered shinobi prepared to engage the two Digimon. Stop, it's all right. They're not dangerous, Saroboy said sternly. Whilst several of them were a little hesitant, they all obeyed his orders. Lekisman walked over to Sakura and reverted back to Lunamon and leapt into her arms. Sakura, I'm glad to see you're all right, the rabbit-like Digimon told her. Thanks, Lunamon, it's all thanks to you, Sakura replied. Well, I must say for your first battle it wasn't too bad, could have been a lot better through, said a voice. Looking round, Sarutobi, Iruka, Kakashi, Sakura, as well as the two Digimon, saw Gatomon walking towards them. You're Gatomon, aren't you? Iruka said, recognizing her from Naruto's description. Gatomon nodded. Yep, and I'm guessing the old guy in the middle is Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage. The three men were quite shocked at the white cat's words. That is correct, Sarutobi replied, which caused a small smirk to appear on Gatomon's face. Good. I am Gatomon and I have been sent here by the will of my mistress, Ophanimon, she said, bowing respectably. Lord Hokage, we have much to discuss. I have come to warn you terrible dangers threaten both our worlds. Sarutobi looked into the white cat's eyes and he could tell she was deadly serious. Very well, he then turned to Iruka. Iruka, would you please take Naruto to the hospital where he can rest? I think it's also wise to postpone the team placements until tomorrow. I believe everyone's had enough excitement for one day. Yes, right away, Lord Hokage. Iruka replied. He then lifted Naruto onto his back and began making his way towards the hospital, accompanied by Pheromon. Sarutobi then looked at Sakura, who was staring after Iruka carrying Naruto. It was clear to him that no doubt something had happened inside the stadium that had warranted such concern about the blonde. Trying to reassure her, he knelt down till he was eye level with her and placed his hands on her shoulders. Don't worry, Sakura. Naruto will be fine, no matter what, he always bounces back, he told her, offering her a small smile. That said, he got up and looked over at Kakashi. Kakashi, would you take Sakura home please? Kakashi nodded. He then placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder and the two began walking away. Soon the two of them had vanished amongst the crowd that had gathered and had begun to disperse. Sarutobi's face grew solemn and turned to Gatomon. Come, let's go to my office, as you say we have much to talk about. It had been 12 hours since the disastrous Genin ceremony and all the new Genin had gone home. It was now dark and Sasuke was lying on his back staring up at the stars, kunai and shuriken littering the ground around him as he contemplated the day's events. Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu. Great fireball technique. A large ball of flames struck the wolf in the head. Snarling, it shook the flames off and looking round saw Sasuke, who had just fired off his clan's signature jutsu. That was pathetic. Your flame is weak. Garurumon snarled. Why don't I show you a real attack? Howling blaster. It then fired a concentrated beam of icy energy at the Uchiha, who managed to jump out of the way. However, the ground he had been standing on was completely frozen solid. Just then Goagemon appeared before him. Double claw. It swiped its claws in an X-shaped pattern, knocking the Uchiha out of the air and smashing him into the ground. The creature then reappeared, won its front paws on Sasuke's chest. Insignificant worm, it snarled. A cage bushin. Shikamaru said to himself. A what? Ino asked. A cage bushin, or shadow clone. Unlike regular clones that have no substance, when shadow clones are created the user distributes his chakra evenly among them, which creates a real copy with form and substance. The clone has access to any jutsu the user knows. And from what I hear, when the clone is dispersed, any new knowledge it has gained is passed back to its creator. Shikamaru explained. But that's B-rank jutsu, beyond anything an academy student is supposed to be able to do. So saying Naruto mastered a B-rank jutsu, well, looks like we now know what kind of test he took last night, Shoji said in an impressed tone. I'd say we've got some interesting competition this time, Naruto said to his partner. So it seems. Kuronomon said, taking a few steps forward. He then looked over at Naruto and gave him a sly grin. Why don't these guys our little party trick? Sounds good. Naruto replied. The blonde then snapped his fingers and an orange chakra could appear around him. A similar chakra cloud appeared around Kuronomon. Focusing it into his hand and slammed it onto his digivice. Chakra bust. Full charge. CORONAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Pheromone. Sasuke let out a snarl as he sat up. He was an Uchiha, the strongest clan in the village, and he had been brushed aside as if he were nothing but an annoyance. The Dobi had not only pulled off a B-rank jutsu, he also had a Digimon partner and had been able to make it even more powerful. Hey kid, what's crackin'? Looking round, Sasuke saw Demi-Devimon fluttering there. Heard what happened earlier. Too bad you encountered Garurumon and Goagemon right of the bat. Sasuke glared at the small bat Digimon, then asked, Are you more powerful than Kuronomon? No, not yet. Demi-Devimon told him. Sasuke regarded the small bat-like creature with a cold look before walking back towards his home. Demi-Devimon watched the Uchiha as he walked away, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Power-hungry and arrogant. This will be easier than I thought. Night passed and morning came, and the village's inhabitants made their preparations to face another day. Naruto was sitting up in his bed eating the food the staff had brought him. Kuronomon and Gatomon at his bedside, Kuronomon begging his partner for some of his food whilst Gatomon rolled her eyes at the pair. Just then the door opened and Iruka entered. Iruka-sensei said cheerfully. Morning, Naruto. The tanned man replied. How are you feeling? Great, sensei. Naruto replied before scarfing down the last of his meal. Iruka shook his head. Well, I was going to treat you to some ramen before the team selection, but I see you've already eaten. Immediately Naruto leapt out of bed and ran about the room looking for his clothes. No, I can go for ramen. Just give me a second to get my things together. Iruka and Kuronomon's sweat dropped whilst Gatomon shook her head. It didn't take long for Naruto to gather his belongings together and be discharged, and 10 minutes later the two humans and two Digimon were seated at Ichiraku enjoying a bowl of ramen. Naruto. Sakura told me what you did for her yesterday, Iruka said before slurping down some more noodles. That was a very brave thing to do, however it was also a rather stupid to do. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, well, sometimes you gotta put yourself on the line to help to people in need. Iruka smiled. He could see the passion burning within his eyes, a desire to protect the people of this village, a quality that the other members of his class lacked. The four of them had just finished their meal when two more bowls of ramen were placed in front of Gatomon and Kuronomon. Hey Tuchi-san, what's with those extra bowls of ramen? One didn't order those, Iruka asked. I know, but Ayame-chan rustled them up for your little friends here, the stand's owner replied. Just then his daughter stuck her head out from the kitchen. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it, they're just so cute, she said before letting out a girlish squeal and blushing, then vanished back into the kitchen. Hey, what about us? Don't we get something too? Naruto demanded. Tucci scratched his chin. Okay then. He then took a piece of paper and placed it in front of Iruka. You can have your bill. Both Naruto and Iruka did an anime trip. Soon the foursome's business was concluded at the ramen stand and the two humans were walking down the street whilst the two Digimon had taken to the rooftop. Just then Naruto caught sight of a certain pink-haired Kunoichi. Hey, Sakura, he yelled out. Hearing her name called, Sakura looked round and saw Naruto and Iruka walking towards her. Oh, hey Naruto, Iruka-sensei. Just then several blurs appeared and Lunamon was at Sakura's side and Kuronomon was at Naruto's. Hey there Lunamon. Kuronomon greeted his opposite, flashing her a version of Naruto's foxy grin. Lunamon gave him a small wave and hid herself behind Sakura's leg. Morning Sakura, so how are you feeling today? Iruka asked. Well, the honest, a little nervous, Sakura told him. That's understandable. Today you find out what genin team you'll be placed on. Iruka replied, offering her a warm smile. Well, I better be going. There's a few things I need to do before you all arrive. He then shunshined away, leaving Nato, Sakura, Kuronomon and Lunamon by themselves. The party stood there in silence, staring at one another, neither one make any movements for several minutes. Naruto, about yesterday. Sakura said, finally breaking the silence. I just want to say thank you for saving me from that creature. Hey, no worries, it was no big deal. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. Just then Sakura slapped him. No big deal, no big deal. Naruto, you could have been killed and you brush it off as if it was nothing. Sakura cried out. Don't you know how worried I was about you? You threw yourself in harm's way without a second thought and ended up in hospital because of it. Naruto stared at her in surprise. She was worried about me. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, he replied. He then picked himself off the ground and flashed her a grin. You know, if you want, maybe after the team selection we could grab some. Just then Sakura interrupted him. Naruto, it's not that I don't appreciate what you did, but you have to realize that this doesn't change anything between us. I love Sasuke-kun, and I'm determined to win his heart. Naruto's grin faded. Oh, I see. Just then a small smile appeared on his face and he offered his hand to her. Well, could we at least be friends? Sakura stared at Naruto's outstretched hand, a little shocked at his proposal. The truth was she didn't have any friends, not since she and Ino had parted ways due to a certain Uchiha. Sure, she had people she talked to, but she was certain that not one of them wouldn't ditch her at their first opportunity, and it was a thought that made her realize just how lonely she was. She then remembered all the times that the blonde before her would try to cheer her up whenever Sasuke had shot her down, and, although she would never say so, there were times when she found his pranks amusing. Smiling, Sakura took hold of Naruto's hand. Friends, sounds good. The two of them headed towards the academy building, many people staring at them suspiciously when they entered the room together, as well as the two of them sitting next to one another. Just then Iruka entered the room. Alright, you little brats, shut up and settle down, he yelled as he made his way to the front of the room. His eyes scanned the room and smiled briefly at the sight of Naruto and Sakura sitting together. Okay everyone, as of today you are now fully fledged shinobi. However, amongst the rank you are the lowest, your greatest challenges lie ahead. You will all be split into teams of 3 under the guidance of a Jonin sensei. He explained, his words resulting in different thought passing through his former student's head. 3-man cells, sounds like too many, was Sasuke's thoughts. I knew it, now I'll definitely be on the same team as Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought, suppressing the urge to squeal out loud. As long as I'm on the same team as Sakura, I don't mind who the third is, maybe Kiba or Choji or Shikamaru. As long as that emo prick Sasuke. Naruto thought offhandedly. Iruka then announced who was on each squad as well as the name of their Jonin teachers. Soon the senseis for all the different teams arrived to pick up their new squads until Team 7 were the only ones left. And so they waited. Half an hour passed. And another. And another. And another. And another. Finally, after 3 hours of waiting, Naruto let out an annoyed groan. Where the hell is this guy? We're the only team left whose sensei hasn't shown up. Even Iruka-sensei is gone. Just then there was a tapping sound coming from the window, and looking round, the 3 genin saw Kuronomon and Lunamon on the other side of the glass. Naruto ran over to it and opened it for them. What are you guys doing here? He asked. Came to see if you finished yet. I gotta tell y'all, it kinda boring waiting for you. Kuronomon informed Naruto as he and Lunamon jumped off the windowsill and into the classroom. So are you done here or what? You kidding? The guy who's supposed to be training us isn't even here yet, Naruto said, his clear annoyance in his voice. Would you keep it down? Some of us are trying to nap here. A voice said. Looking around, Naruto, Sakura and their partners saw no one. Just then a fluttering of wings was heard and from the rafters emerged a small bat-like creature and landed on Sasuke's shoulder. Both Kuronomon and Lunamon glared at it whilst Naruto and Sakura stared at it in shock. Wow! Sasuke's got a Digimon too, Naruto thought, surprised. Sasuke-kun's got a Digimon. It's a sign, we were meant to be. Sakura squealed inside her head. So what kind of Digimon is that? The pinkhead asked her partner. It's a Demi-Devimon. Lunamon told her, having those things around is never a good thing. Ah Lunamon, that hurts coming from a fellow creature of the night. Demi-Devimon said in a mock-hurt tone. You and I are nothing alike. Lunamon replied. So Naruto, who's Mr. Sunshine over there? Kuronomon asked. That's Sasuke, he the third member of our squad, Naruto replied. So, that's the Sasuke-kun you were telling me about, Lunamon said to Sakura. Yeah, isn't he so cool? Sakura said in a dreamy voice whilst Naruto made a gagging sound. Kuronomon and Lunamon glanced at one another before answering at the same time, no. This resulted in Sakura doing an anime trip. What do you mean no? He's emo. Emo is not cool, Kuronomon said, matter-of-factly. Besides, it looks like he took a chicken, dyed it black and stuck it on his head. Naruto couldn't help it anymore. He fell about laughing uncontrollably whilst Sakura stared on wide eyes and mouth hanging loosely. Well, isn't this a jolly group? Hearing a voice, everyone looked round and saw leaning in the doorway was the Jonin who had saved Naruto and Sakura the other day. Yo! He said, giving them a lazy wave. You're late. Sakura yelled at the man who regarded them with a rather uninterested look. Sorry, I had to help an old lady across the street. Naruto's sweat dropped. That is the most pathetic excuse I have ever heard. The gray-haired man sighed. Just meet me on the roof. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Quickly the new Team 7 hurried up to the roof where they found their instructor waiting for them. Well, since we're all here, why don't we get things started by each of us tell us something about ourselves? Your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and future goals, that kind of stuff. He told them once they were all seated. Well, why don't you go first, sensei? I mean, you're pretty much a total stranger to us, Sakura suggested. I guess that would be a good way to kick off. Alright, my name is Kakashi Hitaki. I'm the kind of guy who doesn't talk about his likes or dislikes. My dreams for the future are really none of your business, and well, my hobbies, let's just say they aren't for children. Naruto voiced the Genin's thoughts. Wow, so all we really know about you is your name. Moving on. Kakashi said, pretending he hadn't heard Naruto's remark. Why don't you go next, Blondie? Fine. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My likes are ramen, particular the stuff from Ichiraku and training. I also like Tuchi-ji-san, Ayami Nichan and Sarutobi-ji-san and my friends. I dislike bullies and arrogant bastards from clans who think they're better than everyone else. Glares at Sasuke. As well as the 3 minutes it takes to cook instant ramen. My dream is to be Hokage. My partner here is Kuronomon. Naruto said, pumping his fists at the end of his speech. Kakashi let out a small chuckle. A kid with a loud mouth and a big dream. Ought to be young again. How about the young lady next? His one eye locking on her. Oh, well, I'm Sakura Haruno. My likes are. Looks at Sasuke and blushes. My dream as well. Looks towards Sasuke again and blushes even deeper while giggling. And I dislike Ino Pig. My partner is Lunamon. Humph, she's annoying. Sasuke didn't even respond to the obvious display of affection. She is going to need a lot of work. According to her file, she's got excellent chakra control, but her reserves are pathetic. Not much in physical conditioning and most likely knows nothing beyond the academy basics. What is it that Nara kid is always saying? Oh yeah, troublesome. Kakashi mentally sighed. And finally we have Mr. Sunshine over there. Kakashi said, looking toward his team's final member. Sasuke Uchiha. There is almost nothing I like and almost everything else I dislike. My partner is Demi-Devimon. I have no dreams. I will restore my clan and kill someone I truly hate, Sasuke said bluntly. Sasuke is so cool, Sakura thought, a light blush appearing. You mean all the girls in class were drooling over this potential psycho? Naruto thought, a little freaked out about his teammate's answer. I thought so. Most likely training himself in Uchiha combat methods, although how good he is at them I can only guess till testing him fully, Kakashi thought. Okay, now that's out of the way, we can get down to business, Kakashi said. Before we do anything, I want all of you to form the Ram Seal and summon up your chakra. What will that prove? Sasuke asked. It will allow me to get a measure of your abilities, which will help me see what areas I can work on with you. Kakashi replied, and since you asked, you can go first, Sasuke. Sasuke let out an annoyed grunt whilst Naruto and Kuronomon snickered. Getting up, he walked forward a few paces before forming the familiar hand sign. A few seconds later, an almost translucent blue mist appeared swirling around Sasuke, kicking up various small items off the ground such as dirt, dead leaves and small stones. Not bad. His levels of chakra are above that of your average academy graduate, however his control over it isn't as efficient as it could be, but it's nothing we can't fix with the proper exercises. Kakashi though whilst analyzing his student. Okay, that's enough. The swirling chakra around Sasuke vanished and he sat down. Okay, Sakura, you're up next. Getting up, Sakura walked over to the same spot Sasuke had been in a few moments ago and did the same thing he did. A similar blue mist appeared swirling around her, but what caught Kakashi off guard was that she was producing more chakra than he expected. What is this? From the looks of things, she's producing double the amount of chakra than what her file said she could. But that's impossible. It shouldn't be possible to double a person's chakra pool overnight. Just then he recalled what happened in the stadium yesterday. As crazy as it sounds, could she have somehow absorbed some Naruto's chakra? Well, however she did it, she still has the less chakra than Sasuke. However, as expected, her control over it is exceptional. Okay Sakura, very good, you can stop now. Sakura returned to her seat. Okay Naruto, it's your turn.
Enthusiastically Naruto jumped to his feet and did the same thing his teammates did. For a full minute nothing happened, but then the telltale swirl around his feet appeared and the familiar mist began to swirl around him, slowly at first but quickly got faster and more dense. From the sidelines, Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi stared on in disbelief.
So much chakra, and it just keeps building, thought Sakura. Impossible. How could someone like him have all that chakra? It easily surpasses my own. Sasuke inwardly growled. Having all that chakra, it's easy to see how creating a simple Bushin for him was so difficult, but mastering Kage Bushin was so easy. Were Kakashi's thoughts. No doubt out of everyone Naruto has the greatest potential, even greater than Sasuke, but it's clear that he has no control whatsoever. It's wild and untamed, no doubt the fox's influence. Alright Naruto, you're done. Kakashi said, knowing that if this continued it would do quite a bit of damage and he didn't want any trips to the hospital till at least his second day as their instructor. The spiraling energy vanished and Naruto returned to his seat. Okay, now that we all know a little something about one another and I've had a chance to gauge your present skills, our formal training will begin tomorrow. Alright, out first, shinobi mission. Naruto cheered. So what is it? Assassination? Guarding an important official? Rescuing a princess? Kakashi chuckled at the blonde. Not quite, it's a survival exercise. Why would that be a mission, Kakashi-sensei? I mean, our academy days were full of survival training, Sakura asked. Yes, but you haven't been through what I have in store for you, Kakashi replied. What do you mean by that? Naruto asked Kakashi, then began chuckling. Hey, what's so funny? Oh, it's nothing. However, if I told you, you'd wuss out. Kakashi replied. Out of the 27 of the graduating class, only 9 will actually become genin. The others will be faced with two choices. They can either go back to the academy for a year to get some more training, or they can quit. The latter being the most common. This test has a failing rate of 66%. After all, we don't want to be stuck with just anyone. So what kind of test is it? Naruto asked. Hey, now where's the fun in telling you? Kakashi said. Meet me at training ground number 1 tomorrow morning, no later than 7. Remember to bring all your ninja gear and weapons. Oh, and don't eat breakfast, not unless you like throwing up. Can we come? Kuronaman asked. Sure, why not? Might be entertaining. Kakashi replied. He then dismissed them and vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 kids and their Digimon on the roof. Sasuke rose to his feet and began walking off, his hands stuffed in his pockets with Demi-Devimon flapping after him. Hey Sasuke-kun, now that we're a team, why don't we go out somewhere? Sakura suggested, ready to put her plans of winning his affections into motion. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at her, looking like he had a bad smell under his nose. Pathetic. He said coldly, let's get something straight, I don't need to be part of a team. All you and that blonde idiot will do is get in my way. With that he walked off, leaving Sakura and Naruto as well as Kuronaman and Lunamon behind. Unknown to the new team, Gatomon had been watching, a look of disappointment on her face. This is going to be a lot of work. At 7 a.m. the next morning, a hungry Team 7 and their partners, who'd been up at the crack of dawn, had gathered at training ground number 1 and were waiting for their new teacher. It was now currently 9 o'clock and still the man had yet to make an appearance. Where is he? Sakura yelled. I swear if he doesn't show up in the next 5 minutes I'm gonna scream. Whoa, calm down Sakura. Lunamon said, trying to calm the pinkette down. Yeah, we need this guy alive long enough for him to train us, Naruto added. Just then there was a puff of smoke and Kakashi appeared. Yo. You're late. Both Naruto and Sakura yelled. Sorry, I was on my way here when I had to save a little girl's kitten from a burning building. Kakashi replied. That's even more pathetic than the excuse you gave us yesterday. Naruto shot at the gray-haired man. Kakashi didn't say anything. Instead he led them through the trees till they came to a large field with a river nearby and 3 wooden posts sticking out of the ground. Kakashi dipped into the bag on his back and took out an alarm clock and placed it on top of one of the posts. He then reached into his flak jacket and took out 2 small silver bells, each no larger than a marble, suspended from strings wrapped around Kakashi's index finger. These are your objective, said Kakashi, informed them. To pass the test you must acquire one of these bells from me at any cost before time runs out. If you are unsuccessful and don't get one by then, you fail. What do you mean, fail? Asked Sakura hesitantly. Kakashi chuckled and took out 2 bento boxes. I mean, you won't get fed, and as a further punishment you'll be tied to the post and have to watch me eat these in front of you. Just then all 3 genin and their partners' stomachs growled. So that's why he didn't want us to eat. Naruto inwardly growled, throw up my foot, he just wanted to mess with us. However, that won't happen if you can get one of these bells. Kakashi continued. He was having a blast rubbing it in. However, as you can see, there are only 2 bells, so one of you is definitely getting tied to the post. Not only that, the loser also gets sent back to the academy. I have no time for dead weight. You can't do that, shouted Naruto. We worked hard to get this far. You can't just tell us it was all for nothing. You'll find that I can, and I just did, Kakashi replied. And also, when you come at me, do so with the intent to kill. If you don't, you'll have even less of a chance of getting a bell. He then fixed his eye on Naruto. And for the record, Naruto, you may want to lose the attitude. Only idiots and weaklings speak loudly. These words struck a chord with Naruto. In an instant his hand was in his kunai pouch and he drew a weapon ready to strike Kakashi down with it. Suddenly someone grabbed Naruto's and placed a hand on top of his head. Sakura and Sasuke along with the 3 Digimon stared wide-eyed at the way Kakashi behind Naruto as if by magic and restrained him. Whoa, I didn't even see him move, thought Sakura. Huh, this guy is an elite shinobi after all, was Sasuke's. You didn't wait for me to say go, Kakashi said bluntly, however you didn't hesitate on your attack. Maybe I was wrong about you. He then released Naruto and ruffled his hair. Okay, let's try again. 1, 2, 3, go. In a flash his students and their partners vanished into thin air. Well, they have the art of concealing themselves down. They've hidden themselves pretty well. Hey sensei. Hearing a voice, Kakashi saw Naruto standing not too far away. What are you waiting for? Let's get this started. Kakashi sighed. I must say, out of everyone, you're kinda weird. Naruto frowned. The only thing weird here is your hairdo. He then charged at Kakashi, who reached into his weapons pouch. Seeing this, Naruto skidded to a halt. Shinobi skills. Lesson 1. Taijutsu. Taijutsu, that's just straight hand-to-hand combat. How come he's going for a weapon? Naruto narrowed his eyes, waiting to see what kind of weapon his teacher would produce. After several seconds of suspense, Kakashi revealed his weapon of choice. An orange book with Icha Icha Paradise written on the cover along with 2 cartoon people. What's wrong? I thought you were going to attack me, Kakashi said as he flicked through the pages. What the hell? Why are now of all times reading a book? Naruto demanded. To find out what happens, of course. Why else does anyone read? Kakashi replied. Besides, considering your armature skills, I doubt this will make much of a difference. This ticked Naruto off. I'm gonna pound you. He then unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches at Kakashi, all of which the gray-haired Jonin blocked, all without looking up from his book, letting out the odd perverse giggle. Naruto was about to unleash another punch when Kakashi vanished. You know, it's not good form for a shinobi to show his back to the enemy, said Kakashi, who'd reappeared behind Naruto, his hands in the tiger seal. The Jonin had an evil smile spread across his face under mask as he rammed his fingers into Naruto's posterior. Konohagakure's most sacred technique, Senin Garashi, 1000 years of death. The result sent Naruto flying into the air before crashing into the river. From her position, Sakura had been watching the battle between Naruto and the Junin, taking note of Kakashi's every move in hopes of finding some flaw in his defense. So far she had found none. That was supposed to be a jutsu? It looks more like he rammed his fingers up Naruto's butt. She watched as Kakashi let out another giggle as he turned the page. Just then 2 shuriken flew from the water at Kakashi, which he caught on 2 of his fingers. This is just so unfair. How are we supposed to beat an opponent with that kind of strength? Naruto emerged from the water coughing and spluttering. Well, what's the hold up? Remember, you have to get one of the bells by noon or you go hungry, Kakashi said in a bored tone. Shut up, Naruto retorted. You know, I got to say I'm kinda disappointed, Kakashi said looking up from his book. You claim you want to surpass Lord Hokage, however it appears you can barely have the energy to stand up. Crap, he's right. Naruto grimaced as he watched Kakashi walk off. I didn't eat breakfast and now I'm starving. But I can't let him get to me. I need to get one of those bells. And I need to earn his respect. Just then a loud splash was heard and 7 Narutos emerged from the water and charged Kakashi. So, his cage bushin technique. I was wondering how long it would take before he used it. Kakashi thought as he strolled lazily towards the wall of oncoming orange. However, in his current condition I doubt he'll be able to maintain it very long. However, a pair of arms wrapped themselves around Kakashi's neck. Looking over his shoulder he saw Naruto's grinning face staring back at him. Hi sensei, you know it's not good for a shinobi to show his back to the enemy. Just then several of the clones grabbed Kakashi's legs so he couldn't move whilst the final one prepared to strike. This is payback from the technique you used, and you're teaching me how to do that by the way.
The clone grew closer and its fist struck its target causing blood to fly from his mouth, only instead of Kakashi it was Naruto.
Up in a nearby tree Kakashi watched as the Narutos began fighting one another, convinced that one of them was him. That was too closer, although I'll admit he did come up with a pretty good plan. He isolated one of his clones and sent it out to distract me whilst the real one got behind me. However, he didn't count on me using the Kawarimi no Jutsu, change of body stance technique, which allowed me to swap places with one of his clones. Not bad Naruto, just not good enough. That kid came up with a pretty good plan, too bad it backfired, said a voice. Yeah. Kakashi agreed. Just then he looked over his shoulder and found Kuronaman next to him. Corona Knuckle. The fire lion slammed his burning fist into Kakashi's face, sending him flying out of the tree and crashing into the ground. Just then 4 Naruto clones appeared and pinned the Jonin down as Kuronaman leapt out of the tree and next to his partner. Well, looks like our little plan worked, the fire lion said, sounding proud of himself. Kakashi was shocked. You mean you planned all that? Did you really think I could take you all by myself? Please, I know my grades weren't great but I'm not that dumb. Naruto scoffed. Although I was kinda hoping that my diversionary tactic would be enough to get you, we thought it would be best to have a backup plan. Naruto turned to his partner, Kuronaman. Would you be so kind as to get those bells? Sure, no problem. Kuronaman began jogging towards the floored Jonin. I underestimated them. I should have realized something was up when I saw Kuronaman was missing. Kakashi thought as he stared up at the clouds. If I'm going to lecture them on looking underneath the underneath, I better start practicing what I preach. The cycloptic shinobi brushed each of the clones off, dispelling them, and kicked Kuronaman, sending him crashing into Naruto's chest, sending them both smashing into the tree trunk where Naruto's foot was caught in a hidden snare and Kuronaman was temporarily knocked out. Kakashi walked over to the hanging genin. I'll admit it, Naruto. I underestimated the two of you and you got me. If I were wearing a hat I'd take it off to you. I underestimated you and I will not make that mistake again. You didn't get a bell, but for your efforts I will give you some advice. A shinobi must look always underneath the underneath. As Kakashi was talking, Sasuke had judged Kakashi as being venerable and threw half a dozen shuriken and a couple of kunai at him. Each of the weapons struck Kakashi in the back and he fell to the ground. Then in a puff of smoke the dead ninja transformed into a wooden log. Crap, he used the Kawarimi no Jutsu again. Sasuke inwardly berated himself. He made it seem like he was venerable in order for me to reveal my position and I fell for it. Rookie mistake there, kiddo. Demi Devimon told his partner. Shut up. Sasuke replied before the pair hightailed it out of there. Several minutes had passed since Sasuke tried to assassinate Kakashi and Naruto was still hanging upside down from the tree. Kuronaman groaned as he came to. About time you woke up. Looking up he saw Naruto hanging above him. Naruto, what are you doing up there? Oh, nothing. You know, just hanging out. The blonde replied sarcastically. Get me down from here already. Corona flame. The flame on Kuronaman's head burned more furiously and a small orb was fired from it that struck the rope burning through it and sent Naruto crashing to the ground. Just then a loud scream was heard and it made the color drain from Naruto's face. No, that's Sakura. Leaping to his feet he prepared to go to the girl's aid when his Digivice began beeping. Oh perfect, another Digimon's attacking. Kuronaman said, gazing up at his partner who was torn between helping his friend and going to deal with this new threat. After about a minute Naruto began running. Come on Kuronaman, let's deal with this as quickly as we can. Sakura, just hold on, I promise I'll be back soon. Believe it. Kakashi crouched on his tree branch. He just used the Magen Narukumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion hell viewing technique, to disable Sakura. Just then he caught sight of Naruto and Kuronaman running off into the forest. Wonder what those two are up to. Quickly creating a cage bushin to deal with Sasuke, he quietly followed them. Whilst Kakashi's test was going on, Maeda Guy was putting his team through their own paces. Neji and Tenten had already introduced their sensei to their Digimon partners, Falcomon and Kodaman, and although he didn't fully grasp what they were or the purpose of why they were here, he was happy to have them on board. The flames of youth burns within all those who wish to express themselves through the joys of hard work, as he had put it. Both Tenten and Neji were sparring with Falcomon and Kodaman whilst he was with Lee perfecting his Guken Ryu Taijutsu style. Scratch smash. Falcomon lashed out at Neji with the claws on his wing. Neji merely sidestepped the attack and made to strike with one of his own, however Falcomon dodged it by jumping backwards. Not a bad move there, the gray bird told the Hyuga. Neji smirked. You weren't bad yourself. I'll admit you're the best sparring partner I've had in a while. Ninja Blade. Falcomon flapped his wings and from them dozens of shuriken were released. Hake's Sho Kaden. 8 divination palms of the hand, heavenly spin. Neji released a large amount of chakra from his tenketsu and began to spin like a top, creating a whirling vortex that easily blocked each of the weapons. On the other side of the field, Tenten and Kodaman were also going at it. Kodaman swung his kendo sword at Tenten, who parried it with a bow staff. Fire mask. His mask suddenly burst into flames and he lunged at Tenten in order to ram her. Quickly Tenten reached into her weapons pouch and took out a scroll and leapt into the air. Quickly biting her thumb, she spread some blood on the paper. Kachiyose Tobito Ugu, projectile weapons. Uncoiling, it released dozens of weapons which rained down on the small creature, who was able to block each and every one of them. From his spot, Guy smiled as he blocked one of Lee's kicks. Watching his team hard at work made him proud. In the space of a year since they graduated from the academy, each of them had blossomed in their own right. Lee had taken to his taijutsu style like a fish to water. Although not gifted when it came to the 3 traditional combat styles, Tenten was a natural at weapon-based combat, a form of combat largely overlooked by most shinobi. And Neji, who'd been the top student in his class, had come far with the mastery of his clan's Kekkei Genkei, the Byakugan. Yes, he was pleased to say he had great pride in his team. Just then a strange mist emerged from nowhere, catching Guy by surprise. Huh, what's this? Guy-sensei. What's wrong? Lee asked. It's this fog. Somehow it gives me a bad feeling. The bowel-haired loon replied. The mist also caught Neji and Tenten's attention. What is this? Where did this mist come from? Tenten wondered aloud. Neji said nothing and activated his Byakugan in order to scan the mist, however to his surprise found even his Kekkei Genkei couldn't penetrate it. Just then they spotted the shape of something large coming towards them. Then from out of the mist appeared a large ape-like creature covered in pale yellow fur with blue feet, hands and face, and carrying a large bone. What in the name of the fires of youth is that? Guy wondered aloud as both Falcomon and Kodaman took a defensive stance in front of their partners. Kodaman, is that a Digimon? Tenten asked. Kodaman nodded in reply. Neji took out his Digivice, remembering that Falcomon told him it could give him information on enemy Digimon they encountered. Apeman level. Champion attribute. Vaccine type. Beastman Digimon. Mega Bone Stick Metallic Fur Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. The yellow ape-like creature let out a cry before reaching for its bone weapon and tried to strike Team Guy. Mega Bone Stick. Team Guy dodged out of the way of the creature's attack. Stand back everybody, you now have the honor of seeing your sensei in action. Guy told his students before charging at Apeman, spinning his body and performing a flying roundhouse kick. Konoha Senpu. Leaf Whirlwind. Metallic Fur. Apeman's body began glowing and his fur took on an almost metallic appearance. Guy's foot connected with Apeman's body, however his attack didn't seem to do anything. Mega Bone Stick. Apeman swung his bone club, striking Guy, knocking him to the ground. No, Guy-sensei. Lee cried out as Apeman prepared to strike Guy again. Ninja Blade. Falcomon sprang into action, launching a dozen shuriken at Apeman, who deflected them with his bone club. Thunder Gauntlet. Kodaman lunged at Apeman, his fist charged with electrical energy. The attack struck Apeman in the chest.
Firecracker Smokescreen. Falcomon threw several bamboo cylinders at Apeman, which exploded, creating a cloud of smoke that blinded the 2 rookies from view. They then grabbed Guy and dragged him back over to his students.
Guy-sensei, are you okay? Lee asked as the 2 Digimon dragged him over. Yeah, Guy groaned as he tried sitting up. That creature, its fur is like some kind of armor. It rendered my attack useless. That's one of Apeman's abilities. He can make his fur as hard as steel. It'd make him almost impervious to attack. Falcomon explained.
Almost impervious. Neji quickly activated his Byakugan again, scanning the creature in hopes of finding a weakness. Do not worry, Guy-sensei. I swear we will be victorious. Lee proclaimed, even if I have to use that technique.
You might have to. Neji said firmly, Lee, I want you Tenten and Falcomon to strike Apeman in various places. Whilst you do that, I'll scan it with my Byakugan and try and find a weak point. Yosh, an excellent idea my eternal rival. Lee cheered. I will strike the beast with the full power of youth. He then rushed towards Apeman whilst Tenten took out several kunai, Konoha Dai Senpu, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Metallic Fur. Similar to the attack his teacher performed, Lee used his quickness and agility to deliver a series powerful spinning kicks to Apeman, who brushed his off with his armor like fur. Ninja Blade. However, before he could swing at Lee, Falcomon and Tenten launched their own attack, their weapons striking its body, allowing Lee to launch another attack. All the while Neji continued to observe the fight with his Byakugan. Just then he noticed that Apeman winced slightly when Lee drove his foot into his side. In a flash Lee was back at Neji and Tenten's side. Arg, this is most unyouthful. Just then a small orange lion-like creature appeared from overhead and slammed his fist into Apeman's face, and a blonde kid in an orange jumpsuit appeared in front of Team Guy. Who is that? Tenten wondered aloud. The kid glanced over at her and smiled. Naruto Uzumaki, at your serves. So they have Digimon like me and Sakura. He thought as he took out his Digivice and built up his chakra and slammed his hand onto the device. Chakra Bust, Full Charge. CORONAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Pheromon. The winged lion roared as he appeared and locked his eyes on his opponent. So it's Apeman this time. Okay then, let's play. Bomb. The flame on his head began burning more ferociously, and from it launched several orbs of flames at the blonde ape, who swatted each one aside with his bone club. Okay, that didn't work. Pheromon grimaced. Apeman then charged at him, trying to swat him with his bone club, Claw. Winding his right front leg with fire, Pheromon lashed out at Apeman. Metallic Fur. Once more Apeman's fur became hard as steel, nullifying Phyramon's attack. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. An orb of energy appeared in the yellow ape's hand and threw it at Pheromon, which then exploded, knocking Pheromon to the ground. No Pheromon. Naruto cried as he ran to partner's side. Are you okay? Don't worry. Pheromon groaned as he got to his feet. Whilst this was going on, Neji had been observing, intrigued by what was happening. That blonde kid has a Digimon as well, but how did he get his Digimon to change? It's called digivolving. It's how we get stronger. Falcomon informed him as if reading his thoughts. Remember what I told you about your Digivice, how it is a physical representation of the link that exists between us. In order for me to digivolve, channel your strength into your Digivice. Digivolving. Neji thought about Falcomon's words and recalled Naruto releasing that large amount of chakra. This Digivice, it represents the physical link between myself and Falcomon. That Naruto kid got his partner to digivolve by releasing a large amount of chakra, then channeling it into his Digivice. Essentially it's the same principle as my Hakeshu Kaden technique. He glanced first at the battle between Pheromon and Apeman, then at Falcomon, then back to the device in his hand. Alright then, here goes nothing. Taking a deep breath, Neji released a large amount of chakra from his Tenketsu and it formed in a cloud around him. Chakra Bust, Full Charge. A similar cloud of chakra appeared around Falcomon before being engulfed in a bright light. FALCOMONDIGIVOLVE2. PECKMON. The light vanished and in Falcomon's place was an ostrich-like creature. It had yellow features on its body whilst its tail feathers and more on its head that resembled hair were red. It was also clad in a purple bodysuit with holes in it for its wings. Neji stared at the creature in amazement before checking his Digivice. Peckman level. Champion attribute. Vaccine type, Bird Digimon. Spiral Claw 1000-beak Kunai Wing. Neji, watch what I can do. Peckman then charged at Apeman with speeds that rivaled Lee's whilst wearing his weights before leaping into the air. Kunai Wing. From his wings Peck hurled kunai feathers at Apeman that then exploded. Now I will finish you, 1000-beak. Just then several copies of Peckman appeared. Each of them dashed at Apeman and began pecking at him rapidly. Metallic Fur. Apeman once more activated his defense before the Peckmon's attacks could connect. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. Apeman created another orb of energy. Claw. Just before Apeman could attack, Pheromon pounced, striking at his with his burning claws, nailing him in his side, causing him to grunt in pain before backing off. Hey Peckman, you okay? Pheromon asked. Yeah, thanks for the assist. Peckman replied. He glanced over at Apeman, who was preparing to strike again. This one is tough. I believe we'll have to work together to beat him. Apeman went to strike at the pair, who dodged out of the way. Any idea of how to beat this overgrown chimp? Pheromon asked. A theory does spring to mind. Peckman replied. Try and draw his attention. It's possible that if he is distracted by one of us, then the other can strike before he can raise his defense. Sounds good. Let's do it. Pheramon dashed towards Apeman, flames winding around his front paws, Fira Claw.
He lashed out at Peckman, who blocked the attack with his bone club, unaware that Peckman had gone around and was approaching from behind. Spiral Claw.
The bird Digimon leapt into the air and began spinning before driving his foot into Apeman's back, causing it to cry out in pain before letting out one of anguish. Well, we were certainly able to strike him that time, Peckman said.
Yeah, but we've made him pretty angry, Pheramon pointed out.
The yellow ape charged at the two Digimon, Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. He created another orb of energy and hurled it at the pair, who jumped out of the way. Same plan again, only this time you distract him and I'll nail him, Pheramon offered. Deal. Peckman replied, Thousand Beak. He made several copies of himself and dashed at Apeman more several directions. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. Apeman launched another energy ball that exploded and destroyed several of the Peckman clones. The real Peckman leapt into the air as Apeman swung his club at him, dodging the attack. Fira Claw. Whilst was happening, Pheramon had circled behind Apeman and was running towards him, ready to deliver his attack on the ape Digimon. Just before he could end his attack, Apeman grabbed one of his front legs and swung him round and clubbed Peckman. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. Quickly he created another energy ball and launched it at the pair. It exploded and sent them smashing into the ground. Apeman then turned his focus to the small party of ninja who were standing off to one side and charged at them, his club raised. Neji and Lee grabbed hold of Guy before leaping out of the way, followed by Naruto and Tenten. Just before she could get out of range, Apeman grabbed a hold of Tenten's foot and brought her back down to earth. Hey, leave her alone, you damn dirty ape. Naruto yelled, reaching into his weapons pouch and threw several kunai at the Digimon, who blocked them with his club. Growling, Naruto formed a cross seal. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. 5 additional Narutos appeared in a puff of smoke. The clones launched themselves at Apeman. They then grabbed hold of the real Naruto and launched him at Apeman, the speed allowing him to get in close. Apeman made to strike the young genin with his club. Naruto formed another clone to take the hit, whilst he maneuvered away into position behind the ape Digimon. You okay? Naruto asked as he grabbed Tenten's arm. Yeah, I'm fine, Tenten replied, wincing slightly. Great, now let's get out of here. He pulled her up, however, before they could make a break for it, Apeman turned round and made to grab at them. Just then the 5 clones charged at him. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. The yellow ape fired an energy orb at the clones, dispelling them instantly. He then turned on Naruto and Tenten, who were running. Mega Bone Stick. He swung his club at the pair. Just then Kodaman appeared, intercepting the attack with his kendo stick. Thunder Gauntlet. Kodaman charged his fist with electrical energy and made to strike Apeman. Fierce Demon Monkey Bomb. At the same time, Apeman created another energy sphere and the two attacks collided. The moment they did, Tenten felt a stab of pain from within her, a pain so great that she felt her knees grow weak and her eyes began to water. Then, just as it had happened, the pain died away and in its place she felt an upsurge of energy. Just then a cloud of blue energy appeared, wrapping itself around her. Although as not as much as Lee, Tenten had always found it difficult when it came to performing any kind of jutsu. Although she could summon it, she just couldn't seem to completely mold her chakra to perform jutsu. Although she was able to perform the 3 jutsu necessary required to graduate from the academy, but it was a major strain on her, which was partially why she chose to focus on weapon-based combat. But now she could feel it like she never had before. Before it was like a river that had been blocked by large stones, but now it was if they had been removed and her chakra was now flowing freely. She looked over at her partner and smiled. Thank you, Kodaman. Naruto gave the brunette his foxy grin. Go for it. Closing her eyes, Tenten formed the ram seal and began summoning up her chakra, which wound around her like a cloak. Then she reached into her weapons pouch and took out her Digivice, channeled chakra into her hand and slammed it onto the device. Chakra Bust. Full charge. KOTEMONDIGIVOLVE2. DINOHYUMON. Like Falcoman, Kodaman was engulfed in a bright light, and in his place was a tall green-skinned humanoid-like creature wearing purple leggings as well as brown leather bands around its wrists, his blades attached to them, as well as a large blue-bladed sword strapped to its back. Tenten stared up the creature before checking her Digivice. Dinohyumon level. Champion attribute. Data type, Dragonman Digimon. Lizard Dance. Akinax. The green giant glanced over at her and nodded before charging at Apeman. Lizard Dance. Dinohyumon produced 2 smaller swords and slashed at Apeman. The yellow ape blocked the first swing with his bone club, but the second connected with its shoulder before Apeman could get his defense up. Fira Bomb. Kunai Wing. Pheramon and Peckman sprang into action, launching their own attacks that knocked Apeman back. Mistress, you and the boy go join Neji and the others. We shall deal with him. Dinohyumon told the pair of humans. He's right. Peckman agreed. You two should get back. Tenten, your teacher, might be badly hurt. Reluctantly Tenten agreed. Managing to get loose of Naruto's support, she tried to walk by herself. However, when she tried, her legs began shaking and would have fallen to the ground if Naruto hadn't caught her. Just then he flipped her round and placed her on his back and hurried over to the tree line, Tenten telling him to put her down. They soon came across Neji and Lee, who had laid Guy on the ground not too far from where the Digimon were fighting. "Tenten, I am glad to see you are here. It would be most unyouthful if you were to perish," Lee half yelled. "But I swear to you, if you did, I would not rest until I tracked down those responsible and had avenged you." Tenten ignored him as she climbed off Naruto's back. She walked over to Neji. Legs still shook slightly, but she could now support her own weight. "How is Guy-sensei?" she asked her pale-eyed teammate, who was scanning their sensei with his Byakugan. "Difficult to say. I can't seem to find anything wrong with him. However, there's no way of telling what kind of damage that Digimon's attack inflicted." "Oh, Guy-sensei." Lee wailed, tears rolling from his eyes like waterfalls. "Do not worry, Lee. It will take more than this to keep me down," Guy told his pupil. "I will be back on my feet before you know it. If I'm not, I'll do 500 push-ups using my tongue." Lee began crying even harder and buried his head in Guy's chest, whilst Naruto, Neji and Tenten stared on in disbelief.
"Wow, that guy must have really taken a pounding," Naruto said.
"Not really, he was like this before he got hit in the head," Tenten informed him. She then turned to Neji. "What are we going to do about that creature? If it gets loose, who knows how much damage it will cause?" Neji deactivated his Byakugan and went over all he had observed since Apeman showed up. Just then something occurred to him. "There may be a way," he said firmly. "When I scanned Apeman with my Byakugan whilst you engaged him, I noticed that he would wince every time he was struck in his side. It seems his defensive ability isn't completely perfect." Guy grinned at his pupil. "Well done, Neji. You managed to discover a weak point in your opponent's defenses. I would expect nothing less from last year's star graduate." "Okay, what are we waiting for? Now we know how to hurt this thing. We need to pass this on to Pheromon and the others," Naruto said. Neji nodded. He then turned to Lee. "Lee, you stay here with Guy-sensei whilst we go deal with this." He then vanished into the tree line before Lee could complain. Naruto grabbed Tenten and threw her onto his back again before following the Hyuga prodigy Tenten, berating the blonde again. The three found Dinohyumon, Pheromon and Peckman engaged in battle with Apeman, their attacks having little effect due to the blonde ape's defensive ability. Dinohyumon grabbed hold of Apeman and hurled him into the air. Both Pheromon and Peckman took the opportunity to strike, sending the blonde ape flying several feet before crashing to the ground. "Hey guys!" The three Digimon looked round and saw their partners running towards them. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Pheromon asked. "You should be letting us handle this." "Yeah, but Neji thinks he's found a way to beat this overgrown chimp," Tenten said, climbing off Naruto's back. Neji quickly informed the three Digimon of his findings. "That's all well and good, however striking it will be rather difficult, as he will no doubt try to shield his weak point from attack," Dinohyumon pointed out. "Actually, I believe there is a way," said Peckman. "If Pheromon and I draw his focus, it should give Dinohyumon the opportunity to strike at its weak point." "Sounds like a plan," Pheromon said. "Let's do it." Without warning, he grabbed Naruto by the collar and flipped the young blonde onto his back before charging at Apeman, flames winding around his front legs. Claw. Mega Bone Stick. Seeing the lion Digimon charging towards him, Apeman made to strike at him with his bone club. Pheromon lashed out his blazing claws, colliding with Apeman's weapon and knocking it out of his hand. He then pounced and caught Apeman's arm, sinking his teeth into his opponent's flesh. Spiral Claw. Just then Peckman, with Nei on his back, appeared from behind and leapt into the air and began spinning before driving his foot into Apeman's back before wrapping one of his legs around Apeman's neck and retraining Apeman's arm with the other. Akinates. Seeing his chance, Dinohyumon scooped up Tenten and drew the large sword from his back and attacked Apeman with a heavy swing, the blade striking the blonde ape in his weak point. Apeman let out a cry as Dinohyumon's attack struck before his body was reduced to data shards, the mist surrounding the area vanishing. "All right, we did it," Naruto cheered. "You were great, Pheromon, you were all great." He looked over at Neji and Tenten along with their respective partners and flashed them his trademark grin. Tenten gave him a small smile in return whilst Neji didn't respond. Just then there was a puff of smoke and Guy appeared with Lee just behind him. "Yash, a most excellent display of youthfulness." "Guy-sensei," Tenten exclaimed, "but I thought you couldn't move." "I apologize for the deception, my student, however I was keen to see how you would overcome this challenge. After all, there may come a time when I am not around and will have to deal with a great obstacle yourselves." Guy said, flashed her a grin. "And I must say I am impressed by all of you. You all give me confidence in your abilities." He turned his focus on Naruto. "Even you, young man, You may not be a part of my team, but I am impressed by your determination and your willingness to aid those even if they are strangers to you. I have no doubt you will be an excellent ninja. Naruto blushed slightly at his comment. But how rude of me, we have not introduced ourselves. I am Konoha's beautiful blue beast. And utmost taijutsu expert. Maeda Guy. And these are my students, Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee and Tenten. Hi there, I'm Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied. Guy cocked one of his, freakishly large, eyebrows. Uzumaki you say, then unless I'm mistaken you're training with Kakashi aren't you? Naruto's eyes widened in shock. You know Kakashi-sensei? Guy chuckled. Know him. You could say I'm his #1 rival and that as our latest contest I'm winning by 50 wins to 49. Naruto stared at the man in amazement. Just then something occurred to him. What time is it? He blurted out. Just coming up to 11:30. Guy replied, taking a pocket watch out of one of the pouches on his vest. Crap, crap, crap. If I don't get back I'm gonna fail Kakashi-sensei's test. Naruto said, panic coloring his voice. But unless I get one of those bells I'm gonna fail anyway. Kakashi's still using the bell test, huh? I guess it wouldn't hurt to give the kid a little hint. Hey Naruto. The bowel-haired loon called out to the blonde genin. Before you head off I just want to say that I'm impressed with how you managed to work together with Neji and Tenten. After all, sometimes a shinobi's greatest asset isn't the number of jutsu he knows but the ability he has to work together with others. Naruto let the man's words sink in. Suddenly something came to him. He now understood the purpose of his teacher's test. Thanks Sensei bushy brow. Naruto then looked at his partner. Come on Pheromon, let's roll. Nodding, the fire lion turned round and began charging towards the forest. Guy and his team watched as the blonde genin and his partner until the pair were out of sight. Well, that was different. Tennyton said as she freed herself from Dinohyomon's grip. The green lizard man along with Peckman then reverted back to Kodaman and Falcomon. Yosh Guy Sensei. I hope we come across Naruto again. His flames of youth burn brightly. Lee said to his teacher. That they do, my youthful student. Guy replied. That they do. The team began walking back to the village, Tenten taking a moment to look back at the spot the blonde and his partner had vanished. Kakashi was leaping from tree to tree. He had watched the battle between Naruto and the team lead by his rival, Guy against Apeman. Although he would never tell him he was impressed how far Guy's team had come in the space of a year, but then again being led by someone like Guy he shouldn't be surprised. The moment Apeman was defeated he decided to head back to where his students was, and good thing. The cage bushin he had created earlier dispelled itself after humiliating Sasuke with the Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Double suicide decapitation technique. He was almost back at the training ground when a sound caught his attention. Stopping and looking round saw Naruto and Pheromon running past him. You really think your plan will work? Pheromon asked. Hey, I don't hear you coming up with anything, Naruto retorted. Besides, at this stage it's either going to work or not. Plan, huh? Kakashi thought. Alright Naruto, let's see what you've come up with. Sakura and Lunamon were walking through the forest after managing to free herself from her teacher's genjutsu, showing her a half-dead Sasuke with various weapons sticking out of him before fainting. It had taken Lunamon to bring her round. Where is Sasuke-kun and Naruto? I haven't seen them since this started. The pair entered a clearing and looking round saw Sasuke's head sticking out of the ground, causing her to scream. She was just about to faint again when a pair of arms wrapped themselves around her waist. Surprised Sakura looked up and saw Naruto's face staring down at her. Hey there Sakura. Naruto. Sakura stuttered. She pointed over to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Sasuke-kun. Following her finger, Naruto saw Sasuke's head poking out of the ground. Sasuke stopped goofing off. Grumbling, Sasuke managed to pry his way out of the ground. What are you standing around for? It's almost noon. I'm off. The Uchiha told his teammates. But Sasuke-kun, do you really think you can get one of those bells? Sakura asked as she removed herself from Naruto's arms. I almost had one last time. Out of the three of us I'm the only one with a chance of getting one, Sasuke replied. Naruto snorted. Oh please. A snowballs has more of a chance of surviving in Hell Teme. What did you say? Sasuke snarled. You heard me, Naruto retorted. However, as it just so happens I have a plan. Then count me out. I want no part in whatever retarded scheme you've got, Sasuke replied. Oh yeah, 'cause you were doing so well on your own. You know, for a supposed genius you're a total retard. Sakura whirled round at this. How dare you say that about Sasuke-kun? And you know what? I'm kinda shocked that you didn't figure this out either, Sakura. I mean, it is kinda obvious when you think about it. The pair of them stared at the blonde, Sasuke seething whilst Sakura was shocked. Now we're wasting time. Are you going to help me or not? "'Cause the way I see it, we have as much of a chance working together as we do solo," Naruto said firmly. Sakura looked from one of her male teammates to the other. Usually she wouldn't hesitate to agree with Sasuke in hopes of improving his opinion of her. However, having observed Naruto's round with Kakashi as well as the end result of Sasuke's, it was very clear to her that their solo efforts weren't getting them anywhere. What did they really have to lose? "What's the plan?" she asked. Kakashi was by the logs waiting patiently. He'd been there since he overheard that Naruto had a plan and was curious to see what the blonde had come up with. Well, whatever it is, he'd better hurry up. It's just gone 11:50, so if it doesn't work, then he's screwed. A rustling was heard and Pheromon emerged from the bushes. Claw. The orange-red beast swiped at the cycloptic shinobi with his burning claws, only for Kakashi to jump out of the way, only to find himself face to face with Lekisman, who unleashed a barrage of punches that he was forced to either dodge or block. Tear Arrow. The tendrils on Lekisman's glowed. A beam of energy emerging from them merged into an orb and fired an ice arrow at the silver-haired Junin. The attack struck Kakashi, who transformed into a frozen log. Not too far away, the real Kakashi appeared. Demi Dart. From above, Demi Devimon began throwing toxin syringes, forcing Kakashi to block them with a kunai. This caught Kakashi off guard, so he didn't sense Sasuke coming up behind him until it was too late. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. Great Fireball Technique. A stream of flames was launched from the Uchiha's mouth, forcing Kakashi to drop to the ground. Then, without warning, Naruto and several clones jumped down from the trees on top of their sensei and pinning him to the ground. To Kakashi's surprise, instead of going for the bells attached to his belt, Naruto pried his book out of his hand and threw it to Sakura, who has been hiding nearby. Just then Pheromon appeared and grabbed Sakura and flipped her onto his back before hightailing it out of there. Satisfied with himself, Naruto dispelled his clones and he and Sasuke jumped up into the tree line. Kakashi quickly peeled himself off the ground and leapt into the tree line in order to pursue his students, determined to retrieve his beloved book. He soon caught up with Sakura. He was about to swoop in to reclaim his property when Lekisman appeared, blocking his path. Although the rabbit warrior was only able to delay him briefly, however, it was all the pink had needed. Kakashi was about to catch up when she threw the book, which flew for several feet before being caught by Sasuke, who immediately darted away. Kakashi set off after the Uchiha prodigy, catching up to him quickly. Demi Dart. Demi Devimon then appeared out of nowhere and fired more toxin-filled syringes from his wings at the Junin. Like with Lekisman, this served as a brief distraction but was nothing Kakashi couldn't handle, blocking each of the syringes with a kunai. It wasn't long before Kakashi was able to catch up to Sasuke again and managed to grab hold of his collar. Like Sakura before him, Sasuke threw the book ahead of him and was caught by Naruto, who was immediately off like a shot. Kakashi chased the orange-clad genin until he came to a screeching halt in front of the memorial stone. Sakura, Lekisman and Pheromon already there and looking over his shoulder saw Sasuke and Demi Devimon behind him. Naruto handed the book to Sakura, who held it above the flame on Phyramon's head. "Here's the deal, Kakashi-sensei," said the blonde. "You pass all three of us, and we won't incinerate your precious book." Kakashi watched as his book hovered inches above Phyramon's flame, the smell of something burning catching his attention. "These kids are good," he thought, "and not just smart, but brutal. I would never have seen this coming." Kakashi reached to his side, snapped the bells off his belt, and tossed them to Naruto. "You pass," he said, "all three of you." "Thank you," said Naruto, catching the bells. Sakura then tossed the book to Kakashi, who immediately began checking it for damage. Kakashi stared at the three new genin, a smile hidden under his mask. "Congratulations, the six of you are the first to pass to figure out the meaning of this test in a long time. Its purpose was to create dissension amongst you and revel which amongst you would set aside your individual interests to and work with one another to accomplish a mutual goal. I'll admit in the beginning I wasn't impressed, what with Naruto and his partner trying to accomplish what the three of you should have done as a group and Sasuke deciding he was better off playing solo. However, in the end you were able to set your differences aside and work together," Kakashi informed the group. A shinobi looks underneath the underneath and finds hidden meanings within hidden meanings. In the ninja world, those who betray the rules are trash. However, those who obey the rules but betray their comrades are lower than trash. The three genin as well as their partners stared at the man, his words resonating with them. Kakashi placed his book back in his pouch. "The test is over. Congratulations, you are now officially Team 7. Meet me at the old bridge tomorrow and we'll begin your formal training." Both Sakura and Naruto let out a cheer whilst Sasuke had a small smile on his face, all of them pleased with themselves for clearing the first hurdle, blissfully unaware of what their new sensei had in store for them. In each of the ninja villages there are three basic ninja ranks: Genin, Chunin and Junin. Each of these ranks have different levels of abilities and thus are allowed to undertake different kinds of missions which were given a specific rank. The most important are classified as S rank and given to Junin. They are classified as such due to high levels of risk and danger and ranged from assassination to transporting classified documents and materials. The second highest rank missions are A rank and again given to Junin. These include vital missions between nations, escorting VIPs and maneuvers against offensive ninja forces and almost always involve combat and risk of death. Mid-level missions are classified as B rank given to Junin and Shunin. These also include protective escort, gathering foreign intelligence and killing of ninja. Although combat is not considered a high risk for these, the ninja undertaking them are advised to always on their guard.
Next are C rank missions and are given to Chunin and skilled genin. These include protective escorts and missions with some chance of bodily harm. It can include capturing wild animals and mine clearing.
And finally, there are lowest and easiest missions are called D rank and given to genin. These missions are designed to help build teamwork skills among the new Ninja Academy graduates. Presently, the newly formed Team 7 were in one of Konoha's parks picking up trash whilst their sensei was on a nearby bench with his book. This is bullshit, Naruto silently fumed. This is the type of job parents give to their kids when they need money. This is no work for a ninja. Just then something collided against his leg. Growling slightly, he looked round whilst rubbing his injured appendage and saw a ball next to him. "Hey kid, little help." A voice called out and Naruto saw a group of kids along with a man who looked to be in his mid-30s. Kicking the ball back to them, Naruto watched the group running about a field playing soccer. Just then one of the boys kicked the ball between two sticks that were sticking out of the ground and everyone became excited. The man then walked over to the boy and wrapped an arm around him and ruffled his hair whilst saying words of praise. A feeling of sadness wheeled up inside Naruto at this sight. It just served to remind him of his lack of a parental figure in his life and the empty apartment that was waiting for him with no one to welcome him home. He continued to watch the group until Sasuke told him to quit slacking off. Letting out a sigh, Naruto set back to work. However, this time he did so without complaint, nor did he say a word to either of his teammates. It was the end of another day and Kakashi led his team to the Hokage's office, having completed their latest mission, and were off to collect their pay. However, although he didn't show it, something was bothering the Cycloptic ninja, Naruto. The boy had been quiet ever since coming back from their cleanup mission, and it bothered him since, according to his file, the boy was reported to be endlessly energetic and loud. The foursome entered the village leader's office and found him buried behind a large stack of papers. "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. My team has completed our latest assignment." Kakashi greeted the elderly man. "Oh good Kakashi, your team have completed 4 different missions today," Sarutobi said. He then reached into a drawer and handed Kakashi an envelope which contained the pay, which he divided up between his 3 charges. "Alright you 3, that's us done for today." Kakashi told the 3 genin. "Meet me at training ground 3 tomorrow. We'll do some exercises and then another mission if we have any time left." The 3 genin left the office, leaving Kakashi and Sarutobi by themselves. "You noticed it too, I take it, Kakashi?" Sarutobi said to the silver-haired Junin. "Yes Hokage-sama," Kakashi said plainly. "Naruto isn't his usual self, it worries me."
"Remind me Kakashi, what was the last assignment I gave you?" Sarutobi asked.
"Picking up trash in the park. We were near a field where a father was playing with his children," Kakashi replied. "I see," Sarutobi said bluntly. "Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked, wondering what the aged leader meaning was. "Tell me Kakashi, what do you know of Naruto's background?" Sarutobi asked. "Only what it says in his file and my own experience, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied. "I'll tell ya, that kid made sure I got my daily exercise back when I was Anbu with all the pranks he pulled." Sarutobi chuckled. "That he did, not to mention caused me a few headaches." His expression turned serious. "Kakashi, what is your impression of Naruto?" Kakashi stared at the man, taken aback by the man's question. "Well, he's certainly one of the most lively people I've ever met. Out of all 3 of my students, he's the most eager to get down to training and learning new skills. And that grin of his. And also, no, never mind." "What is it?" Sarutobi asked. "It's just I was speaking with Iruka after the Genin exam and he told me that the thing about Naruto that impressed him the most was that he posed a quality that no one in his graduating class had, but he wouldn't tell me what that was." His eyes turned to the floor. "He's just like Obito. I swear from the way the kid acts it's like Obito has come back in a different body." A sad smile spread across the aged Kage's face. It seems that Naruto has mastered the ninja art of deception. "Hokage-sama? I'm saying Naruto isn't all he appears to be. The Naruto we've come to know isn't completely the real Naruto. That smile is something that he hides his feelings behind and attempts to make others think he's not hurting. There were times when he was younger when I would be feeling stressed out from my duties, and then from out of nowhere he would appear and he would drag me out of my office to play with him or get me to take him out for ramen. Everything would be fine and we would see children with their mother or father and he would become quiet for a while before flashing me that grin. Hiruzen paused. There was a period of silence before he began speaking again. I am the leader of this village Kakashi. I have the power to pass any law I deem as worthy and yet I am powerless to enforce the one law I wish I could. If I could I would pass a law stating that all children in this village would have both a mother and father, however even as Hokage that is beyond my power. Sarutobi told Kakashi who just stared at the man, unsure of what to say. Kakashi, I know you were made a squad leader as you are the only one in the village who can teach Sasuke how to use his Sharingan but please do not let it distract you from your other charges. Naruto and Sakura have a great deal of potential and I know that you are the perfect choice to help them realize it. Kakashi stared at the aged man. Suddenly his job had just got a whole lot tougher. I'll do my best Hokage-sama. Outside the three genin had exited the tower. Sakura was about to go through her usual routine of asking Sasuke out and him refusing, however today something was different. Now usually after Sasuke would shoot Sakura down, Naruto would step in and attempt to cheer the Rosette up, however she had noticed how quiet her blonde-haired teammate had since their last mission as well as the depressed look on his face, and it concerned in quiet and depression were two things she had never associated with him. All she could do was stand there as he walked away. Naruto, unbeknown to the three genin, a figure stationed atop the Yondaime's head was a figure watching, his red eyes locked onto Naruto as he walked away. The rest of the day went changing into evening. Some might say it was a magical evening. There was not a cloud in the sky to spoil the star-filled sky and the moon that shone down upon the two lovers that were seated underneath a cherry blossom tree wrapped in the other's embrace. Oh Naruto-kun, I've waited for so long for this, the pale-eyed girl told the blonde. I know Hinata-chan, I can't believe I was so blind for so long. Naruto replied, the happiest day of my life was when I woke up and realized you were in love with me, and for some reason that makes no sense whatsoever I realized I was in love with you as well. I then forgot all about that ugly troll Sakura, the girl I was in love with for as long as I could remember and who I would have done anything for to make happy, and declare my love for you even though I have never paid any attention to you whatsoever and never didn't even care about. A small twinge of pink appeared on Hinata's face, she then pressed her head against his shoulder. Naruto-kun, you say the sweetest things. Naruto smiled, he then placed a finger underneath her chin so the two of them were staring into one another's eyes. Hinata-chan, please kiss me. Naruto said no louder than a whisper. Naruto, the two of them leaned towards one another, their lips moving closer and closer together. Oh Naruto-kun, Floramon looked over at her partner as she slept. It had been a long day for the Hinata's new sensei had put her and her teammates through various exercises as well as a number of missions, so it was quite understandable that the pair was exhausted by the of it. Now Floramon liked the Hyuga heiress. Her confidence could use some work though, however she did have one flaw that was difficult to overlook. She talks in her sleep, the plant lizard groaned as she placed her pillow over her head in an attempt to tune out Hinata's mumblings. Elsewhere another member of the rookies was deep in slumber, however his dreams were no nearly as pleasant as the Hyuga heiress. Sasuke let out a grunt of pain as his battered and bloody body hit the ground. Looking up he saw Naruto standing not too far from him, and a fair distance behind them was Sakura and the other members of his graduating class along with Iruka and Kakashi. Can you believe this? He heard a member of the audience say, this kid was nominated as the top of our graduating class. I know, what a joke. Another added, this guy couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag, said a third. Just then Sasuke stood up and lunged at Naruto, who vanished from view and reappeared behind him and drove his foot into Sasuke's back, sending him flying. Just then Naruto flicked his wrist and from his sleeve came a kunai that was attached to a rope which skewered Sasuke in the back. Get over here, Naruto growled before retracing the rope, dragging Sasuke back to him before spinning him round and delivering a brutal uppercut. Sasuke got back up, however it seemed he couldn't maintain his balance and began swaying. Just then a booming voice was heard and said, finish him. Naruto launched his roped kunai again, which embedded itself in Sasuke's left arm and retracting it ripped his arm clean off, and then launched it again, doing the same to Sasuke's right leg. Then to Sasuke's horror Naruto grabbed his face and peeled the skin off, revealing a burning skull. Naruto then launched a stream of flames from his mouth which incinerated Sasuke's body, leaving only his skeleton behind that collapsed into a pile of ash, toasty. Once again the voice was heard, Nato wins, flawless victory, fatality. Sasuke's eyes burst open, breathing heavily and sweat pouring from his brow. A dream, it was all a dream. Getting out of bed he headed straight for the bathroom and filled the sink with cold water, splashed it onto his face. Get a grip Sasuke, it was just a dream. You could never lose to someone like him. He mentally berated himself. You're Uchiha, he is nobody. If he gets in your way, then you'll just kill him. Not too far away, Devimon was watching Sasuke and was grinning to himself. The next morning, Naruto and the other gathered in their usual spot waiting for their sensei to make an appearance. Naruto appeared to be back to his old self again, which Sakura was relieved about as she had spent much of the previous evening worrying about him. Team 7 had been waiting for nearly an hour and a half when there was a burst of smoke and man in wearing a Chunin's flak jacket appeared. "You Team 7?" he asked, to which each of them nodded in reply. "There's been a change of plan. Your squad leader wants you to go home and gather together your equipment, weapons, exploding tags, rope, and anything you think will be useful, and meet him at the East Gate in 1 hour." With that he left, leaving the 3 genin and their Digimon partners to head off to their respective homes to gather what they needed before going to the location. After arriving, they discovered they weren't the only ones told to come here. "Sasuke-kun." A loud cry was heard, and then from out of seemingly nowhere Ino metalized and latched herself onto Sasuke's arm. "I can't believe you're here. I almost couldn't stand the time we were apart." "Ino pig. What the hell are you doing? In fact, what the hell are you even doing here?" Sakura demanded. You guys are here. Man, what a pain." Another voice was heard, and looking round, Team 7 saw Shikamaru and Choji heading towards them. "What, you guys are here too?" Naruto blurted out. "Hey, it isn't exactly a thrill to see you either," Choji retorted. Despite the supposed hostility, however, all 3 of the boys were happy to see one another. After all, you don't spend almost constant time in detention together and not develop some sort of bond with each other. Just then a chuckle was heard. Well, who'd have thunk it? All 6 of them looked round and saw Kiba, with Akamaru riding on his head, Shino and Hinata heading towards them. "It looks like the gang's all here," Kiba said, although it seemed to be more to himself than to the others. "Yeah, including you, unfortunately," Shikamaru responded. Kiba growled in response. The 9 of them began talking amongst themselves. Well, 4 actually. Sasuke was too busy brooding and ignoring Sakura and Ino. Hinata merely blushed and stuttered, and Shino, Naruto was chatting with Kiba, Shikamaru and Choji when he noticed something was behind him, and looking round found it was Hinata. Hello Naruto." The pale-eyed girl squeaked. Hi," Naruto replied, one of his eyebrows rising as he spoke. "This awesome, Naruto-kun is speaking to me." Hinata inwardly squealed. "So how have you been? I haven't seen you since graduation." "Okay, I guess training and doing missions mostly," Naruto responded. "Oh, that's inserting," Hinata said. She almost couldn't believe it, but her plan was working out better than she had hoped. Soon he would forget about Sakura and confess his love for her. Can I ask you a question?" Naruto asked. "Of course, ask anything you want," Hinata replied. "Okay. Just who are you anyway? I don't think I've seen you before," Naruto said. If anyone had been listening carefully, they would have heard the sound of Hinata's world come crashing down. "He doesn't know WHOIAM." Before anyone could say anything else, there was a puff of smoke revealing Asuma and Kurenai. The Genjutsu user also happened to have Kakashi by his ear. Once Kurenai released him, Kakashi brushed himself down and cleared his throat. "All right, now everyone's here, let's move out." "Hey Kakashi-sensei, why did you have us all meet here?" Naruto asked. "Don't worry Naruto, we'll fill you in once we get where we need to go," Kakashi replied. With that said, the party set off out of the gate and into the forest that surrounded this part of the village's outer wall. They had gone about a mile of the village when the packs on Naruto and Sakura backs began fidgeting about, and from them emerged Kuronomon and Lunamon. "Damn, it's warm in this thing," Kuronomon said as he gasped for air. "Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be out. Get back in the bag," Naruto told his partner in a panicked tone. "No way, it's warm and difficult to breathe in there," Kuronomon retorted. "I know. How about next time you can be the one in the bag and I'll carry you around?" "Lunamon, I thought we agreed you'd stay hidden in my bag," Sakura told her partner. "I'm sorry Sakura, but it was hot in there. Not to mention uncomfortable with everything that's packed in here," Lunamon replied. It was then both of them, along with Sakura and Lunamon, realized that the others were staring at them. Guys, this is a kinda funny situation," Naruto said, both himself and Sakura letting out a nervous laugh. Without saying anything, Shikamaru set his own pack on the ground and opening it, allowing Betamon to emerge from it. The green amphibian letting out a loud yawn as he did. "What you wake me up for? This is such a drag," the green amphibian muttered. Shikamaru glanced over at Ino, who then opened her bag as well, and Lunamon emerged. "Wah, you've got Digimon too," Naruto exclaimed. "Hey, take that forehead. I got one too, and mine is much cuter than yours is," Ino taunted, wrapping her arms around Lunamon. "Hello everyone, I'm Lunamon," the pink and green plant introduced herself. "Keep dreaming Ino pig," Sakura retorted. "Not only is my Lunamon cuter, Sasuke-kun thinks so too. Ha, you're out of your mind, forehead. Sasuke-kun thinks Lunamon is cuter, was Ino's response. Just then from out of the woods came Kabuterimon and Floramon, who hurried over to Shino and Hinata. Ah, not you guys as well. Naruto groaned. This bites. Just when I thought I had something cool to set me apart from everyone else in my class, it turns out they've got them as well. Oh, suck it up. Some of us don't have one of these lil Digimon to hang around with. Kiba snorted. Not that I need one. I mean, not one of them can hold a candle to Akamaru. The little pup gave a yip of agreement. Just then the sound of beating wings was heard and Demi-Devimon appeared and landed on Sasuke's shoulder. Ah, look at that. The gang's all here, he said sarcastically. Just then all four of the newly arrived Digimon placed themselves in front of their partners. Floramon, what are you doing? Hinata asked. Be very careful, Hinata, it's a Demi-Devimon. Floramon informed her. It's always a bad omen when they're around. Ah, now that hurts my feelings. Demi-Devimon gave a mock pout. It isn't nice to say bad things about somebody. Maybe, however, in the case of you it's all absolutely true, Kuronoman retorted. Alright people, let's knock it off. Asuma called out, we're almost at our destination, so let's keep moving. With that the three teams of genin followed their instructors until they came across a small clearing that had a rocky outcrop in the center of it that was covered in moss and vines, which the three Junin began clearing, revealing some sort of large metal disc with a bunch of different symbols imprinted on it. What is that? Several of the gathered genin and Digimon wondered. Kakashi and the other Junin then drew some blood and smeared it on the symbols and preformed a hand sign. After a few seconds they began to glow and a loud clicking noise was heard before the three of them rolled the piece of metal away, revealing a rather large hole. Okay, what's going on and what was all that you just did? Naruto demanded. Kakashi looked over at his blonde pupil. I guess since we're here we can tell you what the mission involves. He then motioned to Karinia, who turned to address the group of genin. Alright, listen up. This mission is a high rank than the ones you've done before, so I suggest you pay attention. Located beneath us are a series of tunnels that run under the village, many of which double up as its sewage system. Recently a problem has developed with it and job is to head down there and take care of it. Wait, you mean we have to head down into a sewer? Naruto demanded. Do you have any idea what kind of things are crawling around down there? Yeah, I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but Naruto's right. There's no way of telling what kind of horrible germs and virus we could contract going down there, Ino added. Shut your mouths. Kakashi snapped. You're all ninja of this village, that means being prepared to take on any job no matter what it involves. There were no more complaints after that. Right, now a few days ago the amount of water that passes to the village's purification facility has dropped and it is believed that there may be some sort of blockage. Our mission is to find the blockage and take care of it. The silver-haired Junin informed them. So you're saying our mission is pretty much to unclog a drain? Shikamaru said in a lazy tone. To my knowledge you don't need a team of 9 genin for something like this. True, however we were informed that getting all of you to participate in this mission would be a good way experience working with another squad, as you will find that you may be placed in a similar situation in the future, Asuma replied. And who thought of that? Sasuke asked. I did. A voice was heard and from out of the woods emerged Gatomon. All of the genin minus Naruto stared at the small white cat-like Digimon as she approached. As she approached, Akamaru let out a growl. He then leapt out of his master's jacket and charged towards Gatomon, yipping as he did. Gatomon didn't even seem fazed by the small white pup. Once he was in range she flicked Akamaru on the nose, which stopped the white pup in his tracks before turning tail and jumping back into Kiba's jacket, shivering and whimpering. Akamaru, you coward. How could you be scared of a cat? Kiba berated the quivering lump in his jacket. What is that thing? Sasuke wondered aloud, which resulted in Kuronoman coming over and kicking him in the shin. Watch your mouth, emo boy. That's Gatomon, servant of Ophanimon. Who's Ophanimon? Sakura asked her partner. Ophanimon is one of the 3 great angels, one of the most powerful beings in the digital world whose duty it is to protect it from evil, Lunamon replied. Gatomon looked over the group of genin before her, shooting each of them a look of disapproval. Alright, you bunch of misfits, let's get something very clear. Both your world and mine is facing a threat that could wipe out both of them, and it's up to all you to ensure that that doesn't happen. But at the moment all of you couldn't defeat a fresh level Digimon that was still inside its Digiegg. It is this reason my lady has sent me in order to whip you all into shape. Geez, she's bossy. Sakura whispered in Naruto's ear. Just be thankful you don't have to live with her. Naruto replied. She's a bigger ramen freak than I am and has kicked me out of my own bed. This caused Sakura to chuckle. Sakura, don't laugh. It's my home and I'm sleeping on my own couch. Hinata glanced over at Naruto and her heart plummeted as she watched him whisper something to Sakura, which caused her to let out a small chuckle. Just wait, Naruto-kun. I promise I'll get stronger and save you from that pink-haired skank. Just then something occurred to Naruto. Wait a second, if this is a team-building thing then where are Neji and Tenten? Since they have Digimon too I'd assume they should be here as well. They won't be joining us. Guy's squad has been dispatched on a mission outside the village. Kakashi informed his student.
Wait, how come they get to leave the village and we have to walk around in a stinkin' sewer? Kiba demanded.
Because Guy's squad has a year's more experience than you so are allowed to participate in higher-ranked missions. Kakashi replies. The silver-haired nin glanced over at Asuma who reached into his vest and pulled out 2 small scrolls, opened them and placed them on the ground. Biting his thumb he spread some blood on them and in a puff of smoke appeared rope and a rope ladder. Alright everyone, we've spent enough time hanging around here so let's get moving. Kakashi then tied one end of the rope to the ladder and the other to a tree before rolling the rope ladder over the edge of the hole. Okay you lot, you heard the man. Let's move out, Gatomon said before jumping up onto Naruto's back and perching herself on his head. Kakashi then headed down into the hole first followed by Kurinia. Once they announced that they were safely down the genin then made their way down with Asuma bringing up the rear. Each of the Junin each took out a small flashlight and switching it on sent out a beam of light illuminating the area. Walking through the tunnels was unpleasant, it was cramped dank and the limited light given off by the Junin's flashlight made it seems kind of eerie and it didn't help was the smell. The other thing was the bickering between Naruto and Ino. Will you two be quiet? Kurenai told the pair releasing a small amount of ki to get the 2 blondes to be quiet, both of them pouting. Whilst he was brooding over being yelling at him something occurred to Naruto. He wasn't sure if he should ask but he decided to give it a shot. Hey Kakashi-sensei, if we're just here to unclog a drain how come we were told to bring all our equipment? Well Naruto, it doesn't hurt a shinobi to be prepared. After all you never know what's lurking down here. Kakashi replied looking round holding the flashlight under his chin which made the silver-haired Junin look rather creepy. This was quickly brought to an end when Kurinia grabbed Kakashi's ear and tugged on it causing the silver-haired Junin to let out a yelp of pain. Baka, stop fooling around. The crimson-eyed woman scolded Kakashi who rubbed his ear and muttered about how mean Kurinia was. She then looked over at the group. Despite Kakashi's moment of idiocy he is right. A ninja has to be prepared for any situation. Just because you're genin doesn't mean you won't be attacked by an enemy if given the opportunity. Unsure of what to say to the red-eyed Junin's comment Naruto looked up at Gatomon who, much to his annoyance, was still perched on his head. So what's the deal anyway? You think there might be Digimon down here? Possibly, it might be nothing but we can't be too careful, the white cat replied. The next half hour was spent in silence and soon arrived at a point where the tunnels split off. Kakashi then took out a map in order to work out where they were when a noise caught his attention. Did you hear that? He asked Asuma and Kurenai. Hear what? Kurenai responded. Kakashi motioned for both of them to listen and the 2 of them fell silent and sure enough the noise was heard again. I hear it, Asuma commented, an idea what it is? No idea. Kakashi replied as he reached towards his headband, I was hoping not to have to use this so soon. Meanwhile it wasn't just the 3 Junin who were suddenly on high alert, Akamaru and the Digimon were as well. What's got you guys so worked up? Naruto wondered. Obviously something has got their attention. Clearly the Digimon senses are more highly developed than ours are. A voice from behind made Naruto jump and spinning round saw Shino standing there. Wait a sec, you can talk. Of course I can talk, I merely don't talk to you, Shino replied. Naruto growled, he was about to retort when Kakashi and the other 2 Junin appeared from out of thin air. Now then let's not lose our tempers shall we? The silver-haired nin told his pupil, we may have got bigger problems to contend with. Before anyone could do anything else from the water dozens of slimy green creatures emerged. These things are disgusting. What are they? Ino said in a disgusted tone. Those are Numamon. Lalamon informed her. Numamon? Naruto quickly scanned them. Numamon level. Champion attribute. Virus type. Mollusk Digimon. Numi sludge continuous poo throw smash. Even the description of these things sounds gross, Sakura commented. Numi sludge. As if in response to the Pinkette's comment several brown things flying at the group, most of the coming within inches of hitting them. Kakashi-sensei, please tell me that's not what I think it is, Naruto asked looking over at one of the projectiles that impacted against the wall wearing the same look of disgust that the others also wore. Numi sludge, all the Numamon cried out and each of them threw more of their projectiles at the group of ninja. Being a seasoned ninja Kakashi knew that the ability to think on your feet was a requirement as a split-second decision could be the deciding factor on any mission. And right now he knew was required. Run. And with that the party began speeding off like characters out of a Roadrunner cartoon. As they ran, the group ran through twisting tunnels. Choji, who was at the back of the group, slipped and fell. Choji! Shikamaru skidded to a halt and spun himself around and formed a hand sign. Kage main no jutsu. Shadow imitation technique. The Nara's shadow then began to grow in size, spreading out and connecting with the Numamon, causing them to dead in their tracks. Choji looked over his shoulder at the frozen, then over at his best friend, Shikamaru. Choji, get out of there. Shikamaru told his chubby friend, and hurry up because this is way too troublesome. But what happens when you let them go? Choji asked. Don't worry, I'll take care of that, said Betaman. Now get moving. Unsure of how to reply, Choji got back up and began running. Alright, here I go. Betaman said. Once the Akamichi member was out of the way, sparks of electricity began appearing around the fin on top of the small amphibian creature's head, electric shock. He then unleashed the electrical energy, zapping each of the Numamon. He then turned round and nodded to Shikamaru, who released his jutsu. Will that do it? Shikamaru asked, picking his partner off the ground. That should slow them down enough to allow us to get away. Betaman replied. The two boys then began running to catch up with the rest of the group. Hey Shikamaru, thanks for saving my butt, Choji said to his friend. No problem, that's what friends do no matter how troublesome it is, right? Shikamaru replied. Soon enough the pair managed to catch up with the rest of the group and they were back to running. Any idea where we're heading? Asuma asked. No idea, Kakashi replied. I have no idea where we're going or what's ahead of us. Don't worry, we can rectify that problem, Kurenai told the pair. She looked over at Hinata and nodded. Hinata looked back at her sensei, unsure. However, the crimson-eyed woman fixed her with a sharp look, as telling the Hyuga girl to do it. Byakugan. Veins appeared around the Hyuga's eyes as chakra was pumped into them, allowing her to see beyond what the other couldn't. It was an X-ray-like effect, giving her the ability to see the workings of a person's chakra network as well as a clearer look of what was around her. There's another junction up ahead, she informed the others. Soon enough they reached the junction. Alright. Where next? Kakashi asked, turning to Hinata. Before the Hyuga could do another scan with her Byakugan, a small tremor came from out of seemingly nowhere, which was followed by a low growl. What was that? Hiba wondered as Akamaru began to tremble inside his coat. Hinata did another scan, which resulted in her letting out a small yelp. Hinata, what is it? What did you see? Kurenai asked. There's something down there, in the left tunnel. It's big. Hinata replied. Just then dozens of voices were heard coming from behind them. This is not good. We can't go left and we can't go back, plus these tunnels are too narrow for us to fight in. Kakashi muttered, that leaves us with only one option. With that the party darted down the right tunnel. As they did they noticed the tunnel grew wider the farther they got and that they were no longer standing in foul-smelling water. They kept running until they were forced to stop. Barring their way was a large set of wooden doors. Crap, it's a dead end. Kiba growled. Quick everyone, try to get it open, Asuma ordered. All the male ninja headed over and began pushing against the door, trying to force it open. Damn it, it won't budge. Kakashi groaned. Hey, I think I found something, Naruto announced. Kurenai then turned his flashlight over to where the blonde was and discovered Naruto had found the lock. However, it appeared to be very old and very rusty. Asuma, Kakashi said, catching the bearded nin's attention. The two of them stared at one another for a moment, which lasted until Asuma nodded. Everybody stand back, he ordered. Once everyone had lined themselves along the tunnel's walls, Kakashi began walking until he was at least 10 meters away from them, and Asuma quickly began flipping through seals. Kaden. Endan no jutsu. Fireball. A jet of flame emerged from the bearded Junin's mouth, aimed at the rusty lock. Asuma kept heating it until it was red hot before ceasing his attack. That done, he formed another set of seals. Sweden. Tepudama no jutsu. Bullet. Asuma's checks began to swell as his mouth began to fill with water, which he released, forming a large orb which also struck the lock, which resulted in large amounts of steams to be released as it cooled. Asuma then moved to the side and looked over at Kakashi. It's all yours. Kakashi nodded. He then began forming his own hand signs. Electrical energy formed around his right hand, sounding like thousands of birds chirping. Kakashi then charging forward, his arm outstretched. Raikiri, lightning edge. Kakashi's hand connected with the lock, the force of the impact causing it to shatter. He then motioned to the others, and the other male members of the group rushed over, and after much heaving they managed to get the door open. As they did, the sound of the Numamon was heard. All right, everyone inside, Kakashi ordered. Not needing to be told twice, the party quickly darted into the tunnel. The tunnel seemed to go on forever until it vanished and they found themselves in a wide open space. Where are we? Choji asked. I have no clue, Asuma replied. Hey, wait a second, Sakura spoke up. Where's Naruto? Her observation catching the three experienced ninjas' attention and looking around discovered the blonde genin was indeed missing. Back in the tunnel, Naruto sticking up 4 exploding tags along the wall. There, that should do it. Just the Numamon came into view. Here they come. Kuronoman announced. Alright, let's move. Naruto told his partner. He then looked over at the Numamon and gave them an akenbi to taunt them. Neener, come get me you slimy runts. He then turned to his partner, Kuronoman. With pleasure. The chibi fire lion replied, Corona flame. The flame on Kuronoman's head burned more furiously and a small orb was fired from it. The heat from this caused the tags to burn quicker and causing the inevitable explosion much sooner. Naruto grabbed Kuronoman and began running for all his worth, and rock fell from above and the shockwave from the explosion at his back which pushed him forwards until it knocked him off his feet and out of the tunnel where the others were waiting for him. The sound of feet was heard and looking up he saw Kakashi and the others. Hey guys. Naruto, you idiot. Sakura yelled. Naruto may be her friend, however she could hardly believe the blonde's action. Do you realize what you've done? Now we can't get out. Yeah, but now those things can't get in either, Naruto replied. Alright, that's enough. Kakashi spoke up before anyone could say anything else. Whatever the case, Naruto has at least bought us some time. So where are we anyway? Naruto asked. That's a good question. Kakashi replied. He then scanned the area with his flashlight, revealing a decorated stone wall that had several torches lining. He then turned to Asuma, who quickly began flipping through seals. Kaden. Housenka no Jutsu. Mythical Fire Phoenix Technique. The bearded ninja then spat out a series of small fireballs that struck several of the torches, igniting them, their light partially illuminating the area. The group stared in awe at their surroundings. They were in a large stadium, but this wasn't like the one in the village, this was much more grand. Kakashi-sensei, what is this place? Sakura asked. Part of our history I hope was never true, Kakashi replied. He then ordered everyone to pair off and spread out and take up position. The stadium was the perfect place to ambush the Numamon once they broke through. Once they'd divided up into groups, Naruto and Kiba, Shimamaru and Hinata, Shino and Choji, Sakura and Ino and Sasuke by himself, they went looking for a good spot. Several of the party found time to explore the structure. Naruto and Kiba managed to find their way into a box that would have been reserved for important figures in the village such as the council and clan heads. Scanning the area, something caught Naruto's eye and called Kiba over. What is it? Kiba asked. Check this out, Naruto said. He pointed at part of the box that had the Uchiha symbol carved into it. Just then Kakashi appeared. What has you found? Naruto didn't respond and merely at the Uchiha symbol carved into the wall. Kakashi scanned the area and found another symbol which caused him to let out a sigh. So much for noble family history. Soon enough the Numamon were able to squeeze their way through the fallen rock that covered the entrance. They looked around, they could find no trace of the humans they were chasing. Watching from his position, Kakashi took a small mirror and reflected a small beam of light, sending both Naruto and Sakura a signal, both of whom channeled their chakra into their digivices. Chakra burst. Full charge Coronamondigivolve2, Pheromon. Lunamon, Digivolve2. Lekisman. Both champions emerged from stands and dived towards the Numamon. Flame drive, Moon Knight kick. Flames wrapped around Phyramon's body and slammed into several Numamon in a fiery tackle whilst Lekisman drove her foot into them. Demi Dart, Electric Shock, Seed Blast. Demi Devimon, Betamon and Lalamon then entered the fray. Demi Devimon fired syringes from his wings whilst Betamon fired more electrical energy from his fin. Lalamon meanwhile began spitting out dozens of small seeds that then exploded upon impact. Guess it's our turn, Asuma said to himself as he and his colleagues emerged from their hiding spots, flying through hand signs the moment he hit the ground. Doden. Doryu Taiga. Earthflow River. The ground underneath Asuma and several Numamon transformed into a river of mud. That done, Asuma made some more hand signs. Doden. Doryuden. Earth Dragon Projectile. A large dragon's head emerged from the mud and from its mouth spewed dozens of mud projectiles, which stuck several Numamon, deleting them. In another part of the arena, Shikamaru and Kurenai prepared to engage more of the slimy Digimon. Cage Main no Jutsu. Shadow Imitation Technique. Like before, Shikamaru's shadow spread out and connecting with the Numamon. Good work, Shikamaru. Now leave the rest to me, Kurinia told the lazy Nara. Sakura Kain Shippuu no Jutsu. Cherry Blossom Petal Hurricane. Her genjutsu successful, the Numamon saw Kurenia's whole body suddenly dissolved into flower petals that swarmed around the mollusk-type creatures. Kiba, now, Kurenai commanded. You got it, sensei. Kiba replied. He then looked over at his pup. Let's do it, Akamaru. Juujin Bushin. Beastman clone. There was a puff of smoke and Akamaru transformed himself into an identical copy of his master. Alright Akamaru, let's do it. Gatsuuga dual piercing fang. Both Kiba and Akamaru began spinning, creating a small cyclone, and launched themselves at a small group of Numamon, the attack quickly deleting them. Alright, my turn. Shoji announced, Baika no Jutsu, multi-size technique. Before everyone's eyes, Choji's body began to swell up. He grew so large he resembled an overinflated ball. Here I come, you disgusting slime balls. Nikudansensha. Human bullet tank. Shoji's limbs then retracted into his body before launching himself into the air and began to spin at a high rate speed. The giant orb began rolling towards more Numamon, who tried to stop him by throwing their projectile at him, but instead they bounce off. They were crushed by Choji's massive body. Things were going well. The group of ninja and Digimon were whittling down the Numamon's numbers. Just then the ground shook, causing the rocks covering the entrance to fall away, and the smell of decay filtered into the arena. And then from the tunnel appeared a large creature, its body appearing to be grayish slime as well as two small red-eyed and a large gaping maw. What is that? Ino said, sounding disgusted. Sakura quickly checked her Digivice. Raremon level. Champion attribute. Virus type. Undead Digimon. Breath of decay, acid sludge, stinking gas. Acid sludge, and acidic green mist emerged from Raremon's mouth. The gathered ninja managed to jump out of the way, however the remaining Numamon weren't so fortunate. They were instantly deleted the instant the green mist passed over them. It deleted them, like they were nothing. Naruto said in a shocked tone. Forget them. We need to concentrate on ourselves, Pheromon replied. Fira bomb. He then launched several fiery orbs at Raremon. This caused the Raremon to cry out in pain. Breath of decay. It then fired several green orbs from its mouth. Quick, everyone back up into the stands. Kakashi commanded. Everyone complied and retreated back up into the stands. Kakashi, however, remained where he was. He quickly began to flip through signs and electrical energy appeared in his hand. Rakery, lightning edge. He then charged towards Raremon, who fired more green orbs. However, due to both his speed and reflexes, Kakashi was able to avoid them. Once he was close enough, Kakashi raised his hand and thrust it into Raremon's soft body, the lightning chakra causing it to cry out in pain. Kakashi tried to remove his hand, however Raremon's body was so soft he found he couldn't pull it out, and what's more, he could feel a burning sensation which caused his a great deal of pain. Just then Lekisman appeared from out of seemingly nowhere and using all her strength was able to pull Kakashi free from Raremon's body and jumped over to where Kurenai was back up in the stands. Kurenai took a look at Kakashi's hand and the sight made her feel nauseous. The material of the glove had been burned away along with several layers of flesh, leaving a mess of blood and muscle tissue underneath. That's you out of this. You're sitting the rest of this one out, she told him as she took out some bandages and wrapped them around Kakashi's hand. Alright everyone, we need to come up with some plan to beat this thing, Asuma told the gathered genin. Breath of decay. Raremon fired off more green orbs, forcing them to move as quickly as they could to avoid them. One of them then struck the ceiling, causing a large slab of rock to fall from it and towards Hinata, who froze. She let out a scream as the large slab of rock fell towards her and instantly squeezed her eyes tight. At that same moment the ground beneath Ino's feet collapsed and she fell down into the arena below. Hinata let out a scream as the large slab of rock fell towards her. Just then, seconds before it crushed her, someone tackled her to the ground. At the same time, Ino was lying dazed in the arena only a few meters from where Raremon was. Acid sludge. Raremon called out his attack and like Hinata she closed her eyes in fear, in hopes of avoiding the painful and horrific death that awaited her. Just when she felt she was done for, she felt someone grab her and a rush of air before being cradled like a newborn in a strong pair of arms. Both girls felt a huge feeling of relief and in their mind's eye they could see their rescuer. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. Well, they were right, but just not in the order they wanted. Hinata opened her eyes and instead of looking into the whiskered smiling face of Naruto found herself looking into the pale, cold one of Sasuke. At the same time Ino found herself looking up into the face of Naruto. What the hell? Get your hands off me, you idiot. I wanted Sasuke-kun to save me. Will you shut up? Just be grateful I'm helping you at all. Naruto retorted as he did to stay one step ahead of Raremon's attacks. Raremon kept firing off more green orbs which Naruto did his best to avoid, however soon the two blondes found themselves back against the wall. Raremon began charging up another attack when Lunamon appeared and began firing seeds at Raremon. Don't worry Ino, no matter what I'll protect you even if it costs me my life, Seed Blast. Lunamon. The attack did little to damage the large Digimon but it did annoy him. He went to swat Lunamon aside when Pheromon came at the large toxic creature using his Fira Claw attack, drawing its attention. Whilst this happened, a veil of blue energy wrapped itself around Ino. What's this? The blonde girl wondered. Hey Ino, it's okay. Ino nearly jumped out of her skin when she felt Naruto place his hand on her shoulder. It was the same for me as well. Take the chakra around you and channel it into your digivice. Ino looked over at Naruto, who flashed her his trademark grin. She had been feeling unsure, however the sight of his smile made her feel calmer. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and brought her hands together to form the ram seal. Tapping into the chakra around her before reaching into her weapons pouch and taking out her digivice, channeled chakra into her hand and forced it into the device. Chakra burst, full charge, LALAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Sunflowmon. Lunamon was engulfed in a bright light, and when it died, in her place was creature a green reptile-like body with a face that resembled a flower and a pair of leaf-like pixie wings on its back. On the ground, Ino stared up in amazement at her new Digimon. Naruto checked his digivice. Sunflowmon level. Champion attribute. Data type. Vegetation Digimon. Sunshine beam. Sunflowmon's face glows yellow and fires an extremely powerful blast of solar energy. Cactus tail. Sunflowmon launches thorns from her tail. Smiley Binta. Smiley Binta. The leaves around Sunflowmon's face began spinning like a buzz saw before shooting out like shurikens that flew at Raremon and embedded themselves in his soft body. Whilst this was going on up in the stands, Hinata had been watching the interaction between Naruto and Ino, and it made her heart sink. Hinata. Hearing her name, the Hyuga heiress looked about and saw both Kiba and Shino heading over to her. Are you okay? Kiba asked as he helped the pale-eyed girl off the ground. Not responding, Hinata looked round to try and see Sasuke but found the surviving Uchiha was gone. Shino meanwhile was focusing on the battle that was taking place. It seems that in order to make Kabuterimon stronger, you must focus a large amount of chakra, then channel it into your digivice. Interesting. The bug user sent a mental command to the hive of insects that lived within his body. These insects fed off of the chakra his body produced, however this time he told them to feed his chakra back into him. A cloud of chakra appeared around the bug user's body. Shino. What's happening to you? Kiba asked. Simple, I merely released a large amount of chakra. Shino looked over at Hinata. Hinata, focus your chakra and channel it into your digivice. Hinata stared at her teammate with uncertainty, but, come on Hinata, I know you can do it, Kiba told her in an encouraging tone. Hinata stared at her two teammates. She was still feeling unsure about herself, but knowing she had the support of her team made her a little less nervous. Alright, I'll try. Taking a deep breath, the Hyuga girl closed her eyes and began to focus on building up her chakra, just as Kurenai-sensei had taught them, and soon like Shino, cloud of chakra appeared wrapping around her like a cloak. Chakra burst, full charge, FLORAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Ninjaman. KOKABUTERIMONDIGIVOLVE2, BLADEKUWAGAMON, where Kokbatarium and Floramon had been, were now a bulbous-looking creature with a red mask on its head, and a sword on its back, and a large insect, its whole body encased in metal armor, with a large blade sticking out in front of it. On the ground, both Naruto and Ino stared up in amazement of the two creatures and quickly checked their digivices. Ninjaman level. Champion attribute. Data type, Mutant Digimon. Ninja knife throwing sword, draw cage bunshin dancing leaves. Blade Kawagamon level. Champion attribute. Virus type, Machine Digimon. Spark Blade air knife. Also watching was Shikamaru, and like Shino he'd also figured out how to get his partner to digivolve. The only problem is I've used Cage Main twice. I don't know if I have enough left in order to have Betaman digivolve. Damn it. Hey Shikamaru. Hearing his name, Shikamaru looked round and saw Choji. His chubby friend reached into his weapons pouch and threw something which he caught. Take this. Looking at his hand, Shikamaru saw a small green pill, but Shikamaru knew this was no ordinary pill. It was one of a trio of special pills made especially by the Akamichi clan that would give them a temporary boost by converting the body's fat reserves into chakra. However, it also had a rather annoying side effect. Each pill damaged the body by releasing poisons, and taking all 3 pills would result in imminent death. Shikamaru looked over at Choji, who gave him a reassuring nod. He then looked back at the pill in his hand. He's trusting me with his clan's weapon of last resort. I guess this is his way of returning the favor. Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll trust you, Choji, because after this I'm trusting you to save my butt again. Popping the pill in his mouth, he felt a rush of chakra which he quickly began focusing on and channeled into his digivice. Chakra burst, full charge, BETAMONDIGIVOLVE2, strike Ramon. Betaman was consumed in a burst of light, and in his place was a blue reptilian creature, his body covered in metal plates, including one that coved the top of his head with a horn sticking out of it and another on the tip of his tail. Amazed by this creature, the Nara checked his digivice. Strike-Dramon level. Champion attribute. Vaccine type, Dragon Man Digimon. Strike Fang Strike Claw Striking Barrage, Spark Blade. Sword Draw, Strike Fang. Ninjaman drew his sword whilst flames appeared around Strike Dramon's body and the two of them charged towards Raremon whilst Blade Kawagamon launched bolts of electricity that were imitated from his large blade. Breath of Decay. Raremon fired off more green orbs. Strike Dramon leapt onto Blade Kawagamon and the large bug flew out of the way. Ninjaman however didn't. Cage Bunshin, Naruto. Rip off. There were several puffs of smoke and several copies of itself and continued its attack. Undeterred Raremon continued its assault striking each of the clones and dispelled them the final on course to hit Ninjaman himself. Dancing Leaves. In a small burst if wind and leaves Ninjaman vanished dodging the attack. Everyone. Show off. Aw man, this stinks. Naruto groaned. How can we beat this thing if we can't get near it? Shikamaru, hearing Naruto's outburst, was already on the case trying to find a solution. Thinking about it, Raremon really didn't like it when Kakashi-sensei used his Reikiri on it, meaning it's weak against lightning-based attacks, meaning Blade Kawagamon would be the best suited for this. If this is going to happen I better get moving. I can already begin to feel the pill's effects wearing off. Strike Dramon. He called out to his partner, can you and the other get Raremon's attention? No problem. Why? The blue reptile asked. I have an idea, Shikamaru replied. Understanding Strike Dramon and the other Digimon launched an attack doing their best to keep its attention on them whilst Shikamaru slipped behind the giant toxic creature. Alright, here goes nothing. Cage Main no Jutsu. Shadow Imitation Technique. Once again Shikamaru's shadow spread out and connecting with Raremon's body, the creature let out a roar of frustration at not being able to move. Now's your chance. Attack now Whist, I still have a hold on this thing. And make it quick, I don't think I can hold on for very long. Alright everyone, let's finish this thing. Pheramon told the others as they each unleashed their attacks. Sparkblade. Blade Kawagamon was first, driving his blade into Raremon's head and releasing more electrical energy. Tear Arrow. Sunshine Beam. Ninja Knife Throwing. Lekisman fired off several ice arrows whilst Ninjaman produced several giant shurikens which he threw at Raremon, exploded upon contact, and Sunflowmon fired a powerful blast of solar energy from her face. Flame Dive. Striking Barrage. Pheramon and Strike Dramon entered the fray. Flames winding around their bodies, Pheramon dived down from the sky in a fiery tackle whilst Strike Dramon unleashed a barrage of kicks and punches. The 6 attacks struck Raremon's body and the large Digimon to cry out in pain before its body was reduced to data shards, and it couldn't come a moment too soon for Shikamaru. The last of his chakra drained away and he began to fell to the ground, but before he hit it Asuma appeared and caught him. Don't worry kid, I got you. You did good. Shikamaru's tired eyes looked up at his sensei. Last time I ever play hero. He then passed out. Asuma couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, we did it. Naruto cheered. Their mission, the party left the arena and made their way back into the open air. Good job people, Asuma told them. You can all go home now. Kurenai will take Kakashi and Shikamaru to the hospital and I'll go see the old man and report in. Plus I'll see if I can bump us up to B rank pay. The 2 Junin along with Kakashi and Shikamaru then vanished in a puff of smoke and the party of genin began heading back towards Konoha. That evening Sasuke was back at the private training area that was located, the day's events playing over in his head, the memory of how all the assembled rookies Digimon had digivolved in order to beat Raremon. All except his. How this possible? If was a screw-up like Naruto could pull it off, then why couldn't he? He was about to perform the necessary hand signs for his Gukaku no Jutsu when a noise from behind caught his attention, and looking round saw Hinata standing there. What do you want? I. The Hyuga girl shifted under his cold gaze as she tried to stutter out her words. I wanted to thank you for saving me back in the arena. Sasuke let out an him. I wasn't trying to save you. I tripped, you just happened to be in the way. He then began walking away, leaving the Hyuga heiress standing there. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Naruto was in his apartment lying on his bed staring up at the ceiling whilst Kuronomon and Gatomon were seated on the floor playing Go Fish. For once the blonde's thoughts wasn't of ramen or Sakura but instead on Ino. He tried talking to her on the trip back to the village but she kept ignoring him. Just then there was a knock at the door. Getting up, Naruto hurried over, but upon opening it saw no one there, but what he did find 2 things. One was a large takeout box from Ichiraku Ramen and the other was a note that was attached to it which read, "Thanks, Ino." Naruto stared down at the piece of paper in his hand and smiled. Picking up the box he headed back inside. Hey guys, food's on. It was another typical day in Konoha. It was a warm day with not a breath of wind to be felt and the people of the village carried on as usual. Entering the Hokage's tower, Team 7 headed towards Sarutobi's office. Kakashi in the lead carrying a cage with a cat inside it whilst his students, both Naruto and Sasuke sporting numerous scratch marks, followed along behind him. Entering the office, Kakashi handed the animal to its owner, a rather large woman who just happened to be the daimyo's wife, who grabbed a hold of the cat and began hugging it in a way that could be mistaken for trying to crush it. "Oh Tora-chan, who's a good kitty? Mommy was so worried that something might have happened to you." From the sidelines the three genin could only watch the display in disbelief. "Geez, if that's what the dumb thing has to go through, no wonder it ran away," thought Naruto. "If I had to go home to that, I'd run as far away as I could." Were Sakura's. Once the lady had paid for the genin's serves and left, Sarutobi spoke up. "Since you completed your last mission, you can choose another from the list." He picked up a piece of paper from his desk. "Let's see. A member of the council needs a babysitter, running an errand to the next village, a local farmer that needs help harvesting sweet potatoes." "No way, Naruto yelled, hearing what was available. "No way am I doing any more stupid jobs. I want to have a more interesting mission." His two teammates and his teacher glanced at him. "I hate to say it, but the Dobi does have a point," thought Sasuke. "Oh Naruto, you're such a pain," was Sakura's. "Why can't you just be grateful for what you get?" Kakashi sighed. "Use your head, Naruto. Every ninja in this village starts out at the bottom and works their way up. That's how you gain experience. You're just a beginner. You're not ready to take higher rank missions yet," Iruka told his former student. "You mean we have to keep doing crappy jobs already? When do we get some action?" Naruto demanded. He was then silenced by Kakashi bopping him on the head. "Naruto, knock it off." Kakashi looked up at the elderly leader. "Sorry about that."
But it's not fair, Naruto complained. "How am I supposed to prove I'm not the troublemaking screw-up that everyone thinks I am if no one will give me a chance?"
Both Sarutobi and Iruka glanced at one another. Before either of them could say anything, the door opened and in walked Gaia and his squad. "Greeting Hokage-sama. I and my ever-youthful team are here to request a mission," the bowel-haired taijutsu master announced loudly. He then caught sight of Kakashi and his team. "Kakashi, my youthful rival. It's been a while. Maybe after this we could do 300 laps around the village blindfolded and with one hand tied behind our back." Kakashi let out a groan. "Hello, Guy." Guy then caught sight of Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. "Ah, these must be your students. I hope they're as youthful as mine are." Chuckling, Guy looked over at Naruto. "Hey there, Naruto. I hope my rival is working you hard." "Hi there, Guy-sensei." Naruto replied. "Yosh, greetings, Naruto. I hope you're feeling youthful today." Lee piped up. "Hi, Naruto." Tenten greeted the blonde genin. Neji didn't say anything but did give him a nod. "Hey guys." Naruto replied. "Naruto, do you know these people?" Sakura asked. "Yeah, we've met." Naruto replied. He didn't want to say to much less Kakashi find out that Guy had helped him learn the secret of the bell test, not knowing that Kakashi already knew about it. "So Kakashi, aren't you going to introduce us to your follower?" Guy asked. Kakashi sighed. "Fine, if you must know, this is Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha." It was then Lee caught sight of Sakura. "She's beautiful as the blossom she is named after." He then stepped towards the pinkette and introduced himself. "Greetings Sakura, I am Rock Lee, Konohagakure's handsome devil. I was wondering if you would give me the pleasure of going out with you. I swear on my honor I will protect you to my dying breath." He then flashed her a smile and his sensei's infamous nice guy pose. Sakura's response to this was to let out a scream followed by hiding behind Naruto. "Get away from me, you freak." Whilst this was going on, Neji was observing Sasuke. "So that's Sasuke Uchiha, the only survivor of the infamous massacre. I wonder if he has activated his Sharingan yet, and more importantly if he actually knows how to use it. Either way it should be interesting to see how he stacks up." Tenten was also taking in Sasuke, although her thoughts were very different from her teammates. Not bad, he is kinda cute." Just then Sasuke noticed the two of them staring at him, although he only seemed to pay attention to Neji. "What the hell you losers looking at?" Tenten's face faltered, her interest quickly vanishing. "Too bad his attitude stinks." Sarutobi went to sigh when a thought occurred to him. Picking up another piece of paper, he scanned it until something caught his eye. "Kakashi, I will permit your team to take a C-rank mission, however on the condition that another team accompanies you." Everyone's ears perked up at this. "Really, Ji-san, you really mean it?" Naruto said in an enthusiastic tone, to which Sarutobi nodded. "All right. That seems fair," Kakashi told the aged leader. "But Hokage-sama, if I may ask, which other team will accompany us?" Sarutobi looked over at Guy. "Guy, how quickly can your team be ready to go?" Guy grinned. "Just give the word, sir. My team is willing and able. So what's the mission?" Sarutobi smiled. "It's a simple one. I need the aid of you to escort a certain individual to their desired location." Alright, so who are we guarding? Naruto asked. Why don't you see for yourselves? Sarutobi then pressed a button on his intercom. The door to the office opened and standing there was a man who looked to be in his 50s with graying hair and beard as well as a rope tied around his head and a sake bottle in his hand. Huh, these are my assigned escort. The man said in a rude tone. They're so wet behind the ears I bet a light breeze would knock on their lazy behinds. The 6 genin stared at their employer. Charming, isn't he? Tenten said in a sarcastic tone. Aw man, you saying we got to guard this old fart? Naruto complained. I was hoping for someone important like a lord, or the daimyo or a princess. The man glared at our hero. Watch your mouth you little brat. The name's Tazuna, the most renowned bridge builder in all the land. If you're so renowned then how come we've never heard of you? Neji asked. Shut up, Tazuna retorted, I'm your employer which means my life is worth more than yours is. After some more arguments and Naruto and attempting to kill Tazuna after he'd made comments about Naruto being stupid, Sarutobi managed to get all of them out of his office. An hour later the party met up at the village's main gate. Alright, let's hit the road. Naruto cheered. What's got him so worked up? Tenten wondered aloud. It's just a C-rank mission. This is the first time I've been outside the village, Naruto replied. Tanzuna let out a grunt. What a moron, you really expect me to put my life in the hands of this fool? Hey, cut the kid some slack and let him enjoy the moment. I was the same way on my first time out the village, Guy replied. Even so, he should at least try to act professional, Neji pointed said in a serious tone. He is right, Naruto. A little professionalism on a mission can go a long way. Kakashi pointed out, it means that you're on alert and more aware of your surroundings, which in turn puts the client more at ease, not to mention looks better on a report and increases your chances of being recommended for these missions in the future. Naruto pouted but didn't say anything. The party then set off unaware that a pair of eyes were watching them. The party headed down the dirt path when something occurred to Sakura. Mr. Tanzuna, you mentioned you come from Wave Country, right? Yeah, what of it? Tanzuna replied. I'm just curious why you came here. Aren't there ninja in your country too? Sakura asked. What are you, stupid? Neji said in a rude tone. There are no ninja in Wave Country. Lands or villages that have no ninja of their own are permitted to hire ones from the ones that do, hence why Tanzuna hired us. That's correct, Neji, although I wouldn't have put it like that, Kakashi said. He then explained a little about the political and military structure in the elemental countries, the mission rankings and about the 5 ninja villages and the leaders. Wow, I had no idea Lord Hokage was so great, Sakura said in an impressed tone, although having never seen the Hokage in action she didn't wholeheartedly believe her teacher's statement. Kakashi chuckled. You obviously don't really think so. Don't worry, I understand. You're young so it's difficult for you to believe that an old man could be that powerful. And you won't have to worry about encountering enemy ninja on this level of mission. Tanzuna shifted uncomfortably at these words, although on Sasuke, Neji and Guy noticed. After about an hour the party came across a sizable puddle in the middle of the road. You think it's odd too, right? Guy whispered in Kakashi's ear. Yeah, there hadn't been any rain in this area in weeks, Kakashi replied. I rather not leave anything up to chance. Better keep our guard up. Still, don't you think it's odd for such a thing to happen on a low-rank mission? No sooner had Guy said this, 2 figures wearing a torn black cloak and breathing apparatuses emerged from the puddle. Each of them had a strange-looking claw on one of their arms that was connected by a chain and bore the mark of Kirigakure no Sato, the hidden mist village. The second grabbed the first and threw him into the air and over the heads of the 2 Junin. The chain wound itself them and the pair pulled it tight, its fagged edges cutting into them before ripping them into blood pieces. No, Kakashi-sensei! Sakura cried out. Naruto stared at the bloody remains of his teacher, the 2 assassins appearing behind him. Naruto, look out! Tenten cried out. Glancing behind him, Naruto saw the 2 mist nins. Internally he was yelling at his body to move, but for some reason it refused to move. One of them lunged forward, his claw catching Naruto's hand. The screen of Naruto's Digivice suddenly flared into life and Coronaman emerged from it, Corona Flame. The Chibi Fire Lion fired off several small fireballs from the flame at the pair, who were both stunned at his sudden appearance. He then retreated back inside the Digivice. Using this moment of confusion, Sasuke took out a shuriken and kunai from his weapons pouch and threw it, pinning the chain that connected the 2 Kirin nins to a nearby tree. Miku Entori, dynamic entry! Lee cried out as he performed a flying kick that connected with one of the Kiri nins, knocking him backwards. Neji looked over at Tenten, who gave him a brief nod, who took out several kunais and assumed a defensive stance in front of Tanzuna. Satisfied, Neji activated his clan's Kekkei Genkai. Byakugan. That done, Neji glanced over at Sasuke and scoffed. Watch how it's done, you armature. Sasuke scowled at this, but Neji was gone before her could say anything in response, and before Sakura could say anything in his defense. Neji engaged the other Kiri Nin, Hake Rujui Onaho, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The Hyuga prodigy unleashed a barrage of swift strikes at his opponent's body at each of his chakra points, sealing them up. Once this was done, he delivered an axe kick his opponent's gut, knocking him backwards. Whilst this was going on, Lee had knocked his opponent into the air. Without warning, Lee then appeared below the Kiri Nin and unleashed another blow, knocking him upwards once more. The force of both Lee and Neji's attack caused a chain linking the two enemy ninja to break. Whilst the first Kiri Nin continued skywards, Lee suddenly above him. Konoha Raken, Leaf Thunder Fist. Lee began spinning to gain momentum before releasing a powerful strike into his opponent. Both ninja went crashing to the ground, where they were grabbed by both Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out happily. Guy-sensei. Lee cried, added, tears of joy running down his face. Kakashi and Guy's senses alive, but how? Naruto wondered. He then noticed some split logs on the ground. They must have used a Kawarimi no Jutsu, change of body stance technique. Tanzuna let a sigh of relief. They did it. Even after all the crap I gave them, they managed to save me. Yash, good job everyone. Guy told the group of genin. He then looked over at Naruto. Are you alright, Naruto? It was unyouthful that Kakashi and I didn't react sooner. As punishment, I will perform 100 upside down push-ups blindfolded. What Guy is trying to say is that we didn't expect you to freeze up. Kakashi added, for now try not to move, their claws are poisoned. Once we've dealt with these two, we'll have to cut your wound deep in order to bleed the poison out. Naruto let out a grunt of frustration at this comment. He then caught sight of Sasuke, who was smirking at him. Ha, you coward.
This was cut short when Tenten smacked him upside the head. Shut up, you arrogant little bastard. In case it slipped your attention, it was Neji and Lee who did all the work.
That said, she went over to check on Naruto, Sakura feeling a small twinge of jealousy as she began fussing over him. Hey Naruto, you okay? Tenten asked. Naruto didn't reply. Look, don't let that guy get to you. You froze up, it happens. All that matters is that you're alive and you learn from this experience. Naruto didn't look at her. He knew she was trying to be nice to him, however his inability to defend himself as well as Sasuke's comment still resonated with him. Once the two Kiri Nins are tightly secured to a nearby tree, Kakashi turned his gaze of Tanzuna. These two are Chunin rank ninja from Kirigakure no Sato, renowned for their willingness to fight until they've achieved their goals. So tell me why they would be targeting us. I don't know what you're talking about, Tanzuna replied. Anyway, if you knew all that, then how come you and that green idiot let them attack? We could have killed them at any time, Guy replied. However, if we did, then we couldn't find out who their real target was. So tell us, Tanzuna, why were those two after you? Kakashi asked. The fact you lied about the details concerning the mission doesn't sit well in your favor. The request you submitted to Lord Hokage was to escort you back to your home country and protect you from bandits and thieves. The fact you have ninja targeting you breaks the rules of the contract. You, protecting you from such types are considered B rank or higher. I'm sure you had your reasons for concealing this information, however the fact you did complicates matters. By all right, we should abandon this mission and head on home, Guy added. Yeah, we're not qualified for this kind of thing. Sakura spoke up, sounding nervous. Besides, Naruto needs medical attention, so we should just go home. Kakashi glanced at her, then at Naruto. You do have a point, although this does complicate things. Do we abandon our mission and head back so Naruto can get proper medical help? Naruto growled. The whole mission was about to be scrapped and it was always because of him. Damn it, why'd I always have to be such a screw-up? Taking out a kunai, he drove it into his hand, his grunt of pain catching everyone's attention. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura demanded. He didn't seem to hear her though. Damn it, I should be really strong by now. I've trained hard by myself every day, so how come I freeze up on my first real mission? I swear it will never happen again. I will never freeze up on a mission again, and I'm sure as hell never gonna let Sasuke outdo me. I swear it on the pain in my left hand. He then turned to the others, his eyes burning with dedication. You don't have to worry about me, Kakashi-sensei. I'm ready to roll out. His words striking a chord with his teammates. Wow, I don't think I've seen Naruto this focused or determined before, Sakura thought, amazed. Idiot, thought Sasuke. The members of Team Guy each had their own reaction to this. Tenten stared at the blonde in disbelief whilst Neji shook his head. Guy and Lee, however, began chanting about youth. Kakashi sighed. Naruto, remember when I told you to cut your hand to clean the poison from your wound? Yes, sensei. Naruto replied. Well, you've kinda exceeded the amount need, by a lot. Kakashi explained. Seriously, you could bleed to death. Naruto instantly began to freak out. Naruto, you fool. What are you, some kind of masochist? Sakura demanded. Guy told the blonde genin to calm down and took a look at his hand. Incredible. The wound is almost completely healed, no doubt about it, this is the demon's work. Sue, how's it look? Naruto asked. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Guy told him before bandaging the wound. Off to the side, Tanzuna watched the party as they interacted with one another. Hey Kakashi. He called out, there's something I need to tell you. An hour later, the party found themselves sitting in a boat that would be taking them to their destination. Both Kakashi and Guy had been silent the whole time, mulling over what Tanzuna had told them and what they'd gotten themselves into. Tanzuna had informed them of how that he was being targeted by a dangerous man known as Gato. Lee had then raised his hand and gone into epic detail about the man and his operations, and how the man was using the disguise as a businessman to smuggle contraband into the elemental nations as well as choking the life out of the land of waves. He then explained how the bridge he was building would allow them to trade with the other nations and bypass Gato's shipping companies. At first both the Junin were about to abandon the mission, by then the old man gave them a sob story about how his death would result in his grandson resorting to thievery and his daughter into prostitution, and, being the big softies that they secretly were, the two of them bought it hook, line and sinker. The boat they were seated in chugged the mist that surrounded them, hiding everything from view. We're almost there, the bridge should come into view pretty soon. The boat's pilot spoke up as he switched the engine off. The mist will keep us hidden, but from this point on this boat is under its own power and you're all gonna have to keep quiet. The whole trip would be for nothing if Gato's goons were to catch us now. Sure enough, to the pilot's words, soon enough the sight on the uncompleted bridge came into view. Whoa, it's huge. Naruto said in awe. What did I just say? The pilot told the blonde. There was quiet for nearly half an hour until they landed at a jetty just outside the village. This is as far as I go. You're on your own from here. The pilot told the group as they climbed out of the boat. That's fine. We've asked enough of you already. Tanzuna replied as the boat pilot switched the engine back on and sped away. He then turned to the party of ninja. Come on, it's not too far to my home now, but I want to get there as soon as possible. The party were on the move again, however both Kakashi and Guy were feeling uneasy. Both knew that there would be another attack and it would be from forces stronger than the two Chunins from before. Like his teacher, Naruto was also on alert, but for different reasons. His freezing up and having to be rescued by Sasuke still left a bitter taste in his mouth. Just then a nearby bush rustled, catching Naruto's attention. Naruto was about to throw a shuriken at it, which Neji, his Byakugan active, grabbed a hold of his arm. Word of advice, don't waste your equipment until you have to. The Hyuga prodigy then picked up a nearby stone and threw at the bush, and a white rabbit scampered out of it. What is up with you, Naruto? Sakura demanded as the blonde freed himself from Neji's grip. Someone's following us, I know it, Naruto replied. You're just being paranoid, you idiot, Sasuke said in an annoyed tone. Kakashi and Guy's team didn't share the Uchiha's thoughts, however. That was a snow hare. It currently spring, but it still has its winter pelt. Kakashi though. No doubt about it, that animal is just a decoy. A pet kept indoors and not exposed to too much sunlight. Guy then looked over at Neji, who began to scan the area with his Byakugan. From above, a figure watched the party with interest. So these are the shinobi the target has hired. They're mostly just a bunch of brats. Half of them are unskilled, but the other half does so promise. His eyes shifted over to Kakashi and Guy. The two Juinin, however, no doubt about it. Kakashi Hitaki of the Mirror Eye and made a Guy the Green Beast Brawler. It was then Neji spotted the man. Everyone take cover. Before anyone could inquire, a swirling sound was heard, causing everyone to hit the ground. Naruto, to his surprise, getting jumped on by both Sakura and Tenten as the object whirled overhead. The object then embedded itself in a tree, revealing itself to be a ridiculously large sword, and a moment later a shirtless man with bandages wrapped around him face appeared, balancing on the handle of the blade. Kakashi, isn't that? Guy asked. Yeah, Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi replied. Tenten flinched at the sight of the man. No way, the demon of the bloody mist. I've heard of him, but I never thought I'd ever see him in person. Who's that guy? Naruto wondered aloud. I have no idea, Sakura replied. Tenten looked at the pair. What, you mean to tell me you've never heard of Momochi Zabuza? He's a former ninja of Kirigakure no Sato, as well as a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. 6 years ago he led a failed coup against Kiri's leader, the Mizukage, and is one of the elemental nation's most wanted men, Tenten explained. Don't worry, Guy-sensei, we're ready to show our opponent our youthful power, Lee announced as he got to his feet. Stay where you are, Lee. Guy ordered his pupil. None of you are to interfere. He's right. Kakashi agreed. This one is different from the pair from before. He's on a whole other level. Kakashi then took hold of him headband and pulled it up, revealing him his left eye, which unlike his right one was red with 3 black comma. Wah! What is that? Naruto wondered. So it is true, he really is the only person outside of the Uchiha clan to possess the Sharingan. Neji thought as he gazed upon his clan's rival Dujutsu. Zabuza chuckled, so that's the famous Sharingan the thing you got your name from. I feel honored going up against such a legendary Dujutsu. What's everyone so worked up about? Naruto said, sounding confused. Why's everyone making such a big deal about Kakashi-sensei's freaky eye? You're kidding, right? You've never heard of the Sharingan? Tenten commented. What, did you sleep through that class? Zabuza chuckled. Wow, standards for shinobi in Konoha must be really lax if they allow idiots like him into its military. He doesn't even know about his own village's greatest weapon. Naruto glared at the Nuke Nin. He then started talking again. The Sharingan is an ocular jutsu that allows its wielder the ability to read the moves of an opponent as well as see through genjutsu illusions and reflect it back upon its caster. But there's more. Its most formidable power is the ability to duplicate the abilities of others. Zabuza turned his gaze to Kakashi. As an elite shinobi of Kirigakure, I had access to the village's bingo book, and the entry about you made for quite an interesting read. He who has said to have copied over 1,000 techniques. Sharingan Kakashi. Is what that man's saying about Kakashi-sensei true? Sakura thought as she stared at her teacher in awe. Kakashi-sensei and Hokage-sama, are they truly that amazing? Sasuke was also staring at his teacher, however his thoughts were far from those of his pink-haired teammate. The Sharingan is supposed unique only to the Uchiha clan. So how could he possess one? Could he be? Well, enough with these pleasantries, it's time to get down to business. Zabuza said, bringing the ninja's attention back to the matter at hand. Now I'm on a tight schedule, so hand over the old man and I'll be on my way. The genin quickly took up a defensive formation around Tanzuna. Wilsey, Kakashi and Guy stood their ground. I see, it seems if I am to complete my objective then I'll have to go through the two of you. Zabuza and his sword vanished and the Nuke Nin reappeared a few feet from them, standing on a nearby stretch of water, a mist that had appeared out of nowhere beginning to wrap itself around him. I share with you Kirigakure's most deadly technique. The art of silent killing, Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique. The mist wrapped itself around Mist Ninja, hiding him from view. He's gone, Naruto exclaimed. Clever bastard, he built up a pretty fair concentration of chakra. Kakashi thought, he'll come after me and Guy first. Momochi Zabuza, member of the Kirigakure Assassin Corps and master of the art of silent killing. All of you stay on your guard. Relaxing for a moment will result in you taking a dirt nap. Kakashi told the genin. I haven't mastered every aspect of the Sharingan, so you all need to stay on your toes. All 6 of them were instantly on their guard, scanning the area for any sign of their opponent. However, the mist made it next to impossible. Neji tried his Byakugan, however the mist was so condensed with chakra his pale eyes couldn't see through it. Ah, what's with all this mist? Naruto demanded. Just then the atmosphere around them grew heavier and the air became harder to breathe. Wah, what is? The air is suddenly so hard to breathe. I feel it, this bloodlust surrounding me, it feels like it's crushing me. Sasuke thought as cold sweat poured from him. I can't stay like this or I'll lose it, but if I draw attention to myself he'll kill me. He glanced down at the kunai that was in his hand, the sudden need to turn it on himself growing stronger. It's so easy, one quick movement and it's all over. He was about to raise the weapon when his sensei's voice snapped him out of it. Sasuke, calm down. Even if he gets Guy and we won't let him harm you. I wouldn't be so sure of that. A voice that seemed to come from all around them, and before anyone could react Zabuza was amongst them and before Tanzuna. The former Mist Nin took out the group of genin easily and was about to finish Tanzuna when Kakashi appeared behind him, driving into a kunai into his back. You lose. Nice try. Zabuza suddenly dissolved into water and a second Zabuza appeared behind the silver-haired ninja. Wah, Amizu Bushin. Zabuza swung his blade at Kakashi, slicing him in two. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cried out. Just then the 2 pieces of Kakashi dissolved into water. What the, Amizu Bushin? He was able to copy my jutsu within the mist? Before Zabuza could react, both Kakashi and Guy appeared behind him, Kakashi holding a kunai to his throat. Game over. Guy told the Kiri Nin. Hey, you think you've won? You don't get it. Zabuza replied, it will take more than Kakashi copying my moves to defeat me. Copying my technique and having it say something he would have to distract me was a nice touch. It drew my attention. Whist you hide inside the mist watching my movements, however that won't be enough. Zabuza dissolved into water again and appeared behind the 2 leaf Junin. I'm not that easy to fool. Zabuza swung his sword again, Kakashi and Guy just getting out of the way. Guy went to strike at Zabuza, but the Nuke Nin was able to block the kick that was aimed at him. Using the momentum, Zabuza drove his sword into the ground and launched a mighty kick at Kakashi, sending him flying. The next thing he did was grabbed a hold of Guy's foot and swung him round and threw him at Kakashi, the 2 of them colliding with one another and landed in the water. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cried out. This guy's physical techniques, I've never seen anything like it. It's unbelievable. Sasuke thought as he watched the battle before him. This water, why is it so heavy? Kakashi wondered as he and Guy emerged from the water. Just then Zabuza appeared behind them, his hands flying through signs. Too easy. Suriru no Jutsu, water prison technique. The water rose up around the two-leaf nins, forming a large spherical prison entrapping them, Zabuza's hand touching its surface. The two of you running round makes it difficult for me to do my job. I'll kill you two later once I've dealt with your little gang of brats. He then made another water clone and sent it onto the shore. Hey, little baby ninja wanting so bad to play with the grown-ups. Wearing a Hite 8 means nothing. A true ninja is one who exists on the boundaries of life and death. To be one means possessing skill that makes you worthy enough to have a page in my book of enemies. Just then the clone vanished and reappeared behind Naruto and sent him flying, knocking his Hite 8 from his head. Naruto! Sakura cried. The screen of Naruto's Digivice flared into life again and Kuronomon emerged from it. Partner, are you alright? The Fire Lion asked, to which Naruto only groaned in pain. He then turned his focus on Zabuza. Damn you. Everyone listen to me. Take Tanzuna and get out of here. This is a fight you can't win. Kakashi yelled from inside the dome. This might be your only chance. Zabuza's clone will vanish if it gets too far from him, and he needs to stay here if he wants to keep Guy and me trapped. Naruto stared at the Noob Nin, his body shaking with fear. What do I do? He's a master ninja. If I stay here he'll kill me. Just then a jolt of pain ran up his arm, and looking round he saw his bandaged hand, the silent vow he made, as well as the memories of Iruka giving him the Hite 8 that was currently located under the Zabuza clone's foot, as well as Kakashi passing the members of Team 7 and what he'd said to Sarutobi flashing through his mind. That's right, I can't run, not after the promise I made to myself. He got to his feet and glared defiantly at the Zabuza clone before he charging at him. Naruto, what you doing? Sakura cried out. Is he crazy? Tenten exclaimed. Hey, imbecile. Zabuza scoffed. A second later Naruto was sent flying back, the Zabuza clone having done the deed. Naruto came to a halt near Sakura's feet. Naruto, what the hell did you think you were doing tackling that guy by yourself? He's a Junin level ninja and you're just a. She was cut off as Naruto shakily got to his Hite 8. Hey freak, so what's it like going through life with no eyebrows? Naruto taunted as he secured the headband back on. He then took his Digivice from his belt. I suggest you make a new entry in that bingo book of yours. Naruto Uzukami, Konoha's Maverick Ninja. Kuronomon, you ready? A smirk formed on the Fire Lion's face. Oh yeah. A fiery red aura appeared around Naruto's body, which he channeled into his hand, which he brought down upon his Digivice. Chakra burst full charge Coronamon, Digivolve2, Pheromon. That done, Naruto looked over at the other Konoha genin. Guys, let's go to work. Hey. So now I guess it's time for some teamwork. Sasuke replied, a smile decorating his face. Yash, how can I not be inspired by such a show of youthful power? Lee cried out. Well, it seems like I have no choice but to go along with you, Neji added. You can count me in. Tenten spoke up. I feel so strange, Sakura thought, a small blush appearing on her face. Naruto, you're.
Whilst this was happening, Tanzuna was looking on in amazement, not just of Pheromon but Naruto as well. This kid, when I first met him I thought of him as an inconsequential brat, but now I can feel a great fire burning within him. Naruto, I had you pegged wrong, I now see you that you are amazing.
Ready guys, let's get this eyebrowless freak, Naruto said. Hey, you honestly think you stand a chance against me? Zabuza scoffed. What are you doing? I told you all to run. Kakashi yelled from inside the sphere. You still have your duty to perform, you have to protect Tanzuna. The genin looked over at their client. What are you looking at? Let's face it, you're all in this because I lied. I've had a real long life, and it would be wrong to let you kids get killed because of me. He then smiled at so go ahead, give it all you got. Zabuza began chuckling. Apparently growing up isn't high up on your agenda, you're all just a bunch of children playing at ninja. As for myself, I had made my first kill before I even graduated the ninja academy. All the genin stared at Zabuza, most of them in confusion. The bloody mist. Neji said. I see you've heard my reputation, I'm honored. Zabuza commented. What? Naruto said, confused. I've heard that academy students in the Land of Mist must pass a brutal graduation test to become fully fledged shinobi. Neji said sternly. Graduation test? Sakura said nervously. The graduates would be separated into groups, then forced to fight to the death, and then 10 years ago an incident happened that forced them to abandon this ritual. Neji explained. A kid who was yet to graduate slaughtered the entire graduating class. Ah yes, I can still remember the fun I used to have, Zabuza said in a far-off tone. He then turned his focus on the group of genin and unleashed a blast of his Shikumi no Jutsu, death viewing technique, killer intent, which caught all of them as well as Pheromon off guard. Before anyone could react, the Zabuza clone was amongst them and had knocked Sasuke to the ground and was pinned there by the clone's foot. Both Lee and Neji moved in to engage the clone only for it to catch hold on Lee's leg and throw him into a nearby tree. That done, the clone grabbed Neji's arm and slammed his hand onto the underside of the Hyuga's elbow, causing him to cry out in pain as his arm was bent into an unnatural position and the sound of breaking bone was heard. Pheromon roared and dashed towards the clone as flames wound around his front legs. Phira Claw. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The clone began flipping through seals and created a large column of water in the form of a dragon which rose from the water and struck Pheromon, drenching him and knocking him back. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto cried out as a dozen clones appeared. Each one drew a kunai and jumped the water clone. Clones, quite a lot of them too. However, Zabuza drew his sword and wiped out each of the clones and knocked the real Naruto back. Groaning, Naruto shook his head and tried to focus. A shadow descended over him and looking up saw the Zabuza clone sword raised and ready to strike. There was a flash of light and Kodaman emerged from Tenten's Digivice. Gathering up chakra, Tenten focused it into the device. Chakra burst full charge KOTEMON, DIGIVOLVE2, DINOHYUMON. There was a loud clang of metal striking metal and the clone discovered the green-skinned man who'd blocked his blade with its own. Summoning up his strength, Dinohyumon managed to force the clone back. Naruto, whatever you're planning, do it now. Last chance, Naruto grimaced as he reached into his backpack and took out a large curved black object and threw it to Tenten. The item uncurled itself, revealing it to be a large shuriken. Naruto, if your plan is what I think it is, the windmill shuriken, shuriken of shadows. Leaping into the air, Tenten hurled the shuriken, which to everyone's surprise flew straight past the clone and headed straight for Zabuza. Well, at least you have the sense to aim for me instead of my clone, however. Without any kind effort, Zabuza snatched the shuriken out of the air. His feeling of smug was short-lived as he spotted another shuriken skimming across the surface of the water. What? The Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken Technique. Amazing. There was another shuriken hidden in the shadow of the first, thought Sakura. His shock wearing off, Zabuza jumped up to avoid the second shuriken. A smile then appeared on Tenten's face and the shuriken transformed in a puff of smoke into Naruto, kunai in hand. What the? Zabuza exclaimed. The Naruto who was on the shore dispelled itself, catching the water clone off guard, and Dinohyumon moved in. Akinates, the lizard man, cut the clone in two with his large sword, forcing it to revert back to water. Naruto threw the kunai at Zabuza, the weapon grazing the nin's face as well as force him to remove his hand from the sphere of water that imprisoned Kakashi and Guy. You runt. Annoyed, Zabuza went to strike Naruto with the windmill shuriken only to be blocked by Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cheered. Naruto, that was a very nice maneuver. Kakashi told his student. You used your clones as distraction and transformer yourself into a second shuriken and had another clone stack you underneath the first, which it threw to Tenten. So that whole trick was to make me release my jutsu, Zabuza commented. No, you didn't dispel it. It was broken from without, Guy replied. Guy, go check on Naruto and the others, I'll take care of Zabuza. Kakashi told his fellow Junin, who nodded and went to pick up Naruto and take him back to the soar. Although the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza was short, it was hardly uneventful, each of them going at the other with everything they had. Watching Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke saw just how strong their instructor was. The battle ended with Kakashi using Water Judas, which he'd tricked Zabuza into using just so he could copy it, to slam Zabuza into a nearby tree. Zabuza, my Sharingan has shown me a vision of the future, and you have no place in it. Before Kakashi could move in to deliver the killing blow, a pair of Sebon needles pierced Zabuza's throat. Heh, your prediction came true. A voice was heard, and standing on a branch of a tree was a dark-haired figure wearing a dark green battle kimono and wore a white mask that covered his face. Neji, my youthful rival. That mask, could that be? Lee asked. Yeah, a hunter nin. Neji replied. Hunter nin? Sakura asked. An elite group of shinobi who hunt down missing nin, each village has them. Neji explained. Judging from the fact this one was after Zabuza, this one is from Kiri. Kakashi shushined over to where Zabuza's body lay and checked it, dead. Thank you for your assistance, Konoha ninja. I hope you don't mind my interference, however my role meant that I had to be the one to finish Zabuza off. The nin told the gray-haired nin. Going by his voice and stature, he can't be much older than Naruto, and he's already a hunter nin and a skilled one at that. He's certainly not your average kid. Naruto and Pheromon ran up and stared at then hunter nin. Hey, what's going on? Who do you think you are? Calm down, Naruto, he's not the enemy, Kakashi told his student. That's not the point. I mean, this guy can't be much older than me and he just took out Zabuza like it was nothing. Naruto replied, so what does that make us? We fought him and we barely able to scratch him. I see. Kakashi replied, then placed his hand on Naruto's head. Then you have my sympathy. I should imagine that it will be difficult for someone like you to accept that there are people in this world that are both younger than you and stronger than me. However, it's a fact you're going to have to accept. Naruto didn't say anything. He just continued to glare at the hunter nin who vanished and reappeared by Zabuza's body, which he lifted onto his shoulders. I'll be going now. All that remains is for me to dispose of the body. After, it wouldn't look good if I were to allow you to learn my village's secrets. And with that he shushined away. Letting out a sigh, Kakashi replaced his headband over his Sharingan eye, as the others approached. Guy, how is everyone? Neji's arm is broken. He'll need to receive treatment as soon as possible. The others are fine though, just a little banged up. Guy reported. He then looked over at Naruto. Hey kid, don't look so down. Your plan to free Kakashi and me was brilliant. You've got a lot of potential, but to realize it you'll have to be prepared to put in a lot of hard work and effort into your training. Naruto looked over at the bowel-haired loon, however the mood was instantly killed by Tanzuna, who laughed out loud. You poor kids. You must be so humiliated. Ah well, you can lick your wounds when we get back to my place. Alright then, let's head out then. Kakashi told the others. He had barely taken a step when he began to feel dizzy and his legs gaze out under him, causing him to fall to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out. Guy then went over to check his rival. Damn it, Kakashi. You know you're not supposed to overuse that eye of yours.
He muttered as he hoisted the man onto his back. Later on, the party had made it to Tanzuna's house where they'd met his daughter Tsunami. Neji's arm had been bandaged and Kakashi had been placed on a futon so he could rest.
Are you comfortable, Mr. Kakashi? The raven-haired girl asked. Yes, thanks. I should be back on my feet in about a week, Kakashi replied. I still can't forget that hunter nin. That mask he wore was pretty creepy, Sakura commented. Yes, the hunter nins are a pretty unusual bunch. The ones from Kiri are no exception, Guy replied. The way they dispose of corpses as if they had never existed, it's earned them the codename the Undertaker Squad. Why would villages need ninjas to destroy its dead? Naruto asked. Good question, kid. You see, when a shinobi dies, his body can still reveal the secrets of the techniques he's mastered. The remnants of chakras from his native land, even ingredients of any drugs or potions he may have ingested over the course of his life, can be read like a book. Kakashi replied, if I were to die and an enemy was able to get a hold of my remains, then they could potentially lean amongst other things the secrets of the Sharingan eye. If they were able to duplicate these things, then the consequences for Konoha could be disastrous. Having rogue ninjas running around is too great a gamble. The hunter nin's duty is to hunt them down and eliminate them and destroy their remains before they can fall into our enemy's hands. Silent and without trace, that is how most ninja leave the world. Sue, what you're saying is that kid is currently dismembering Zabuza's body right this very moment, Sakura said in a shaky tone. That's kinda gross. In another location, the hunter nin had Zabuza's body laid out on the ground and his tools beside him. First, remove the bandages around the mouth to drain out the blood. He muttered to himself as he took out one of his tools. He was about to start cutting when his arm was grabbed. Enough, I'll do it myself. Zabuza choked out as he peeled away some of the bandages around his mouth. Awake already, are we? The hunter nin commented as he helped Zabuza sit up. You have all the finesse of a butcher, Zabuza commented. He then grabbed a hold of one of the sebon and pulled it out, causing him to grunt in pain. Be careful, Zabuza-sama, if you just yank those out then you really will die. Zabuza ignored this but allowed his companion to remove the second needle. How long are you going to keep wearing that? I guess old habits really do die hard, plus it's useful as part of my act. The nin removed the mask, revealing an almost feminine-looking face. If I hadn't stepped in, that leaf nin would have killed you. Huh, you didn't need to target the vulnerable areas of my neck to make them think I was dead, Zabuza said before spitting out some blood. You're one sadistic lil bastard. The nin giggled. I didn't want to mar your body, Zabuza-sama. Plus the neck is not as muscular as the rest of the body, making it easier for me to target the areas that would put the average person into death-like state for a week. But of course you'll recover much faster than that, won't you? Zabuza watched as his companion applied a fresh set of bandages around his face and neck. You're so innocent and guileless, but I guess that's why I like having you around. Well, I am just a kid, the nin replied. He then stood up and noticed the mist Zabuza had created earlier was gone. Look at that, the mist has lifted. Next time will you be alright? Don't worry, next time I'll be ready, Zabuza replied. I'll break the Sharingan's spell. It was another seemingly typical day in the world of Kakashi Hatake. The master ninja reclined deeper into his throne of cushions as one of his many slave girls, Anko Midarashi, feed him grapes whilst two others messaged him, one, Kurenai Yuhi, his shoulders, and the other, Yugo Izuki, his chest. His throne room was a blend of traditional Japanese design with touches of the Far East, like something out of the Arabian Nights. Does this please you, master? Kurenai asked. Very much, Kakashi replied. Smiling, Kurenai took out a familiar-looking orange book. I believe it's time for your literature. May I have the honor of reading it for you? You may. Please continue from where we left off from yesterday. Nodding, Kurenai opened the book and began reading aloud. Whilst this was going on, Yugo moved from down his chest towards his groin. Just then the air around them grew cold and a mist flooded the floor. Back in the real world, Kakashi's eyes burst open, finding Naruto, Sakura, and Tenten leaning over him, all of whom let out a scream as he suddenly sat up. Naruto, you klutz, we almost got to see what's under his mask. Sakura barked at Naruto. Hey, you didn't do such a great job yourself, Pinky, Tenten told the Pinkette. Their screams, however, had attracted the attention of the others. Kakashi, you're awake, Guy said as he and his two male students entered the room. Guy, something doesn't feel right. I can't help but feel that there is something we overlooked. But what? Kakashi told his fellow Junin. Are you sure? Guy asked. Kakashi began thinking, going over everything that had happened since leaving the village. The encounter with the two Kiri nin, Zabuza. The hunter nin. Wait, that's it, the hunter nin. Catching on, Guy then slapped his forehead. Of course, how could I forget? Hunter nin are supposed to destroy the remains of the shinobi they kill on the spot. But the one we encountered didn't. What are you two talking about? Naruto asked. Think about it, how did the hunter nin kill Zabuza? Kakashi asked. How should I know, he took the body with him, Sakura replied. Exactly, despite only needing Zabuza's head as proof of his kill, Guy said in a concerned tone. And let's not forget those weapons he used, those sebans. All gathered stared at the two Junin in a confused way when both Neji and Sasuke's expressions changed to a shock. What are you talking about? Tanzuna asked. I'm saying there's a chance Zabuza may still be alive, Kakashi replied. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Tenten asked. I mean, I saw you check the body yourself. Yes, I did. However, if done right, one can create a death-like trance that is practically impossible to tell the difference from the real thing, Kakashi told her. Neji, is that possible? The brunette asked. I have heard of this and it is supposedly possible, but it does take great skill, and senbons would be the best tool for such a task. In the right hands they can be considerably deadly, Neji replied. That's correct, Neji. Guy told his student, to be a hunter nins you must have a perfect understanding of human physiology, and a skilled one would be able to create the illusion of a death-like trance. Then, that hunter nin used them to put Zabuza in a death-like state in order to extract him, Sakura said. There is that possibility, Guy replied. Don't you think the two of you may be overanalyzing this? Tanzuna asked. Perhaps, however, a ninja must be prepared for all possibilities. To ignore this could cost us our lives. Kakashi replied, and even if Zabuza is indeed dead, Gato may have other ninja working for him. Kakashi then looked over at his students, which is why it's time I increased your training schedule. But Kakashi-sensei, do you really think it will help? I mean, our enemy is really strong and even you barely held your own, Sakura asked. Kakashi chuckled. You forget that when Zabuza had Guy and I trapped, it was you who saved us. Each of you has a great amount of potential and you're growing by the day. Naruto in particular, you've grown the most. Sakura glanced over at the blonde. I guess Naruto is a little more grown up, but... Of course, what I'll be teaching you will simply be to tide you over until I've recovered, Kakashi pointed out. Guy-sensei, are you sure it is safe for them to train if Zabuza is still alive? Lee asked. No need to worry, my youthful student. If he is alive, then Zabuza will need time to recover from the death trance. And in the meantime we'll be on guard duty, Guy replied. Alright, so we train whilst we wait. This will be great, Naruto cheered. I doubt that. A voice caught everyone's attention, and looking round saw a small child standing there. Who's that? Tenten wondered aloud. Inari, there you are, Tanzuna said in cheerful tone as the young boy kicked off his shoes and headed over to the old man. Welcome home, Ji-san. Inari, these ninja are the ones who escorted your grandfather home. Greet our guests properly, Tsunami told her son, who just glared at the ninja. Why bother, they're all gonna die. What was that, you little brat? Naruto demanded. No one can beat Gato, he's too powerful, Inari said bluntly. You brat. Naruto growled. Naruto, calm down, he's just a kid. Sakura told her teammate as she tried to restrain him. Listen kid, the name's Naruto Uzumaki. Remember that cuz you're looking at the next Hokage of Konoha and the guy who's gonna kick Gato ass. Yash, you tell him Naruto. Lee cheered, let your youthful power shine through. Inari looked at our hero. You're dumb, idiots like you always die. So if you want to avoid that I suggest you go home. He then walked over to a sliding door and opened it. Where you off to Inari? Tanzuna asked. To watch the ocean from my room, the kid replied as he disappeared. Still annoyed, Naruto followed. As he approached, the sound of tears was coming from inside, his anger melting at the sound. Oto-san, Oto-san. The next morning the party of ninja, as well as Kuronomon, Lunamon and Demi-Devimon, found themselves in the forest that surrounded Tanzuna's house. Alright everyone, the new training begins. Kakashi told his students, but before we start, let's discuss the source of a ninja's power. His chakra. Naruto said in a confused tone. Geez Naruto Udobi, did you sleep through every class you ever attended? Sakura groaned in annoyance. I don't do well with long explanations, I do better if it's shown to me. Naruto said after a rather lengthy explanation about the nature chakra and its uses courtesy of Lee. The Dobi is right for a change, besides we already know how to use chakra to create jutsu, Sasuke added. That may be, however you haven't mastered the use of it yet. Kakashi replied, it doesn't matter what kind of technique you're trying to learn, if you cannot properly mold and maintain your chakra then the technique is practically worthless to you and you will merely be wasting your energies. He then paused a moment to allow his words to sink in. The exercise I'm about to teach you will allow you to better master your chakra. So, what will be doing? Naruto asked. Tree climbing, Kakashi replied. There was a silence. Naruto and his teammates looked their sensei like he was mad and Guy left out a sigh of disappointment. You haven't even taught them that yet? Do I comment on how you train your students? Kakashi shot back. Sensei, you can't be serious. Naruto blurted out, how's tree climbing supposed to help make us better ninja? Because in this case you won't be using your hands, Kakashi replied. His students still looked confused. I think they need a demonstration, Guy said firmly. He then looked over at Tenten who nodded and instantly formed the ram seal to build chakra. That done, she turned towards one of the tree and ran straight up the trunk and leapt up onto one of the branches and hung from the bottom of it. You see, Tenten successfully scaled this tree using only her chakra by channeling it into her feet. Kakashi told the three fresh genin. Chakra control is one of the greatest and also most difficult skills for a shinobi to master. I still don't understand how this will help us be better ninja, Sakura commented. Mastering this skill means you learn to release only the amount of chakra necessary. This is the principle of every jutsu you will ever use. This exercise in particular requires you to use the most delicate application of chakra imaginable. It's also made more difficult due to the soles of the foot as the area of the body that is the most difficult to manipulate chakra. It also means that in theory mastering this skill will open doors to other skills and jutsu and allow you to master them. This caught the trio's attention. Alright then, let's get started, Naruto cheered. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. Kakashi told his student, this exercise's other purpose is to help build stamina. After all, what good is a technique if you're exhausted after using it? In battle, shinobi have to be able to manipulate and maintain their energies on the fly. You really think an enemy is going to give you time to summon up your chakra? The energies you use mastering the tree climbing exercise may one day save your lives. Okay, I think that's enough of a tutorial. Me and my youthful students will be heading out for guard duty. Guy told Kakashi. He then turned to Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. Good luck you three, I expect you to have this down by the end of the day. If not, then it's 100 laps around the wood hopping. He then looked up into the trees. Okay Tenten, you can come down now. If it's alright with you sensei, I think I'll stick around here in case these three need some help, Tenten called out. Guy suddenly burst into tears, such an example of youthful compassion, staying behind to set an example and aid her fellow ninja. I cannot help but be moved by this example of youthfulness. Neji then made a noise of annoyance. Come on, let's go. But Neji, my youthful rival, your arm is still broken, Lee pointed out. My Byakugan still makes me valuable to this mission, Neji retorted. Besides, I could still mop the floor with even you with 2 broken arms. The 3 males then vanished. Arrogant little, just you wait Neji, I'll prove why the Uchiha clan is superior. Sasuke snorted in disgust. Alright then, enough of that, time to get to work, Kakashi said as he took out 3 kunai as Tenten landed beside him. He then threw them to his students. Use these to mark your progress. I don't expect you to make it to the top on your first attempt, so you should just try to work on progressing on getting higher with each attempt. Huh, no sweat. I'll have this mastered before breakfast, Naruto said as he picked up the knife. How about you put your energy into your work rather than your mouth? Kakashi suggested. Can we try? This sounds like fun, Kuronoman asked. Sure, why not? Kakashi replied. What a waste of time, I'm going back to bed. Demi-Devimon snorted before returning to Sasuke's Digivice. All three Genin and two Digimon did what they had been instructed to do before running towards the nearest tree. Naruto had barely placed his foot on the trunk when he was blasted off, and not that much further above him Sasuke lost his footing but was able to pull off a more successful landing. This is harder than I though. Too much force and you get repelled, too little and you can't get a footing. Maintaining a balanced flow of chakra is the key to this. And there we have the difference between Naruto and Sasuke in a nutshell. Kakashi smirked to himself as Tenten went to help Naruto up. Hey, this is easy. Looking up, everyone saw Sakura and Lunamon sitting on a branch as well as Kuronoman, who was higher up than them. It seems that our fair cherry blossom has the best control out of you, Kakashi commented. Woohoo, alright Sakura, you rock, Naruto cheered. Why can't Sasuke praise me the way Naruto does? Sakura sighed. Despite this, inner Sakura was doing the happy dance. Naruto is praising us, yeah. Understanding the use of one's chakra at such a young age is quite an achievement, Kakashi commented. It seems that Sakura is much closer to becoming Hokage, and this year's Rookie of the Year doesn't seem too impressive either. Hey sensei, don't say that about Sasuke-kun, Sakura told her sensei. And just like that she reverts back to fangirl mode. Tenten sighed, she's never gonna get anyway like this, the standards for Kunoichi must be really slipping. Kakashi however didn't pay any attention to Sakura's comment. Sakura has the best control, but that's only because her reserves are so small. Sasuke and Naruto on the other hand, both of them poses a greater wealth of untapped potential which we should begin to tap into if all goes to plan. Unbeknown to the group, Inari was watching them from behind a tree, pointless. The morning rolled into afternoon and Naruto and Sasuke as well as Kuronoman and Lunamon kept on attempting to climb the tree. Sakura meanwhile was lying underneath her tree, her chakra having been spent. Taking it easy, are we? Looking round, the pinkette saw Tenten leaning against the tree twirling a kunai on her finger, just catching my breath. Sakura panted. She then looked over at Naruto and Sasuke, who were preparing for another attempt. Look at those two go, their stamina is incredible. Tenten chuckled. Yeah, they could probably give Lee a run for his money. Sakura began laughing too. Too bad Naruto has made no progress, he should just give up and stop making Sasuke look bad. Tenten glared at her. Tell Sakura, what is your overall goal? To win Sasuke's love. Sakura replied in a matter-of-factly tone. I see, then you're an embarrassment to the name Kunoichi. Tenten said sternly, I want to be a great Kunoichi just like the legendary Tsunade, and to achieve this I've worked my ass off every day, and you know what, my teammates actually respect me for it. Let me tell you something, until you figure out what's important, then you're never going to get anywhere or achieve anything. If you can't, then do us all a favor and drop out of the ninja corps, because there's no place for a pathetic little crybaby who'll just hold everybody else back. That said, Tenten moved from her position and walked towards Naruto, leaving a stunned Sakura behind. Hey Naruto, you want some help? Yeah, that would be great. Needing the girl's help to do this, you want her to hold your hand as well, Dobi. Sasuke scoffed, loser. Fuming, Tenten picked up a nearby stone and threw it, which connected with the back of Sasuke's head, causing him to lose focus and slip off the tree. Unbeknown to the group, a pair of figures was watching them, both of whom were wearing black robes with red clouds on them and their heads covered by straw hats. The next morning Sakura was seated on the bridge. A little down the ways were the rest of Team Guy. Lee was doing one-handed push-ups whilst Tenten, who Sakura had been avoiding since yesterday. Sakura, stupid bunhead, what does she know? She's probably just jealous, was tossing a kunai up in the air and catching it again, and Neji was leaning on a piece of scaffolding. The pinkette let out a yawn which caught the attention of Tanzuna, who was hard at work. Well, if it isn't little Miss Cherry Blossom. So where's Blondie and Pretty Boy? Naruto and Sasuke-kun, they're both training. Sakura replied, I already completed the exercise, so Kakashi-sensei put me on guard duty. Later that day, Tanzuna and the genin were walking through the streets of the town. They just visited the grocery store, which had barely anything in it, and were now headed back to Tanzuna's place. All of them couldn't help but notice all of the people, all of whom were looking malnourished and gloomy. Several, including children, had been reduced to begging on the streets. This is awful. This place looks so run down. It's almost like a zombie movie, Lee commented. It's been like this ever since Gato showed up. His presence in our country has reduced us to such levels of poverty. Tanzuna explained. That's why we need the bridge. Not only will it allow a connection to the mainland, it will help restore our people's dignity and courage again. This bridge sure means a lot to these people, Sakura mused. Sasuke-kun, Naruto. Back in the woods, Naruto and Sasuke were still hard at work. Naruto had gotten past the halfway point before he lost his footing, but this time he was able to make a more graceful landing. Looking up, he saw Sasuke was still going. Damn it, he's still way higher up than me. Just then Sasuke also lost his footing, but unfortunately he managed to land without breaking anything. Naruto shook his head and, taking a deep breath, formed the Ramsai and began gathering chakra. Okay, gotta concentrate. I can't let jerk face distract me. Do what Tenten said and relax and feel the amount of chakra I need for this. A warm tingling feeling was felt in the soles of his feet, telling him he was ready for another attempt. Hey Naruto. Sasuke spoke up. Ah, you stupid Teme. You broke my concentration. Naruto snapped, what do you want? Sasuke glared at the blonde for a moment before turning to looking away. So what was it that chick with buns on her head tell you? This caught Naruto completely off guard, as he was expecting the Uchiha to start insulting him. This then changed into smug look as he realized that it was taking a hell of a lot for him to ask for help. So it gave him even more pleasure by telling the Uchiha to screw off. Later that evening, everyone was gathered around the dinner table. Sakura had finished her meal when she noticed a picture hanging on the wall that had a part torn off. Excuse me, what's with the torn picture? Tanzuna, Tsunami and Inari all shifted uncomfortably. It was a picture of Inari's father. Tanzuna explained, he was something of a local hero around here. Inari suddenly got up and left the room, slamming the door on his way out. Tsunami threw an angry look at her father. I told you to never say when Inari is around. What happened, if you don't mind me asking? Neji asked. Tanzuna sighed. The man who was in the picture is called Kaiza. He isn't Inari's biological father, but the bond they shared you'd never have guessed. But then something happened, something which robbed Inari and everyone else of the very meaning of courage. Tanzuna explained how Inari had met Kaiza and how he became a symbol of courage and pride to the people of Wave. And then Gato had shown up. Kaiza had rallied the people against him, telling them to resist Gato, and for this Gato had Kaiza put to death. Ever since then things just haven't been the same. Inari changed hell, so did the whole town. Tanzuna said in a solemn tone. That's terrible. Tenten commented. Indeed, this town needs a real lesson in the power of youth. Lee added. Naruto then rose to his feet and headed to the door. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura asked. Naruto, if you exert yourself by training any more you'll probably die. Kakashi pointed out. Don't try and stop me, I need to do this. I need to prove Inari wrong. We all need to prove him wrong, Naruto said. What do you mean? Neji asked. We got to show him that there's still heroes in this world. Naruto stated as he exited. Yash, go Naruto. Let your youthful flames burn brightly. Lee cried out. The night gave way to morning and we find the party of Konohanins as well as Tanzuna and Inari seated around the breakfast table. Sakura let out a loud yawn as she sat down. After blinking a few times she discovered one of them was missing. Did Naruto stay out all night again? Yes, this is the 5th night in a row. Guy replied, he's still trying to complete the tree climbing exercise. Maybe he's dropped dead from chakra exhaustion, Neji suggested. Sakura then rounded on him, don't say that, I know Naruto and he's too stubborn to die. This caught everyone, including Sakura, off guard, as the only time the pinkette spoke up like this was when someone criticized Sasuke. Easy Sakura, Kakashi told her, Naruto will be fine, he is a ninja after all. Out in the forest the morning light flooded through the trees, revealing a sleeping Naruto who was lying on the ground. The sound of humming was heard from nearby and what appeared to be a girl with long hair and wearing a simple pink dress with swirl patterns on it came into view that was picking herbs from a nearby patch. Looking round, she noticed our blonde hero lying on the ground and slowly approached him. As she, kneeling down, Naruto eyes grudgingly opened and found her looking down at him. You do know you'll catch you death of cold if you sleep on the ground, she told him. She then had his gather the herbs that she needed. So these things have like magic healing powers or something? Naruto asked. The girl giggled. Yes, they can help speed up healing a person's injuries. Wow, you must know someone who's really hurt if you're gathering these at the crack of dawn, Naruto commented. I guess I am. What about you? Why are you out this early? I was training, Naruto replied. Then judging by your hite 8 you're a ninja. The girl, so what are you training for? To get stronger, Naruto replied. But you already look so strong and manly, the girl told him. This caused Naruto to blush and laugh nervously. Well, I don't know about that, but back home everyone looks down on me, so I want to get really strong so that they'll respect me. Plus I also got this asshole for a teammate who thinks he's better than everyone else and I want to get stronger so I kick his ass. I see, tell me, are you doing this for the satisfaction of that person or for yourself? The girl asked. However, all Naruto gave her a confused look. I mean, is there someone precious to you? I believe that when a person is fighting to protect something or someone truly precious to them, that is when they are truly strong. Naruto thought about the girl's words as well as all the people who were important to him. Sarutobiji-san, Tuchiji-san and Ayame-ni-chan, Konohamaru, Haruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-cha, Sasuke. Okay, maybe not Sasuke. A smile then formed on his face. Yeah, I think I get it. The girl chuckled and then got to her feet. Don't worry, you will get strong. She then reached into her basket and handed some of the herbs to him. Here, I sure you'll find good use for these. That done, she then walked off into the forest. Oh, one more thing, I'm a boy. These words left Naruto with a look of utter shock on his face and his eyes as wide as dinner plates. Wah, how the heck can she be a guy? He looks girlier than both Sakura and Tenten. The next day in the same spot, Naruto was lying on the branch on his tree just shy of the foliage with Kuronomon sitting next to him. Below, Sakura Guy and Tenten were staring up at him. Wow, Naruto is really high up, Sakura commented. Indeed, he's made significant progress in such a short space of time. I see his youthful flames are beginning to shine, Guy replied. Above, Naruto had got to his feet when he began to sway back and forth before losing his balance and fell backwards. Naruto, you idiot, Sakura screamed. If he falls from that height he'll die, Tenten yelled. Crap, I can't get there in time, Guy thought. He inwardly cursed himself for being so helpless. Just then Naruto's feet attached themselves to the bottom. Both him and his Digimon partner burst into laughter. That was awesome, Kuronomon said as he held his side. The looks on their faces, it was priceless. Below, the three ninja were not amused. Naruto, you almost gave me a heart attack, you idiot, Sakura yelled. I'm gonna kick your ass, Cha. Inner Sakura added. Just then Naruto's feet detached from the branch and he began falling, only this time it was for real. There was a blur and hand grabbed hold of Naruto's leg. Looking up, Naruto saw the smirking face of Neji Hyuga. You fool, although you did find the herbs that helped speed up healing my arms, so consider us even. Alright, Neji. Tenten cheered. Whatever, Sasuke-kun would have done the same thing, Sakura protested. Guy chuckled. They've all come a long way. Back in Tanzuna's house, Kakashi had the bridge builder and his daughter sitting on his back whilst he did push-ups all with one finger. You know, I've been meaning to ask you. I tricked you into accepting this mission. You've had every opportunity to pack up and head home, so why'd you stay? Tanzuna asked. To know what is right and to ignore it is the act of a coward, like master, like man. These are the words of some of my village's previous leaders. Kakashi replied. Wished you were correct. To turn our backs on you would violate the very teachings these men have passed down to us. He then went back to his push-ups. Yes, I'm nearly completely healed. Far away in a small room, Zabuza had just crushed an apple that Haku had given him. I appears you're nearly back to full strength, the younger of the two said. Indeed, Zabuza replied. He then turned his gaze from the ruined fruit to his partner. Ready yourself, Haku, it's time we went to work. Yes, everyone was healing. Later that evening, everyone was gathered around the dinner table when an exhausted-looking Naruto and Sasuke entered. Kakashi-sensei, we made it to the top. Naruto told his sensei, flashing a tired yet proud smile. I told you not to tax yourself, Dobi, Sasuke told his teammate. Speak for yourself, Teme, you can barely stand up, Naruto retorted. Kakashi chuckled. I think they're finally learning to get along. Good job, you two. Tomorrow you'll be on guard duty with the rest of us. Hi, sensei. The two of them then struggled to the table and sat themselves down. It seems the two of you really threw yourselves into your work, Tanzuna commented. I just got done from a hard day's graft at the bridge. Construction's going well, so it shouldn't take much longer. Odo-san, you and Naruto are two of a kind. Sumnai commented as she entered with dinner. Please don't work yourselves to death. Don't worry about us, Tanzuna replied. We'll be fine. Whilst this had been going on, Inari had been glaring at Naruto since he entered the room. Angry tears began to flow from his eyes as he remembered Kaiza. Sitting down, Naruto noticed Inari's glare. What's your problem? Why do you bother trying? What's the point when you're just going to fail? Inari demanded. Gado's men are way too strong. You're always running your mouth and acting tough. But in the end you're just going to end up dead. Just watching you ticks me off. You spend your time running your mouth and acting tough when you haven't the slightest clue what you're doing. You have no idea what it's like to have nothing or what it's like to suffer. Naruto fixed the boy with a cold glare. So you figure it's better to roll over and cry whilst Gado and his thugs walk all over you. I guess it takes a lot to mope about all day whilst you treat everyone else like their guests to your own personal pity party. You coward. Naruto then got to his feet. I'm going to bed. Naruto, you went too far, come back and apologize. Sakura yelled at him, but her teammate acted like he didn't heed her. Inari let out a loud sob and ran out of the house. Kakashi let out a sigh. Outside, the Junin found Inari crying on the dock. Mind if I sit here? He then sat down beside Inari and the two of them watched the water. I'm sorry about Naruto's outburst, he's not the most tactful guy. He waited for the boy to say something in response but was met only with silence. Your grandfather told us what happened to your father. I'm sorry for your loss. You might find this surprising, but Naruto can understand what you've been through. He grew up without a father either, or a mother to be honest, and to my knowledge didn't have any real friends until recently. Really? Inari asked, to which Kakashi nodded. He's had a pretty hard life. Anyone else would have probably killed themselves long ago, but he doesn't let it get to him. He keeps trying his hardest. He wants to be noticed and recognized for his talents instead of a random troublemaker. That's his mission, and I believe he'll risk everything to achieve it. Kakashi said in a solemn tone. I guess after a while he just got tired of crying. He understands what strength is and what he must do to achieve it, just as your father did. Inari stared up at the gray-haired ninja. Well, I'll leave you alone now. Kakashi entered the house and headed for the room and found Guy sitting at the table waiting for him, a cup of tea in front of him. I take it you've heard everything? I must say that was a pretty youthful thing for you to do. Guy told his comrade before sipping his tea. It seems Naruto has had as much of an impact on you as he has on young Inari. Teaching him is an interesting experience. Kakashi replied as he sat down. What am I doing wrong, Guy? What do you mean? Guy asked. It's just I find it difficult to connect with him. He's so different from Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke is genius and can pick things up pretty quickly. He reminds me of myself at that age, and that's what worries me. He has the talent to be a great ninja, however his chosen path makes me fear what he could become. Sakura is certainly the smartest and her chakra control is excellent, however right now has very little in way of practical skills. She can barely create more than a dozen bushin before tiring herself out. And finally there's Naruto, who's the complete opposite. He has a wealth of chakra but almost no control over it. Not only that, I have no idea how to go about instructing him. What's the best method to teach him? I wish Obito or Sensei was still alive. They'd have no trouble knowing how to connect with him. Guy watched as Kakashi rested his head on the table. If you're looking for answers, Kakashi, then I'm afraid that's something that can only happen through bonding between master and pupil.
Guy set his empty cup on the table. Naruto is someone who will come to look up to you. Remember, Kakashi, that he is all the alone and it is you who he will turn to for guidance. As for Sasuke, don't allow the memory of your friend to blind you to your other students. Sasuke's goals are not the only ones that are important.
His drink finished, Guy rose from the table and headed for the door. They're your students, Kakashi. Only you can train them and bring out their potential. He then left the room, leaving Kakashi to contemplate his words. The morning came and the ninja were gathered around the breakfast table. Alright, is everyone ready to move out? Kakashi asked. But Sensei, Naruto is still asleep. We're rousing him but he won't wake up, Sakura replied. Must have been more worn out than I thought. Oh well, can't be helped. Kakashi sighed. He then turned to Sumai, who was seated at the table. Would you mind look after him? He'll probably sleep the rest of the morning at the very least. Lee, you stay behind as well. You and Naruto join us as soon as possible, Guy told his student. Hi Guy Sensei. The spandex-clad youth replied. The party of Ninja and Tanzuna then headed off, leaving Tsunami, Inrari and Lee behind. Elsewhere, Zabuza and Haku had been given their orders and set off towards the bridge. Back at Tanzuna's house, 15 had passed as the bridge builder and the Leaf Ninjas had left. Inari was helping his mother with some chores whilst Lee busied himself by performing push-ups. Just then the sound of footsteps was heard and Naruto burst into the room. Where is everyone? Naruto, you're up. But your sensei said you would not wake up for hours, Lee exclaimed. Never mind that. Where is everyone? Naruto retorted. They already left. Tsunami replied. Just typical. They ditched me at the first opportunity. Naruto pouted. In a blur he was out of his PJs and back into there was in his orange jumpsuit. I'm outta here. Hey Naruto, wait up. Lee yelled as the two of them raced out of the door. Soon the pair were leaping from tree to tree. As they did, something caught Naruto's attention. Back with Kakashi and the others, they had arrived at the construction site where they found the workmen lying beaten up on the ground. What's going on? Tanzuna ran up to one of his men. What happened here? Monsters, the man replied before he passed out. Kakashi and Guy glanced at one another, both of whom were thinking the same thing. They're here. Back at Tanzuna's house, a pair of samurai stood outside, each other with their weapons at the ready. Back with the main party, Kakashi and the other ninja formed a defensive formation around Tanzuna as mist began to form around. They're here. Neji commented. I hate being right sometimes. Kakashi inwardly cursed. Sasuke was glancing to and fro, hoping to gain the slightest idea where his opponent was. All this time his hand was shaking. Well, Kakashi, it's been a while. The familiar voice of Zabuza was heard from within the mist. I see you've brought the brats with you again. The poor little emo boy is trembling with fear. Just then 8 Zabuzas leapt out of the mist surrounding them. Then in a blur of motion both Sasuke and Neji took out the clones, reducing them all to a puddle of water. Good job you two. Kakashi complimented them. Just then the sound of footsteps got the group's attention, and looking round they saw Zabuza and Haku walking towards them. Impressive. It seems my water clones weren't enough to do the job. Zabuza said in a cool tone. It appears you've been working your followers hard. Wouldn't you say, Haku? Hi. The masked boy replied. It appears your hunch was correct, Kakashi, Guy said to his fellow Junin. Our young friend here is playing on Zabuza's team. Then he's mine. Sasuke said gravely. Don't be an idiot. You're still no match for him. Neji said sternly. He then assumed his clan's fighting pose. I'll take him. It appears they both wish to try their luck, Zabuza commented.
Then I best not disappoint, Haku replied before using a kawarimi and vanishing in a swirl of water.
Both Neji and Sasuke braced themselves. Sasuke pulled out 2 kunai as Neji activated his Byakugan. Without warning, Haku appeared between them. A Sebon in each hand. Before the masked nin could use them, Sasuke moved in his blades, connecting with the needles. Seeing an opening, Neji fed chakra into his hands and made to strike Haku's chakra points. However, Haku jumped backwards, putting some distance between himself and the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Haku glanced at Neji. Those eyes. Back at the house, Gado's thugs broke in, finding Tsunami in the kitchen. You the old geezer's daughter, you're coming with us. One of them said, giving Tsunami a lewd look, his eyes traveling up and down her body. Whilst this was going on, Inari was in the bathroom when he heard a crash followed by his mother's screams. Creeping out of the bathroom, he peeked into the kitchen to find the 2 men standing over his mother. Okay bitch, listen up. The boss wants some leverage over your bastard father, so we gotta take you hostage. One of them told the dark-haired woman. Didn't the boss say something about her having a kid too? The other asked. Who cares, we only need one. We'll take her and gut the little brat, the first replied. Sounds good. The other commented as he drew his blade. Wait, Tsunami yelled. If you harm my son, I'll bite through my own tongue and drown in my own blood, leaving you without a hostage. Both men glared at her. Fine, let's go. They then grabbed her and dragged her outside. Inari, who had been holding his breath this entire time, collapsed on the floor and began to sob. His mother had been taken and he was helpless to do anything. You coward. The words Naruto had said to him rang through his mind, which were followed up by those spoken by Kakashi. He's had a pretty hard life. Anyone else would have probably killed themselves long ago, but he doesn't let it get to him. He keeps trying his hardest. I guess after a while he just got tired of crying. He understands what strength is and what he must do to achieve it, just as your father did. Oto-san, Ji-san, Naruto. I think I understand what you so strong. He then got to his feet and dried his eyes. I want to be strong too. Outside, the 2 thugs were leading Tsunami away. Damn, you got some nice skin. Pity I won't get to cut it. One of them said in a disappointed tone. Quit your whining. The other replied. Stop right there. A voice from behind was heard. Looking round, they saw Inari standing there. Let my Ka-san go. The child yelled at the 2 men before charging at them. Inari, no. Tsunami cried. Hey, what a waste of blood. One of the thugs snorted as he and his partner drew their blades and lunged at the child, their weapons cutting him to ribbons. Tsunami screamed as the pieces of her son's body fell to the ground, but before they did there was a poof of smoke and he transformed into pieces of a log. What the? One of the thugs exclaimed. Inari's eyes opened when he heard a chuckle and to his surprise finds himself kneeling before his mother's body, who seems to have fainted. Sorry I'm late. Hearing a familiar voice, he looked over and saw Naruto next to him, but then again, being in the nick of time is part of the whole hero thing. The blonde genin said as he stood up and turned to the 2 thugs. So they're 2 of Gado's thugs, don't look like much to me. You little brat. One of them snarled. They then charged at Naruto, who just kept on grinning. Psyche, he said, his response catching them by surprise. Konoha Senpu. Konoha Hurricane. Rock Lee appeared from out of nowhere between the 2 thugs and delivered a flying roundhouse kick that knocked both thugs to the ground. Nice work, bushy brow. Naruto told his fellow ninja, flashing him his trademark grin. Ha, these 2 goons were nothing. Lee responded, as for you little Inari, that was very youthful of you. Really, Inari replied, but how did you know about the goons? We found a boar in the forest and a load of trees covered in slash marks. Naruto replied, "We figured you and your mom might be in danger so we headed straight back." The blonde genin then ruffled Inari's hair. "Also I owe you an apology, I'm sorry I called you a coward. You're a big man now." Inari's eyes began watering again. I promised myself I wouldn't cry," he sobbed. "Knock it off," Naruto told him, "if you're gonna cry, do it when you're happy." Inari looked in surprise as both Naruto and Lee grinned at him. "Naruto, I wish you were my niece-san." They then tied the two goons up. "If these guys attacked, no doubt there's trouble on the bridge," Naruto commented. "That Gato, what an unyouthful swine, attacking Tanzuna-san's family just to get to Tanzuna-san," Lee added. Just then the screen of Naruto's Digivice lit up and Kuronoman emerged from it, causing a surprise from Inari at the sight of him. "I take it there's more hero work to do?" the Chibi Fire Lion asked, to which Naruto nodded. "Huh, then what say we bring out the big guns?" "Sounds good to me," Lee said. "Then I guess we quit talking about it and get to work," Naruto added. He then summoned up his chakra, which appeared around his body, which he channeled into his hand and then into his Digivice. Chakra Bust, Full Charge. CORONAMONDIGIVOLVE2, Pheromone. In a familiar burst of light, Kuronoman transformed into the winged lion. He then looked over at Inari and flashed him a grin. "You did good, kid." "Hey Inari, can you handle things here?" Naruto asked. "Why, yeah," Inari replied. "Good, cuz we need to go to work," Naruto told him. He along with Pheromone and Lee then took off, leaving Inari watching them as they left. A smile spread across the small child's face and he yelled, "Go get The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.